busting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation, Operation Victory. Fight or flight, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up like coming down, screaming Superman's kryptonite, blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up like coming down, screaming Superman's kryptonite, blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray, will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I rise up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance, indispensable, I'm not redundant, incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it, I'll rise above it. Fight or flight, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up like coming down, screaming Superman's kryptonite, blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up like coming down, screaming Superman's kryptonite, blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite, blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up like coming down, screaming Superman's kryptonite, blowing up dynamite. Dynamite!
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
They wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You two colorblind to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less. Regardless of your mind, destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like a joke. Locked in, can't change my willingness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they wanna live for.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile version 3.3. In this update, we've added a new themed mode and items, and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. A giant kraken, giant underwater statues, a mysterious underwater palace. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Ocean Odyssey. In this new version, we've opened up a new kind of terrain and area, the Ocean Palace. Let's explore the new underwater world and combat together. The sea suppressor sustains an air pocket in the underwater Ocean Palace. You can walk around and fight within the air pocket just like on land, but once you cross its boundary, you'll be swimming underwater. To reach the Ocean Palace as quickly as possible, parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match. You'll quickly submerge upon entering the water. Take advantage of the faster swim speed to get ahead in looting the palace. Don't worry if you're not the first to reach the Ocean Palace. There are hidden crates all around that are also full of supplies. Due to the abundant supplies, the Ocean Palace is sure to become a player hotspot rife with competition. Upon first entering the palace, you'll receive a special respawn card, so you can fight without worry in the Ocean Palace. You got this. Additionally, in the innermost part of the palace, there is a legendary trident. When you retrieve it, you'll obtain unique and powerful abilities, a special swimming animation, a swimming speed boost, and the ability to summon a powerful water spout. Make sure to get the trident and wield the power of Poseidon. It's worth mentioning that when the Ocean Palace's trident is retrieved, the Kraken will destroy the sea suppressor in a rage, flooding the Ocean Palace. Other than swimming back to land, you can also return quickly using the portal. Be careful and move fast. Besides the underwater Ocean Palace, there is another mysterious area on land, the Forsaken Ruins. The Forsaken Ruins also hold loads of supplies. Be sure to search for the switches in the Forsaken Ruins to open the passage to the Sea Treasury. The Sea Treasury is an underwater domain. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the treasury. Light up the columns at the entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the hidden supplies within. There are also many water prisms scattered around the map. Approach them to open their barriers and obtain the rewards inside. In this new version, some airdrops have turned into a celestial sea treasure delivered by water column. Valuable supplies await you. In this Ocean Odyssey themed mode, we've added lots of new items. Let's take a look. First, we can use the Stingray core to summon the new vehicle, the Gleaming Stingray. This is an amphibious vehicle that can even fly at low altitude. Additionally, it can launch bubbles that can trap enemies inside. Next is the Water Orb Grenade. When thrown, it will form a huge water orb at the location of impact, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Players must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape. Enemies inside the water orb have reduced speed, while you and your teammates can dash inside the water orb. Besides the Water Orb Grenade, we also have the Water Orb Blaster. Use it to shoot a water orb that lasts a while. You can also quickly pull yourself into the orb and quickly transfer to other water orbs, or perform a second dash. What kind of creative feats will you pull off? Make sure to try it out in the new version. Finally, we have a new relocation item. The Whale Escape Pod can transfer an entire team to the play zone. You can also change its route or get off midway. With these items, you have plenty of tactical options. Following the arrival of the Ocean Odyssey themed mode, World of Wonder has also been updated with related devices. The Environment Control device has new overcast and underwater weather. We have also added the Defensive Tower device, allowing for tower defense gameplay. Use the Tower Defense gameplay template and add defensive tower devices to build your own levels. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Ocean Odyssey. The secrets of the ocean await your exploration. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
more left for these teams. They need to put up a good performance here and now, and they'll have their first chance. And there's the push as well. And Stormwell up to 3
Хүндэт аав ээж хоёртой сайн байна уу? Хайртай аав ээж хоёртой энэхүү цахиа очих өдрийн мэндийг хүргэе. Хүүн тэмцээнээ дуусгачаад өрөөндөө орж ирээд тэр болгон хилээд байдаггүй сэтгэлийн үгсэд хоёртой уудлахаар сууж байна. Энэ захидлыг уншиж байх хооронд чинь би аль хэдийн Риядад тэмцээндээ оролцож байх болов. 8хан настайгаас минь хүүдээ итгэж энэ өдрийг хүрсэнд талархаа таншгүй билээ. Надад яагаад тэгж итгэж энэ олон жил зөвхөн өөрийн минь хүслээр явуулсан юм бол гэдгийг би мэдмээр байна. Гол шалтгаан нь хоёр минь надад байгаа болохоор зүү болов уу амархан давж.
аав нь үлдэж сайртай шүү.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Намайг Алтан гэрэл өгтөө Бүрэн Баяр гэдэг. Тэгээд team Falcons Force багт топ нэрээр тоглодог. За би анх 2 дугаар ангиас ерөнхий тэшүүрийн спортоор хичээлж гисэн. Явж байхад нь яг таараад тэгэл яг нэг 2 өдөр мөсөн дээр мөлхөж байгаа л тэгэл яг тэшүүр дээрээ тогтож босч эхэлсэн дээ. За одоо яг би нийт 9 жил орчим тасралтгүй тэшүүрийн спортоор хичээлсэн байна. Тэгээд ер нь медальгүй үлддэггүй л байсан та. За би яг тэшүүрийн спортоор хичээлэхэд ерөнхийдөө нийт нэг 50-аас 60 медаль одоо цуглуулсан амжилттай байна да. Яг сүүлд бол шигшээд байсан. Тэгээд яг одоо хамгийн анхны гэх юм бол энэ би болгоных тэгээд Булган аймгийн авраг одоо шалгаруулах тэмцээнд яваад хамгийн анхныхаа хүрэл медалийг эндээс ингээд авч ирсэн юм байна. Одоо цалин мөнгөний асуудал ч гэдэг юм уу. Одоо ирээдүгөө харахад жоохон тэгсэн. Тэгээд тэрүүгээр өөрийгөө болгоод ерөнхийдөө яваад эхэлчихээр ялцчгүй л тэгээд ирээдүйтэй юм байна. Гэхдээ яг өмнө сонирхогч байхдаа бол тэгээ бас өөрийгөө ингээ мэргэжлийн төвшөнд ингээ очиход ингээ боломжтой юм байна гэдгийг ерөнхийдөө харсан байсан. Тэгээд шууд шийдсэндээ. Тэгээ багш маань ч гэсэн намайг дэмжиж одоо наадах руугаа ингээд орж байгаа юм бол эцсийн үзэрэй гэж хэлээд намайг явуулсан.
Тэшүүрийн спортоо орхиж та хоёрыг эргэлзүүлсэн дуучлаарай. Тэр үед өвн хүсэл мөрөөдлөө л дагсан юм шүү. Тэр олон жил хүүтэн мөсөн дээр гулгаж болоход мэдээч тийм дуртай байгаагүй гэдгийг хүн мэднэ. Ээжээ хүн таныхаа хэлсэн үгсээс урам зориг авч ухаантай явах ёстой гэдгийг ойлгож амьдралд алдахгүй тулд хичээж яваа шүү. Та минь хэлсэн. Миний хүү хар багасаа л их мундаг хүү байсан гэж. Тийм болохоор л хүүдээ санаа зовлтгүй итгэдэг байсан баг. PUBG-гийн мэргэжлийн тамирчин болохоос өмнө намайг яг юу хийгээд явааг ойлгохгүй л байсан. Тэр үед санаагийн зовоож байсан дуучлаарай хүүгээ. Хүсэл мөрөөдөл минь хитрхи том байсан учраас та хоёртой яг яаж ойлгуулахаа сайн мэдэхгүй л байсан. Монгол тэмцээн биш, гадагшаа өөр улсын багуудтай тэмцээнд орж авраг болж e-спорт гэдэг зүйлийг ойлгуулахыг хүссэн.
За миний аав бол одоо тээвэрчин хүн. Тэгээд насаараа одоо том дэрэг барьж байгаа тийм хүн байдаг. Тэгээ миний хувьд миний аав бол угаасаа тэгээд үгээр хэлж одоо ингээд юмар барихгүй тийм хэмжээний л ерөнхийдөө одоо насаараа одоо ингээд том тэрэг бариад явдаг жолооч хүн байгаа. Тэгээд одоо энэ амьдралыг те одоо ингээд хоёр хүүгээ ингээд юугаарч дутаахгүй одоо ингээд өсгсөнд хоёр хүн ингээ маш их баярлж явдаг. Тэгээд цаг заваа ингээл ажилдаа зориулаад ингээл бүх зүйлээ зориулсан. Одоо тэгээд аав ээжээрээ ингээд амар их амраасаа гэж үздэг байхгүй. Тэгээд
анхандаа ааваас айсандаа ээжээс гуйдаг байсан. Ээжээ намайг аргалаарай гэж хэлээд бэлтгэлийн байр руу очиж багийнхантайгаа бэлтгэлээ хийдэг байсан. Тэгээд эцэст нь анхныхаа Азийн авраг болж маш их баярлсан. Одоо л аав ээжтэй харуулъя. Одоо л хүүгээ юу хийж явааг ойлгосоо гэж хүссэн. Гэр бүл ойлгож дэмжихгүй бол угаасаа амжилт олоход хэцүү. Тэр цагаас эхлэж хүүгээ дэмжсэнд бас ойлгосонд талархаж явдаг шүү өрнө. Анх Азийн авраг болж байсан бол одоо нийт 7 удаа Азийн авраг болжээ. Бас цөөнгүй олон удаа шилдэг тоглогч болсон байна. Хамгийн хэцүү үе дэлхийн аврагын цамыг атгаад алдах байсан.
Brazilians denied as well. It is IHC.
Тэр үед ээжийнхээ хэлсэн үгийг бодоод тавьширч байсан да. Цаг нь ирэхлээр авраг болноо миний хүү гэж ээж нь хэлж ирж билээ. Мэргэжлийн тамирчин болоход миний хүсэл мөрөөдөл намайг хөтлсөн гэж би боддог. Одоо бол яг миний ажил гэж бодож бүх сэтгэл зүрхээ зориулж ажиллаж байгаа. Нэг хотод ойрхон байж л гэртээ очиж аав ээжтэй үнсүүлж чамжихгүй.
хүүн одоо нөгөө яриад байсан том тэмцээндээ явах гэж байна. Тэгээд хүүдээ захиж хэлэх юм байна уу гэд.
Тэгээд амжилттай оролцоод Монголын нэрийг дуусгаад ажил наалаалтаа сайн. Тэгээд амжилт гаргаад
Гэхдээ авраг болно гэдэг тийм ч амар зүйл биш. Хоёрыгаа хүүгээ ойлгож байгаа гэж найдаж байна. Надад шантрах олон үе байсан. Миний аав ээж энэс илүү зүйлсийг даваад гараад ирсэн байхад миний шантрах хажууд нь юу юм? Би заавал дэлхийн авраг болж аав ээжийнхээ ачийг хариулна гэж хүн дотроо байн бодож явдаг юм шүү. Спортын төрлөөс солиод дахиад шинээр эхлэхэд хүүгээ дахиад нэг юм дуулгана гэж итгэл найдвар өгсөн. Хайртай аав ээжтэй маш их баярлалаа. Би одоо тэмцээндээ явах гэж байна. Багийн найзууд болох Экшн, IC нүрзэд нартай. Бас сенатор ах маань бидэнд дасгалжуулагч хийхээс гадна төрсөн ах шиг байж хүн ямар байх ёстойг зааж зөвлөж үргэлж тулж түшиж хажууд хамт байдагт ахта маш их баярлалаа гэж хэлмээр байна. Аваа ээжээ хүн авраг болохын төлөө бүхнээ зориулнаа. Зориг мөрөөдлөөсөө хизээж урууж чадахгүй. Бас хизээж бууж өгөхгүй. Удахгүй авраг болоод аав ээжигээ сайхан амраанаа хүн. Надад та хоёроос хүсэх ганц л зүйл. Өөрсдийнхөө эрүүл мэндийг сайтар бодож, үр хүүхдүүдтэйгээ илүү олон жил хамт амьдраасай гэж чин сэтгэлээсээ хүсэж байна. Хүндэт гисэн хүү бүрэн баяр гэсэн.
We're here for predictions. PUBG Mobile is right around the corner. We're going to be putting the teams in order as to what we think is going to be at the top. Some of the teams obviously not going to be so lucky in our estimation, I think, guys. We're going to be chopping and changing some of their hopes and dreams, I think. Should we just dive straight into it?
Dust this prediction leaderboard off right now.
Clean it right Let's go. Give it a dust off. We're going to get into the archaeology of it all. Right, let's pick a team. Let's put them on the list. We've got a tier list to get through. I'm thinking Mad Balls to start off. What are we looking at?
I'm going to say probably an A team here. The problem with Mad Bulls is that I think they are a good team. However, they have just been marred by very bad tournament after very bad tournament. And I feel like there was a point in time where they were kind of the creme de la creme, but the team kind of got gutted a little bit. They've lost some of their best players. I mean, I just don't see them doing terribly well here.
I mean, they definitely lost some of their players to some of the other rosters here as well, who are going to be trying to push them even further down than 18th here. Jackie, are you agreeing with the 18th?
I think 18 sounds reasonable. I'd be more willing to go for a 17th. I think 18, as numbers go, I don't like the fact it's so even towards the end there.
That is
if it was
true.
17th, that would be
17th. Should we go for 17?
Let's knock it to a 17.
Tiamba?
I want to say maybe like, let's say 16th. I still trust in the Chinese teams. I still have some trust.
Let's go for someone I think will probably be putting more towards the top, IWNRX. I think this is a team that kind of took EMEA by storm.
Let's put IWNRX around about, let's say 5th place.
Okay.
I want to say, I'm sort of concerned because I think EMEA is a really good region and, you know, we covered it and it's super competitive. It's very hard to tell how good they were, though, in the international scale of things because the groupings were so tight, Jackie.
No, that's fair enough. I also think, to be fair, we need to start getting some in the top 10.
Yeah.
If we go too much in the middle to kick this off, so maybe it is worth if we get a little bit more in the top-heavy pool and then filter down. And that's why, honestly, John, I'd say reject right up there, maybe a solid 10th.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. Yeah. Let's go with that.
Yeah, I like that. You know, the big boys from the Brazilian Open, like, smashed it.
Get them in there.
Yeah.
Alpha 7. I think this is a team that is in the front of people's minds when it comes to potentially even taking the whole thing.
2nd place.
2nd place? I'm happy.
Forever hard stuck 2nd.
The team that took the international title from them is also on this list, IHC, now Al-Ula ex-IHC. They're going to be playing around in this tournament as well. Are they going to be able to repeat the performance? Because the thing that was really, really strong for them at the championship at the end of last year was the fact that they were so elimination heavy. Yeah. Are they going to be allowed to do that again this time around? Because I feel like the door's going to be closing.
I don't think it's as much as they're going to be allowed, right? Because I suppose you immediately have the optics, so everyone's going to know, we need to shut that down. It's not going to be as easy to sort of, slip under the rug, right? But I do think they have the talent to do it again and would like to see that happen. I definitely have a lot of time for IHC.
I don't know. I think a solid 6th place for IHC would be fair.
I would maybe push them down a little bit from 6th. I feel like top 6 is quite prestigious. I feel like 8.
Okay, I think 8's reasonable.
Let's talk about another team that's been benching a so-called star player, Moneymakers. The Moneymakers, they're a team that is, again, kind of similar vibe to IHC, or well, Al-Ula IHC,
Just because,
in terms of their style.
Yeah, very opportunistic team. I think they like to go for their third parties where they can. And I think that if you give them that opportunity, if you open that door to the Moneymakers, then they'll earn a lot of money from it. But the problem is that they crumble. They crumble so badly. So I want to say a conservative 11th for this team. I think right on the border between the top side and the middle mark.
They've always got time to move up, you know.
Yeah, they do.
True. We could shuffle these a little
Exactly, yeah. Do the old
go.
card trick.
So let's go the other end. I want bottom teams.
You're not a bad team. I'd give you probably Rook.
Okay.
I'm so sorry to say it.
Jackie, have you got another bottom team that you're thinking?
Oh man, it's rough, John, because I feel like the way my brain works for PUBG Mobile teams is entirely in reverse. You know what I mean? I always go for the opposite.
I think you quite liked D+ Kia when we last casted them.
That's what I mean. They were quite impressive.
They're not good anymore.
Does it really felt like it's
They've really fallen off the deep end. Yeah, and I think this is one you have to believe. But I would probably put them around about 23rd. Yeah.
Let's start rattling these off, I think. Let's get a couple in. I want to put Team Spirit in the middle. I think that's a reasonable spot for them, given their fact that they're in the survival stage. It's going to be harder for them to qualify. I feel like 13th.
13th, fair. Put them there. Get them in
Lock
there.
it in, lock it in.
All right. DX Xavier, I want to put them in a 9th place.
You know what though? I do think maybe swap Reject and IHC, bring them up a little bit, bring them up a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's
just for
Who I'm looking at Vampire. I don't know if this is going to go out before or after our winning predictions are going to go through, but I've put Vampire as my winning prediction. Probably. But they are the two-time defending champions in Riyadh. They're obviously winning the two previous tournaments that we've had here. I'm going to put them probably down towards, I think, 14?
I give them a 14 for a 12. I think 14 is probably better, honestly. 14th place for Vampire Esports.
Man, I don't know if there'd be a 14. I feel that's a 12.
You think it's 12?
That's at least a 12.
What are you doing coming here changing things up on the
Because,
fly
you know,
like
you
that?
come in,
Okay, put 'em on
you're going to
12.
have the memories,
Yeah,
things are
okay.
going to go better.
Okay, memories.
It's all about confidence, bud. PUBG
can
Mobile is
smell the
confidence.
money.
Exactly.
I want to put Power in there, and I think maybe a little bit higher than Vampire. Maybe I feel like maybe shift those three up one and put Power on 10.
10? Yeah, I think that's cool.
Yeah, so Alula
entire
IHC
box
goes
there
to
he
7.
is.
Reject bumped up 1. Jackie's happy about that. DX Xavier up to 9, and then yeah, Power.
Team Liquid, first place. Come on.
We all have very contrasting opinions on one. You want to give them like on the edge of the line?
Yeah.
Put them on the
okay.
edge and then
On
we'll
the edge.
figure
I
it out.
would personally have put Alpha 7 ahead of Team Liquid, but we'll go with the majority here.
Okay.
All right.
So
Give them a temporary one. Let's have a temporary one
third place.
up for debate. Yeah, it's
temporary third place. Oh, temporary first place. Okay, all right.
You're doing well.
Thank you. What about 4 Miracle Vibes? These guys are looking amazing.
The vibes are looking good.
Yeah, the vibes are really good. Hated them in the past, but they're really so good now.
I think that would be an acceptable number 1 for me.
Just for the vibes.
For the vibes.
Okay, all right, fair play. I'll take that.
Falcons in 4?
Actually, that's not bad. Like looking at how things are shaping up there, yeah, that's probably reasonable.
It's so sad to say because I'd love to see Team Falcons in first. I think they've scraped so close to that first place in the past. But yeah, 4th place is probably where they will end up. Besiktas Black, I was sort of bemused that they made it in.
Yeah.
And they did well in that finals, but I don't think that they're going to continue that. So I'm going to drop them in a cool 20th.
Jukes did want brute force in there, and I must say we had a quick conversation about it in terms of where he thinks they're going to place John. This is why that one spot is so hard to contest. He thinks brute force are going to take it.
I give them a 6.
So yeah, I think we need them at least in that top spot. 6 is open. That seems reasonable. Jukes will be happy.
Yeah. I think Reject up to 7th place though.
Yeah, switch that. So Reject go up 1.
Yeah.
They should move up a little bit more.
What are you thinking about Team Pandem, Jackie? I think it's more 19th.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big jump down, but I have to be realistic, and 19th is...
Inco not breaking into the top 10 right now because there's no slots. Do we want to put them in 14th, or do we want to... I would put them maybe ahead of Vampire and Team Spirit.
I dropped Vampire down to 14th, and I would put Inco in 12th.
Okay.
Twisted Minds, man.
Twisted Minds 21st.
That's what I wanted.
There you go.
Actually, we maybe move Reject up 1,
And then put them.
and then Kagasaka maybe down in 18th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That works. So yeah,
Reject
Reject
up to
take brute
6th.
force. They're up
Yeah.
to 6.
Yeah.
Brute force 7th, and then Kag.
Yeah,
What were
I mean,
you 18th?
you can't talk about Kagasaka without talking about Reject.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
So,
why we put them up 1, I think.
yeah.
Simultaneous in my mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Two sides of a coin.
Alliance 15th. Quite like Alliance in 15th place. Boom Esports 22nd. I'll put 22nd.
We've been really cruel to Rook right now because they're just alone in 28th and no one's near them. Oh dear.
Give them a 24th.
Yeah, bring them up to 24, and then bring Reject up.
So we think those are the bottom 4? Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think Reject up to 5th.
Reject 5th.
IWNRX down to 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, swap those two.
Yeah. DRX about 25th.
I'm interested about TJB, I think. I feel like bottom 3 team? Bit of a question mark in my
Bit
mind.
of a question mark. Maybe Team Pandem down,
Yeah.
TJB up.
I think so.
It's a kind of a cruel one. Maybe Boom Esports 27th, Team Pandem 22nd.
It's difficult to like slot a team in.
TJB 19th. Yes.
TJB 19th.
Bang.
And then,
Woo.
right, what do we think? Maybe Reject up to 4th from Falcons?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Reject up to 4th.
So Reject from 5th to 4th.
Yeah.
I think maybe up to 3rd.
You reckon a 3rd?
Wow, a double jump.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems
Okay,
unfair
so-
to Team Liquid. But
Yeah, that's fair. That's
yeah,
fair.
yeah, okay.
All right, that works.
Yeah, I mean, can't really talk about
Team
3
Reject.
teams moving around the leaderboard without talking about Reject.
No,
you got
of
to talk about
course.
Reject.
All right, so
2 left.
Let's put Talon in 26th,
straight in.
and then let's put Bro Team in 28th.
Okay. Okay, I'm kind of happy with that.
I think that's perfect.
I think it is.
I think we've earned that.
I think this is a souffle that's come up perfectly risen.
Yeah.
Well, we have to wait and find out. That's for the tournament to decide. Here's our rankings. Do you agree? Get in the comments. We'll pass it back over to the show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the survival stage here at PMWC. I'm Ginny, joined with
the 7WG.
And we're going to be sending 12 teams home today.
Ooh, we're finally going to be crushing some keys here at the PMWC, but 4 teams are going to be going to the main tournament.
So stick around and find out who goes to that main tournament and which teams are going to be going home. See ya.
What's going on, everyone? We got Maximin, we got Severals Gaming, and we got Flexaurus behind me for the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to stay here this entire time, and your knees are eventually going to break, just like some of these hopes for some of these teams today, considering, as you heard before the cold open, I told you I'm staying here the whole time. 12 teams, unfortunately, won't be advancing further on.
Yeah,
well, Kalaris, if he just trained his quads as much as he trains his biceps, maybe he could have held that squat a little bit longer. But we are here for another day of PUBG Mobile action, and it's the final day of the survival stage, Maxman.
Yep, and a very unexpected first day too, happening yesterday, right? A lot of teams that were at the bottom in the group stage, rising towards the top here in the survival stage. And this tournament has been the tournament of unexpected, it feels like. And who's going to be in the top 4? Except for IWNRX, I don't know.
It's like almost what you've been saying from the beginning, Kalaris.
Well, I mean,
we don't know who's going to be winning.
That was me, right?
No.
I think he said it, no.
I think he said it.
Well, backstage, I brought up the idea, and Jason was like, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
And then he's tried to pass it off as his own. Unreal.
Okay, we're going to make someone cry here on the stage then. It might be me. Let's take a look at our daily winners from yesterday. If you missed out on the action, you can see who won these matches. But it tells a very interesting story for us. 2 wins for IWNRX, 2 wins for Kagasaka, 1 win for DRX, and a win for Twisted Minds. And now you're out there probably watching this if you missed yesterday and you're like, are we sure that these teams won? Yeah. Yeah, we're sure. And the leaderboards right now are wild.
It's weird. It's a weird one. Not going to lie, CAG Osaka, didn't really expect them to pop off the way they did, right? One really stronger angle, one Miramar on top of the mountain, just sniping down everyone. It's a great time over there. So the thing is, it could still be completely different who's going to be in the top 4, right? So sure, they had a great day. You still have 6 more matches. If they do, a D plus Kia, downhill.
Yeah. I'm not expecting that too much, though, right? I feel like, of course, IWNRX, almost certainly safe, 99.9% chance here. Kagasaka, I feel like we're at the 90% mark for them, right? I don't think they're going to have a D plus Kia scenario. Yeah. I think all Kagasaka needs to do now is sit in a compound, sit pretty, sit happy, and they're going to be into the main event.
Do what they did during group stages, but just maybe fight a little bit more, right? That was the biggest question mark with them and also DRX. There were teams that were actually willing to fight, and it was a big surprise yesterday when we're like, okay, wait, Kagasaka, two chicken dinners? Okay.
I did actually hear, I talked to them on the way down the elevator, and they said if Kalaris gives us another flex on air, I think we're going to make it into the event. But don't worry, you don't need to see our reaction about his giant muscles. We're going to take a look at the players' reactions from yesterday's matches with Pepsi.
Take it off.
Chill. Twisted Minds victory. Anything's off there with a Twisted Minds victory. I have no idea if you heard it the first time, but it was so nice I had to say it twice because that got them so much farther up in the leaderboards and got them within reach. Well, maybe not 7's height kind of reach. 4, our top 4.
He's trying.
I'm trying. No, I'm not. What do you mean I'm trying? I can't get any taller.
Do you get put in like one of those like baby seats at restaurants, you know?
Nah, but I do like the boost though. It makes me feel a little bit higher.
Oh.
Well, speaking of boosts, IWNRX, they had one yesterday with 2 chicken dinners and 73 points for themselves. As you guys mentioned, relatively, 99.999 repeat, of course, percent chance that they are safe. Kagasaka getting close to that. But as I mentioned, Twisted Minds, 38 points. They got a massive boost. I think it was 23 points in their last match to get up to 5th place.
Yeah, really good position too, right? Playing in the center of the circle, going on top of the bridge there in the coal mine finish. Really unexpected. You don't see those circles happening too often, but you, Kalaris, are talking about their high ground position, right?
Yep.
He's always the one that's talking about the stuff.
It's always me. It's weird.
They just get so much information, going for the spray downs, reducing the amount of players remaining at that point, and it's pretty much an easy win, but they played it to their advantage. They had the terrain advantage and just made sure to get as many eliminations as possible.
It's an unconventional circle, and they played it in what you would actually consider to be technically the most conventional way. Because why do I say that? Well, for all the teams caught in the kind of industrial area, you can't move. You have to wait and see how the circle's going to end up folding towards you and trying to see if you can kind of wiggle your way through. But for Twisted Minds, they had the pick of the litter on any target that they want to take. Good for them.
You know it's not good for, though?
What?
Team Falcons. 7 placing points,
Oh.
and they have 30 eliminations, 37 points at the moment. I mean, let's be fair. They're currently not in the top 4, no. However, look at the point gap between them and 4th place. It is 4 points. So it is very possible that them, Besiktas, even some other teams on the second page can still jump up the leaderboards here with 6 matches to go, Max.
Team Spirit, please hot drop again. Please, please do it. No,
If they do hot drop, what would happen though if Team Falcons ends up losing this time?
Doesn't happen. It's not. That's a bad timeline. I do not want to think about that timeline.
Wait. Put the camera on Max real quick.
No.
Hold on. I want to do the replay of what happened yesterday in Sandhawk when you were like, yeah, this team is amazing in Sandhawk, and then we played it back.
No,
wait. So Team Falcon never loses hot drops in Sandhawk?
No.
Wait, okay.
All right,
Let's just shut this down for a second. I am so confident that they are not going to hot drop on Sandhawk that if they do, Max will shave his eyebrows.
Wait, why is he always about my eyebrows?
Max Smith's eyebrows might be gone
on the line
by the end of the day. You got to do it for content, man.
Yeah, I just finished shaving
I
off
don't
the
know,
head.
ask me to dye my hair. I might do it. I'm not getting rid
Hey,
of
he's on the line.
Dye your
Wax
hair.
the eyebrows, put them on the head. It's a win-win either way.
Good shout.
Yeah, good shout. Moving on from that good shout, though. TJB, I know, Seven, you were talking about them quite a bit yesterday, and I think you wanted to focus on them in particular going into today.
It is... Sorry, TJB. I'm going to become Evil 7 there for a little bit. It is the most inconsistent team out of yesterday, where if they were not in averaging about a 2nd place finish, which they did, I think in like 3 matches, it was a 2nd place, and then a 3rd place. They were more than likely going to end up averaging a 13th place. So there was no in between this team. They either did very quick rotations, very good rotations to kind of avoid the fights within the middle, which just kind of helped them out in regards to them being able to get those 2nd places, get those 3rd places with those elims. If not, they would just end up losing early fights. So for this team, I want to see them being able to win those early fights. I want to continue to see the great rotations that we saw. Because remember, we even pointed it out yesterday. The rotations that they were doing, the wide rotations that they were doing were really impressive. And on top of that, Flower has been performing really well.
Yeah, I think he's right now in one of the top fraggers of this entire survival stage, so he's definitely popping off. But these long rotations you're talking about, right, is definitely put them in a really good spot for these late game scenarios. They're currently in 4th position though, right? They're the first team to fall if they have a bad day, so they need to start hot here in our first game over on Sandhawk.
I want to see a little bit more of GK first too and the rest of the squad, because I felt like it was just mostly up to Flower yesterday.
I want only S to pop off at some point. That would be cool.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, GK first when he played in Europe was doing very well. Goes to NA, and of course the NA curse just inherently makes you play worse.
He was good in NA. What you talking about?
It's easy to be good in NA.
Wow.
Facts.
Not wrong.
Jeez. What about another team, though? We kind of criticized them heavily. After day 1, they were looking pretty good in the group stage. D+.
Yeah, and D+, I want to talk about them very specifically. They had amazing, and I mean amazing Miramar matches yesterday. Very harsh down on that point. That their Miramar was absolutely fantastic, going for these white rotations from one of the southern drops on the map. You know, for these wide wraps onto the cliffside.
Yeah.
I like what they were doing there. I want to see them bring this kind of success over onto Erangel. Miramar alone is not going to cut it.
You know, it's interesting because I've gone back the evenings and watched how D+ has been playing these games. And I do think, actually, yes, on Miramar, as you say, much more kind of success found there compared to Erangel. I think it lends itself to more traditional PUBG Mobile play. Like, it feels like the shotgun meta doesn't really favor them too much. And obviously we're seeing a lot of S12Ks and DBSs and things like that. Whereas when they've got these more long-range fights where they're kind of transitioning, taking fights with people who are 300 meters away as opposed to 150, 100 meters away, I feel like that's where they can thrive. Because they were making great transitions from Partona all the way into these circles, which were very similar to one another yesterday. And they were finding good success in those long-range fights. But maybe we need to see more of that on Erangel.
Just Erangel. Really, if they do that on Erangel, I'm telling you, top 4 possible.
That's the thing that we saw to them, right? Between day 1 in group stages, they were just pretty much being given the circles, and they really weren't doing anything out of that. But this time, yesterday, we actually saw them being able to do something when they weren't given the circle.
That's why I was saying I wanted them to be tested and see them adapt to bad circles, which they did. So now, finally, this is looking good.
Get tested!
Stop it!
Stop it! Stop it, Max!
What accent was that?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, we really can't do accents whatsoever. We know what? Who can do accents? I've heard who can do some amazing British accents. It's our commentators, actually. We've got Jackie, we've got Blank to be joining us here. What? I mean,
the
they
Brits
technically are doing British accent.
They are. Yeah.
Gentlemen,
do it.
hello. Looking great today. Looking fantastic. It's our final day of survival stage. Let's hear a hot take from you guys.
I want to see a fanny pack.
Oh, man. A hot take? We always keep it hot, Jason. And you're right, we're actually Australian. We just do the English bit for a laugh, don't we, Blank?
It's just funny, really. We're actually from down under, 100%. But some teams are down under on the leaderboards. They need to bring things up just a little bit here in this tournament. You got Team Spirit sat right down towards the bottom. I don't think they're making it. But there's a lot of teams towards the top that have that chance. But CAG Osaka, man, did not expect that from yesterday, and IWNRX just bullying the lobby.
Oh yeah, you had Tongjia Bao making everyone bow down as well. It's very exciting to watch. I'm just looking forward to it, Jason. Survival stage is closing today.
That fanny pack is so awesome from Jackie.
Yeah, but gentlemen, I don't think they notice that Kitsune is right behind them, and I don't think they're going to make it off the survival stage into the caster booth, because even looking at them when they said they don't think Team Secret or Team Spirit are going to be making it.
Did they say hot drop?
Well,
Maybe.
they've brought
Falcons, we're coming for you.
Well, it's very nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
You know what's also very nice?
What's that?
Our team in first place, who had a massive turnaround from group stage to yesterday. IWNRX, I don't know what they did from their day off, but honestly, it is not easy to pull that kind of switch around. And honestly, it kind of worries me to see a team be able to play that hot and that cold.
Yeah, coming in so much so that those dogs were taking pictures of them. That was unbelievable. They had cameras and everything ready to go. But IWNRX, I really like how they were able to perform yesterday. Obviously, I think that what we expected of guys like Z-Wolf, and again, even in Miramar, we got to see the Mini 14s coming out and absolutely blasting with them. Bring me more Mini 14s. I want more DMRs on the battlefield.
Maybe on Erangel one day.
Maybe one day. Probably not.
But like really cool fact, also when you're looking at the top 5 fraggers, 3 of those are from IWNRX. So you got Kane, Swain, and Z-Wolf, which you would expect, but also they've been successful on every single map. They got that chicken din on Sanok. They got chicken din on Erangel. They got, of course, a really good finish also over on Miramar. So doesn't matter the map, doesn't matter the scenario. They will perform, get consistent points. They know they qualified, but they're just trying to build momentum to head into the finals with a good start.
And something that the other teams need to watch out for with IWNRX is, at this point, I mean, we've been saying, they're already qualified, right? They're going to be not having to really worry that much, but I'm going to be looking at Team Falcons. I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams that I might not want in the main tournament. If I'm IWNRX, I might make their day a little bit harder.
That's it. Like, is there any tournament ever where we had an opportunity that you could target a Falcons?
It happened.
I don't think it's going to happen, but have you ever, I mean, really, have you ever seen a tournament where you could literally maybe ruin the chance for Falcons to qualify at the biggest stage? We know what this team can do, right?
Yeah.
Maybe at the end, if they're still not in top 4, just...
We saw it in, I mean, we saw it at PMGC with S2G and Alpha 7, remember? S2G started targeting Alpha 7 because they just didn't want Alpha 7 to win in their home country.
If you've got an opportunity against some of the very biggest teams that are having a bit of a hard time, it is worth it if you know you're qualified.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's also worth it for you guys to head over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in for the event in general. You heard, obviously, us talk about the teams, maybe do a little bit different in our predictions and keep us happy here. But speaking of happy, we've got 20 seconds to go here. 7 in 10 seconds or less. What's your hot take on the day?
Inco Gaming is gonna qualify. Just kidding. It's a bit that we're doing, guys.
Is it? I don't know.
They're not gonna qualify. They're not gonna.
Day long, but it is time to head down to the stage. Let's kick off our final day of the survival stage.
Cut it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Day after day, week after week, these players grind, scrim, and stream in order to be crowned the best in the world. It is the ultimate achievement, what every competitor strives for. And for today's games, for today's survival stage, 12 of those teams will end their journey.
Yes, indeed. Just 6 maps remain in our survival stage. 6 maps to prove that you have what it takes. 6 maps to stay in the race for the trophy. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside Sandstorm. And welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup.
This stage of competition could not have a more fitting title, because today is about one thing and one thing only: survival. Who will survive and who will make it to the main tournament? Because the teams coming in today, most of them will have a target on their back. Can they handle the pressure?
Ooh, can they handle it indeed? Rest assured that every single player here believes that they can be championed, but today is the most important day of competition that we've had so far in order for them to make that happen. So, with that being said, it's time to introduce our teams to the STC Arena for the final day of the survival stage. Starting off with Brute Force. D plus Kia. Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya. CAG Osaka. Team Falcons. Inco Gaming.
Mad Bulls. Harami Bro. Besiktas Black. DRX. TJB Esports. Money Makers.
Team Rook. Team Pandem.
Twisted Minds. Team Spirit. These teams have traveled all across the globe to be here, fought tooth and nail to stay here. But only 4 teams can join us in the main tournament. Who will rise and who will fall?
That's right. They've had 24 hours to make adjustments, and now it is time to bring it home. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to find our final 4. Casters, over to you.
Oh, thank you, Banks, and thank you, Sandstorm, for setting the stage with your magical words that really do bring the pace and importance of today's games here in the survival stage. Day 2, Blank. This is where Giants will make their leap into the games that are yet to come. And then we have to say goodbye to everyone else that fails to make it to the bar.
12 teams will be leaving us at the end of this one. Spells and rituals will be needed.
Oh, yeah.
sigils drawn in the ground, trying to evoke some kind of performance from today, because some of these teams have just not had that oomph that we were expecting, Jackie. And I think Team Falcons so far, they were impressive on some maps yesterday. Where was that in the group stage? Maybe they can bring it home. For one team, we know they're safe. IWNRX have absolutely nailed this survival stage. These guys are already living it up in a house, central heating, aircon on.
They don't give a damn about the electricity bill because they're making the money with their plays. And honestly, mate, I think there's still more to be said for them. I think with how they've been playing, how they've been bullying the lobby, which is the word that I think really is underlined, right? Because they came out swinging. Sure, group stage was one thing. Maybe they didn't look like they put their best foot forward. They weren't playing with the pace, weren't playing with confidence. But you cannot take away how damn good they have looked on the stage just over the course of yesterday. It felt like they were always in the forefront. It was only the final game where it looked like they even went down towards the starting moments.
Yeah, I mean, for IWNRX, there was just not a single game that really seemed that bad. There was games where it felt like they were having fun. This is not the stage for fun, Jackie. This is the stage for really high-octane performance and moments, but it just felt like they were in Longhouse, fighting against 3 teams. They kept trying to come in. They kept telling them, no, we don't take any kind of knockers on doors here. And they just sent them back, and it was great. It was really good to see. And it really did feel like a moment came where everyone was like, Longhouse is taken.
Yeah.
We can't go in there.
There's a new landlord in town, and I think rent is due with how they were playing, mate. They were kicking everyone out and not allowing much room to breathe. There was a few sides as well that it just felt really underwhelming from how they were playing, and it was a shame to watch them consistently stumble and falter. You know who we're talking about. It kind of feels rough to bring it up again and again, but it's a big focal point.
If you know, you know.
Yeah,
if you know, you know.
Viewers, you'll be aware with those eagle eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that some of these boys are a little bit more eager to get into it than others. Brute Force, I think that they rallied around Freezer yesterday.
Yeah.
So proud of that guy on that team, honestly. From what was a rookie startup towards the beginning of the year into PMWC, sort of carrying a lot of these engagements, Freezer has a long road ahead of him, and it's going to be a successful one, I can guarantee that.
The optics for that man's career look fantastic, especially with how he's playing now. You know, these benchmark games where he's able to pull ahead of the pack kind of just makes you think if everyone else could fall in line, if they can pass the baton a little bit, the level of lethality they could have, yeah, that could be through the roof. And the roof's pretty high. I don't know if you've seen, Blank, the SDC Arena, that's a tall roof.
I mean, I've been exclusively looking forward. Today, I looked up and I was surprised at the magnitude of the arena.
The sheer stance of it.
The sheer stance of it was intimidating, yet also awe-inspiring.
Well, there you go. That's what they've got to go through. All of these players on that grand stage. If you look up, you better not be afraid of heights, even though that would be looking down. But in this instance, you might be afraid of verticality in general.
That's why they call it
heights.
Verticaligo.
Other fears are available, of course.
What, the sky? What is that?
It's a roof.
I hate it.
Really bad
let's
fear,
let's bring that down a notch.
Yeah,
you'd have to live like in Hobbiton, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's all you could live in.
God, it'd be rough. The
Bouncing
Shire
your head
would
off
be fine.
the,
Anything
that's
else
what I'm
probably
saying.
a bit much.
Hobbiton.
The
Shire.
Yeah. I knew what you were going for.
Yeah.
You know,
you knew what I was saying.
Yeah. The beacons are lit. Because the stage calls for our games.
And
PUBG Mobile will answer.
It's crying out for it.
You can see it's going to be a good day here on the survival stage.
EWC calls for aid, specifically in the caster room. That's where you want these games started. We're going for it. We want to go. We're ready.
Oh yeah, we are, mate. We got the gas on standby. You know, we brought the fuel cans in. We're going to top ourselves up over the course of the day when it deserves it. But we'll ease into it. Unfortunately for these teams, you don't really have that benefit. You can't kind of take your time, have a bit of a jovial start to the day.
Look, man, the pool's too cold. You get in. That's just the way. That's the only way about it. You can't dip your toe in, be like, ooh, a bit cold. You just got to jump right in.
And that's actually good life advice for anyone out there as well. That is the best way to do it. Don't go slow, because then you get the cold shock the whole way up. You're like, oh, I don't really want to go in the pool.
And then you're going to sit on the side of the pool. You're going to look like a weirdo.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll look silly. Everyone
People
else is
laugh at
swimming.
you.
Everyone's swimming. Go swim.
Get in.
Just get in. Have a swim. So you remember that.
You can be cool. That's a cool thing to do. People respect that.
Yeah. And if you're going to cannonball, make sure you check the depth first.
Yeah, that is actually a big one.
Yeah, that's
I've
important.
cracked my knees before doing that.
That's not good.
No.
Are they okay?
Yeah, they were. I mean, they hurt when they did it.
Yeah.
Now they're fine.
All right, well, that's good.
Yeah.
Strong knees.
Yeah, and then I was just breaststroking it around.
Just swimming off.
Yeah.
Like,
And I was like, ha, ha, ha.
I'm going to do some doggy paddle, guys. I'm fine. Yeah.
Which is basically what Team Spirit did yesterday.
Just doggy paddling.
Nah, they cracked
treading
the knees.
water.
They cracked
the knees are gone.
The knees are gone. They've got no length.
Hopefully, man, there's a little bit more to be said for them today, even just for the mentality for yourselves, because there's other squads that have really been ramping up the pace. One of them's name is on your screen right now, CAG Osaka. And boy, did they bring the furious fist to the gameplay with how they were delivering on some of those chicken dinners. But it looks smooth in a few moments. The prioritization of fights, even when they're thrown sort of into a Hell in the Cell style moment, right? You've got two teams either side of them. Their brains were just working quicker. They knew how to make the snap-second decisions. And we know how to get you set up for today's games. And that's going to be, of course, with the GT20 Pro Blank.
Of course, apply the rest with the best on the GT20 Pro. You're looking at 144 hertz gameplay. Ooh. You can see everything. Someone zooms past you.
You've seen it.
You've seen it. You can spray that down if you wanted to.
Yeah, they're not getting away.
Max
that response
design.
time, man.
Bezel-less.
They based it on the way Maxman's brain processes information about professional PUBG Mobile. They studied him for months.
They got it was one of the first brain scans they've ever done, where they got the entirety of the consciousness. Maxman's consciousness is in the GT20 Pro.
It literally is. They said
it
to him,
gives you tips.
We're going to put you in, you'll be like an AI.
Yeah, but just pretend you're not Maxman.
No, you actually, every time you use the phone, it rings Maxman. Hello, this is Max. Yeah, that's a good alarm. Wake up at 9 a.m. Bye-bye.
You get a lot of missed calls on it from AI.
He's struggling. He's had to buy 70,000 phones.
It's because he's talking to another customer.
Yeah, he'll get to you as soon as he can. Maxman is always on the line when you need him. And it's good to have him back in the studio. It's good to have day 2 of the survival stage kicking off here. So let's join each other in collectively saying, thank you, Max. Today's going to be a good day of games.
That it is. And on the line is not only just that, but also whether you get into that main tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Where you can play for a chance at lifting that gorgeous trophy on the stage. But you got to get through these games first, guys. Top 4 will be heading through. As it stands currently, IWNRX sat in our first place position. 73 points, chilling, cooling, by the pool. CAG Osaka, 57. And we drop down to 48 and 41 for TJB. This is where it gets scary. It's 2 teams tied out at 37 points, and Falcons as well as DRX. Twisted Minds with that mega game they had at the end of the day have shot themselves up to 38 points. Can TJB and Brute Force remain in? That's the question.
It's a big question mark. And like you say, man, Twisted Minds, it felt like they were right up struggle street. They couldn't get off the bus. They couldn't find their way to their hotel. But in the end, they did. That last game, if you missed it, the verticality, the way they were playing, the movement into the actual connection on the shots on the drop down, that was taking down Spirit and TJB to finish off what was a really explosive game yesterday.
Yeah, it was killer. I loved it so much. And I think the Twisted Minds were thinking with their heads switched on in that situation. It was a case of where do we go next and how do we play that one out? I think Team Spirit just has a bit of an unfortunate slip-up. Let's call it that. Towards the end there. I think that realistically should have been a good play. I think I was seeing people talking about why did Kitsune go for the heal. Man, I don't think he expected the scenario that came through from Twisted Minds. They sort of outplayed him a little bit. Brute Force, not great stats from yesterday. 2 elims on Sandhawk. On the other hand, you've got IWNRX coming through with the 12 elim game they had yesterday and the chicken dinner. They were doing very well in the jungle. And again, on a spicy map like this, that's where they thrived. And it's kind of what started off their day, right? And I think that a lot of times for a team like IWNRX, they feel momentum-based. So I do think that win on Sandhawk was sort of a big deal to them.
You'd imagine so. You definitely imagine so. Gave them that upwards draft. They kept on running with it. With 73 points being sat already in the backpack. Man,
You're good.
You're pretty good right now. They really are living it large, so We'll see how that goes for them. Potentially they can try and pick and choose who actually makes it through in the first few games here as well, in terms of that shift with the points into the top 4. If you see him take down a TJB, if Brute Force get overwhelmed, there's always room for spicy fights, so we'll keep you clued in with which ones are important. For Twisted Minds as well, bud. Can they carry on from where they left off yesterday? First knock comes through as Rook take a heavy hit from TJB.
That's big news for TJB, but it is coming backwards onto GK first as he falls. The rest of the team's rocking up towards the compound. There is a knock that's on board, but a quick finish there. First elimination found by Tulika, of all people.
Uh-oh. Okay, so Tongji Bao, they see an opportunity to get stuck in early and want to farm some points, but they leave themselves exposed in the rear to Madballs. Madballs making the best of this opportunity. That's huge gameplay so far. You get the stab onto TJB. You continue to assault now onto Rook as well. Twisted Minds lurking in as the third party waiting in the wings as well. Meanwhile, CAG suffering heavy losses as they get dove onto. That's just the duo left for our number 2 squad.
Yeah, Moneymaker's been able to extract a couple of points from that engagement. That's very nice for them. Madballs up to 3 elims. I think they stole a lot from this one. IWNRX also were able to get a cheeky point. Feels like Rook Esports just torn apart between several of the pack animals in this lobby. Down just 2 players now. Brute Force still with 4. Up towards Cow. This is a pretty typical position for them. And I think they have won a lot of games from up in that side of the map. They're even taking control of Mong Knight. Nice position to play in. I think the worrisome thing that happens for Brute Force is sometimes they leave Cow when really they should have just stayed there. I can kind of respect it a lot of times because they want to get more control of the lobby, but with the amount of teams that will just make that switch back over from the northwest side, you kind of can't go for something like that. This is a nice spray down. Got 2 of them immediately picked up by the team surrounding.
That was where they thought maybe they had a bit of an edge to the fight. That initial engagement between Rook and TJB. It's all gone wrong. Yeah, we saw how that one panned out. Not pretty. It's like a souffle, but there's a loud noise going off and it's just gone...
Deflated. I imagine that's how Rook feels right now. Nice rotate actually from Team Spirit, I like that. Sending up towards the northwest side and Tapmock, which is nice to see. I think that for Team Spirit, a lot of their problems in the past when Kitsune was playing with Gladiators was just a refusal, really, to actually move out over towards that northeast side nice and early. So this is good. This is really, really good. I'm a big fan.
No, it's nice to see, mate. DRX as well. You'd hope they'd have that form from yesterday, bro. If they can try and keep that going, have some cheeky maneuvers, maybe they can peel ahead. You know, it's not much of a difference, like we were talking about, right? 37 points, mirror matchup for them and Falcons. Only 1 point ahead for the Twisted Minds. They were scrambling everyone, making them look smooth with the plays they were making yesterday. It's all about consistency, though, Blank.
You need to keep putting up those points. I think Kale was saying at the end of the day yesterday, it's sort of an interesting thing to say.
Yeah.
Because it's Kale.
He always comes out with the interesting stuff.
And he's an interesting human.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, he is, really. But he was saying that it's still technically not over for some of these teams down towards the bottom of the lobby. And I would be inclined to agree with them. But it does require you to make that performance happen early in the day.
Yes.
So for any team down towards the bottom side of this lobby, they need to get themselves into a fighting position on this game and also hope some of the teams towards the top don't have themselves a good game either. Here's our shift on the circle over towards that eastern side. If we take a look at what's going on right now, you've got CAG Osaka currently in boot camp trying to hold out some of these teams as Inko tries to flow around that south side. There's definitely an opportunity there for them, but I always find this quite a difficult position on the map to play. But yeah, a lot of these teams on the north have pretty simple rotations to go for.
Balls on the move then. The balls that are on parade, will they be seeing red? Or will they be left down in the dirt? It's D plus Kia. One man lurking behind the geometry. Potentially a bit of room to find some chip damage, but he's going to know they're all there. Doesn't want to overcommit. Of course, you are just a solo. That output, that firepower is more reliant on your timing, and that's a good one to take the first hit. Zerich going to buckle. If he could actually prioritize this somewhat, there could be a few more stabs, but the problem is they've got close grouping. They can go for the pickup onto Zerich when they feel comfortable. Fleek is going to make that move now.
I think for Madballs here, they really just need to keep pushing because 25 points is not actually bad at this stage of the game with 3 elims to start the day off. It's
really quite a good result for the squad. They're going to keep pushing as much as they can. There's shots onto Brute Force from Team Spirit. This is a big actual crash that's come through between both these teams. Now, Brute Force made that rotate on the northeast side, and Team Spirit, they've managed to get themselves sandwiched in between Brute Force and the circle, and that's put them in disarray now. They're all over the shop.
Yeah, this is a little bit of Panic Station's moment. So you lose Prepod, he's down. He was taken out in a bit of a rough spot. Okay, hang on a minute then. I mean, there is room. If you expose yourself on these peaks, Brute Force could still take a couple of pot shots back, and that's one of the reasons why. Seizes the window of opportunity, literally, as he pumps those bullets through. Meanwhile, Mad Bulls, they rotate it off, not wanting to face the squad that roamed in from D+ Kia, but they go running straight into the Moneymakers.
The Moneymakers switching things up. Goodness me, the double nade on it. It's so readable as well on the res, but a wonderful play there. That drops them down to 2 effective players. I think the rest of Brute Force is coming in to finish off Team Spirit and probably finish off their chances in this tournament. Another insane grenade over the top. Just Kitsune and Nomi to back it up in the action.
Ooh, I mean, Nomi does get the first off at least. Big Papa Pump makes an introduction as he'll hit with that one. Be able to commit onto it, so Brute Force now in a similar position. It's all down to the battle of the duos. Little peek on the sideline. Nade through the door as well, trying to keep the pressure on them. Spirit, can you recover from this? They had a bumpy day yesterday, and they're being pelted by gigantic boulders off of the top of the building. Molotov in the hands as well. Isolate their pathway, restrict their peaks. Nearly an airburst that could have been huge.
Yeah, that could have been massive. It was pretty well timed there from Kitsune. Nomi was a pretty massive contender for the overall MVP, to be honest with you. In EMEA, even just early on. He's not a bad player, but it just feels like on this stage, he's not able to perform at his best. And the reads coming through from Brute Force are crazy at the moment. This is feeling more and more like it will be an easy cleanup for Brute Force.
Oh, mate, he's got his finger on the pulse of the game. The Molotov into the damage from the burn, the nade into the backline off the teammate's peak. Nomi pulling out the DBS again. He already hit one clean shot with this bad boy a few moments ago, but now the pressure's really on. You've got to clean up in the 1v2. They're trying to split round the angles, make sure they can isolate where he's peeking from. Nade's going over. They're going to get him trapped in the corner. That should be the knockout punch.
Not sure exactly where he was in that moment, but Neos with that Molotov just makes it easy for himself to line that one up, and that's Team Spirit going down 2 points. Just sloppy plays, man. And it's so frustrating because you know that's not how Team Spirit usually plays. Mad Bulls, on the other hand, going toe-to-toe here with the Moneymakers inside the building, watching the stairs. But really, it's the roof that you got to be aware of. Fleek comes from the side and will flick them off this map.
Oh, that's sick, dude. Fleek busts through the door, waving the 4-4. The Moneymakers, well, they ain't making any money no more. Takes them out, cleans up, gets the meds back in. So Mad Bulls, they've kind of been pushed around a lot so far in this game. It hasn't really been up to them where they've had to go, but they've been fighting tooth for nail. And at the very least, they're surviving these tests.
Yeah, I think for Mad Bulls, it was a very big eye-opener for themselves in that final game during group stage, where it was a case of, we're playing too passive, boys. We're playing way too passive for a team called the Mad Bulls.
You got to get mad.
You got to get mad. I want to see rage in the lobby. I mean, all these players are extremely good and kind of suit more of this aggressive playstyle as well, I would say. I mean, English, crazy fragger. Fleek, awesome off-angler, but an aggressive off-angler. Tulika, we don't talk about Tulika because he goes a little bit too insane sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
But again, you should lean into that playstyle. And for the Mad Bulls, they were sort of making the same mistake that IW and NRX made, which was a case of not playing to their strengths. Some teams in this lobby are incredible at playing edge and just playing this careful, smart game. And D+ Kia springs to mind immediately.
Meanwhile, here we join from the POV of Harame Bro that are bringing that damage down onto the Lions of Inco. They have had a real rough time. Similar scenario for Team Spirit with how their flow of games have gone. And again here, you get isolated, you get fragmented, you're down to just 2 duos, barely trying to patch yourself back up. They pull out the plasters, slap them on, hoping that will block off the bullet marks. See if they can survive through that one. Replay back on your screens here. This was the compound crash that we saw where Moneymakers were overwhelmed by the plays from the Bulls.
Some really good grenades there from English.
opens the door quite literally for Fleek. Head upstairs and make some of that. A lot of action going on right now. I think the notable one is the fact that Falcons is taking some damage right now from Pandem. But they are living it out. Again, not an easy spot for them. They do have the compound, but they are down to 2 angles right now. But they do get the res over towards Nerzet. He's back up at his feet, pat him on the back. He's good to go. Yeah, Pandem is a bit of a threat to them. And there's quite a few teams in this area. You've got TJB down towards that south side. You've got Rook as well. Goodness me.
That's shrapnel everywhere, Blank. That's going to make you feel uncomfortable on the side of Falcons. Action. He has to slow down and instead make a reaction. Op to heal himself up. Some near misses on the nades as well. Now Pandem, their first elimination in this game, came from guarding the edge on the rotate of CAG. They want to get a bit more proactive. Instead, though, it's the response again from Action. He bombards down with a nade. Nerzet, now a casualty to the result of Pandem's plays. It's really starting to break out all over the shop. Action. He's been lucky to keep himself in this one. Backpedals around the corner. Opening the door for the info by the window. He's seen the head. Knows the location of the player pushing up. Trying to play on the off angle. Wants to go for the peek and get a little bit closer into it. Meanwhile, they back off. Panda might have bitten off more than they can chew. Near miss on the shot as well. Slugs flying. They're going to go for the medic maneuver. Icy jumps on his teammate, wants to keep Falcons alive. He's trying to bait him off it. Nade over the top. Oh, the team tag on the nade. It's going to shut things down and almost completely burn the HP of Icy. Panda might still have a chance.
I'm not sure what to say about this. This is a catastrophic mistake coming through from Falcons. They had the easy reset on the 3-man. Action. I don't know, Matt, too much. Just too much action.
Yeah, bring it down. Bring it down. That was far too much action. Oh, that's going to be gut-crunching. A real sour feeling left off the back of that team nade. And TJB, I mean, you're in a similar sort of scenario, just trying to keep yourself topped up so you don't go down to the blue. This could just be a stalemate.
I mean, the disconnect between the team as well. Luckily, he is there. I mean, he's popping off, but he's not playing as a solo within a team right now.
Yeah, the old solo duo.
Yeah, he's on his lonesome now. The teammate will fall out. He'll clean up, though. He will clean up. Cleans up his team and the rest of the squads in the area. But he's got a long way to go. Doubt he's making it anytime soon towards the circle. 6 elims, not terrible. Not the worst thing in the world to happen to you.
And I mean, at least this one's a TJB at the end there. With all the bumps and
smart
ups and downs,
actually,
right?
Yeah.
That kind of works out at least in terms of your direct competitors.
Yeah. So that is actually kind of a fantastic move. It was a good pickup on that, Jackie. Well done.
That's all right, mate.
Yeah.
I told you. We're watching out for you eagle-eyed viewers. Keeping you clued in. With our not quite eagle eyes.
I wouldn't want to have kept you clued in on that. I mean, that is a wrencher, honestly.
Yeah, it's really rough, dude. Especially from like the flow of play where Panama just trying to bait him off the rest and the nade goes in. The sequence of events.
It was the disconnect between the team, wasn't it, really? It was like a case of top, I'm going to res you, and we'll get back up in the side as 3. It's not like he's going to peek us. I've got a grenade!
Action, what you doing?
Stop it! Stop it, Action!
It's
put
too
that
late.
thing away!
I can't put the pin back in.
I fumbled it.
I've lost the pin. Oh, man.
It's in the grass.
Oh, I can't find it. It's like finding the grenade pin in grass. That's literally what you're doing, Action. I've thrown it. It's gone.
It's gone. It's got to go.
It had to go. It was going to blow up. Oh, right. Well then, Twisted Minds up to their old tricks as well. Rattle boy, he loves height.
He does. I like where he's playing right. It's a really smart position as well. And the circle heading up towards that northwest side, we might have the unofficial back-to-back between yesterday's game into this one. The Mad Bulls will need to move themselves out of Camp Bravo, but they are now down to just the 3 players. Besiktas barely making out of that defensive compound themselves. Twisted Minds lighting up the Mad Bulls. The vehicle rinsed to bits.
And their spread's working well. And they don't need to be grouped up together because they can catch more rotates. They can cause issues. The tripwire that knocks over the Mad Bulls and the sheer weight comes tumbling down on top of them.
IWNRX. 4 players alive, Jackie.
Yeah.
It's looking like another. On Sandhawk, Kings of the Jungle. Next Ruya, about to pounce and swipe. The Wildcats at it again.
Uh-oh, they've spotted out Ratterboy. This was his big play, his timing-based maneuver.
Yeah, man, these guys don't have verticaligo. They're not scared of big heights.
They're not bothered at all. There's no digital interference for them.
They know what needs to get done. The question is how many nades do they really have, that they do sort of need to clean out some more teams. This is a very cruel circle, by the way. Heads away from practically everyone. There's that slight ridge side, though, which could be an interesting feature of this map, because it might give D plus Kia and Bro Harame a massive opportunity just to take pot shots over towards this northwest side. And you know what? Max was mentioning this during the pre-show, that D plus Kia have been fairly impressive. Some good rotates, some very stalwart plays, at least over towards Miramar itself. But even so, looking here on Sandhawk, like they're making it into the endgame fairly frequently.
They've not been looking too bad. Ugh, this really is a sad sight for sore eyes, though. CAG Osaka, if they were hoping to really go from leaps and bounds today, it's been an awkward game for them. They've been hemorrhaging players bit by bit, and the last man falls. CAG out of the runnings on this one. Twisted Minds. They were biding their time for this play. That's the peek up from Rattoboy, who strikes down onto IWNRX as Rook are attacking them from the side. He's been playing this for so long, and the long con's actually going to work off. Bit of damage back onto him. Jumps in the vehicle, maybe trying to shape up for a getaway whilst the cavalry's arriving.
Yo, what was that? The full-on bounce on the buggy. Oh, it's clean. No, it's clean as anything. Rattleboy's just off. He's back into position. Good shot from Swain. Not going to live for long, though, as Harame will hit him with a beautiful headshot. But now tough times ahead for Twisted Minds. They've got to move over towards D plus Kia. Osal just went for himself on the loot crate. The circles come to him. This could not be a more perfect opportunity for D plus Kia to take a game here. 8th place right now, 39 points, but not far away from 4th place with 44. However, that is Twisted Minds, and they're just pumping these points time and time again. Another knock comes through.
Okay, here we go then. They might be able to build off the back of this. I mean, Chips, he's trying to get distance. Twisted Minds, when they group back together, they get that brutish strength, the power in numbers, and they're starting to get close. Dive in, bait out shots and information from the vehicles on the maneuver. Use the nades to clear space. Osal, he might have a big gun, but can he have any fun with it? Yeah, he can. First shot comes out, connects onto Rattoboy. He's got to make smart decisions on this. So low, bobbing and weaving, ring around the rosies, but he's going to fall down.
I mean, he did a pretty good job. Honestly, that gun was fresh from the crate. Did his best with it, got a knock, but I think it's just 2 players now for D plus Kia and one down on their knees. And Twisted Minds, it might just be that unofficial back-to-back Jackie, seeing themselves head further up. These guys used to be Death Balls. I don't think a lot of people put a huge amount of stock in this team. There are underdogs over in the PMGO. Yeah, here they are, making numbers, taking names.
Feeling the energy in the STC arena today and looking to deliver on their promise from yesterday, taking that chicken dinner. Will the momentum keep them going? Or will their eyes be bigger than their bellies? Harame, bro, as well. They've been playing a bit of a blinder on this one with some of the fights they've been taking, hitting some corking shots, playing some smart PUBG Mobile. But Rattoboy, he lives up to his name. He gets his belly down in the dirt. He's trying to sliver his way in. The mighty Cobra of Twisted Minds.
Going to chew on some Emmental because he's about to put holes in his opponents. Good shots over towards the start there on Harame. Rattoboy drops back. Hits the first aid kit. He's ready for some more.
Volley out over the side. Chips being pushed upon. That's obscured down. Okay, here's the reply. K, he really wants to bring the pace straight to them. He could clean up so many of the numbers on Twisted Minds just off the back of that play alone. But is he switched on? Has he no allocation of the rest? Uh-oh, reposition back around. Rattoboy gets jumped on by Harame, bro. They hard commit to the fight. The DBS is firing out warning shots, but it's gone.
It's not enough, D plus Kia. For the stint in the plans, the boys over on Twisted Minds. They were brainy, the bodies were brawny, but not quite enough towards the end there. So Rami, bro, will pick up a win here on Sandhawk to kick off our day. So many teams giving it their all in this survival stage. I've never seen a more tight pack towards the top side. No one wants to go home here. Everyone would love a chance at that top 4. I think this is the type of day where it stays close up until the end. With IWNRX sitting comfortably up on their throne at the top, looking over the proceedings.
They built themselves that chariot of points yesterday, and they're hoping to ride it all the way through survival stage. But other teams are looking to slash the tires and make their own place. Harame, bro, we saw him at the start of the day dropping the 2 thumbs up, and you give that one a thumbs up. That's a big chicken dinner to kick things off. That's always a feel-good moment, taking those opening games.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, for IWNRX yesterday, getting a big game on Sandhawk, that was sort of the thing that started off that performance. D plus Kia, I think they underestimated them here. Chips on the follow-up here from K as well. But yeah, I've been very impressed with this team over the past 2 days. They had a good start in their group stage as well, but just fell off after that.
I'm right over the cliff and couldn't find a way to clamber their way back up. Oh, there you go.
It's nice to see him playing super happy about that type of thing, man, 100%.
Man, the human element of it gets me every time, right? It gets you pumped. That's what you want to see, the celebrations, those moments of pure anger as well, when you're so close and it's ripped away. It's cool to see, and there is so much more to have your solo peepers peeled on as we get through today's games. Join us in a few when we're back after the break.
For thousands of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power awakens me. The kingdom will fall once more. The sea will consume all yet again.
We're in the midst of the competition of the survival stage, and we're going to be doing a check-in with the players here in regards to what the takeaways do they have from day one that they will be implementing on day two.
Today we do some mistakes, because of that we lose a lot of points. Tomorrow we will check our mistakes, change them, fix them, and tomorrow we will show our best.
I learned day one is like we were lack of confidence and maybe we need to improve on how we take team fights, and we need to review more about other teams' rotation.
So we will probably play a little bit faster and a little bit with better timings and closing teams around us, and get into a fight better and position ourselves better because we're dying.
Hello guys, Kitsune here. So I think for our team, the biggest lesson we learned today is that we need to play a little bit faster in the zones that are hard for us. So we will readjust our gameplay for tomorrow and hope it will work out for us. But I mean, we've got just so little amount of points, and we will have to do like really insane job tomorrow. Hope guys you will see it and see you in the games.
첫째 날에 미라마에서 페카도 쪽을 털면은 상당히 저희가 힘들게 푼다는 걸 알았고 2일차부터는 페카도 랜마전을 해서 랜드마크를 뺏어낼 예정입니다.
Aslında çok bir şey öğrenmedik yani bugünden. Sadece grup aşamasında kendi oyunumuzu oynamamıştık bazı şanslılıklardan dolayı. Burada da yani aktarabildik yani. İkinci günde aynı şekilde aktaracağız ve en iyi oyunumuzu ortaya koyacağız.
Para amanhã e fazer tudo o contrário que a gente fez hoje, entrar e jogar o jogo, porque hoje a gente não entrou, o resultado foi vergonhoso. Vamos tentar dar o nosso melhor amanhã. Tamo junto, Brasil.
I love the IW NRX interview there of, yeah, we just played bad in group stage. I mean, like, look at them, right? They didn't learn anything today yesterday because they dominated yesterday.
It's all not wrong. Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah.
And they got some extra points here in Sandhawk as well.
They
Yeah,
did.
there's nobody gonna... They're qualified, all right? They're going to main tournament.
Well, you know who's still in the running, who's trying to chase that top four? Harami Bro taking home the chicken dinner. Though I think we kind of agree, they didn't have to work too hard to get it, but they did get it nonetheless with their 17 points. Obviously going to help them quite a bit in the leaderboards, but it's all about Ratto Boy and Twisted Minds.
Well, for Harami Bro, kind of skirting along the high ground alongside what was a very important combat for D+ Kia meant that they weren't going to be impeded in a lot of their approach towards the later circles. D+ did a smart thing in terms of moving beyond that compound, making sure that you don't get locked in there by Harami Bro, but eventually that fight had to ensue, and eventually they were able to win it. So I like the moves actually from both teams, but Harami Bro comes out on top.
I was a little bit surprised that D+ Kia didn't want to engage in a fight with them. When they were just earlier, because they were together for a very long time. I think they were together for like the last 3 circles, if I'm not mistaken. So it was a bit of a surprise to see that. But overall, I mean, we got a chance to see D+ Kia from day 1 of group stages, right? Being able to hold a compound, being able to get those eliminations, being able to get those points that ultimately is trying to get them to the main tournament.
It's one of the best compounds. Like in that circle, as long as you know that you're not going to get locked in by a high ground team, it is one of the best compounds. But once it navigates north, you have to leave. Things become a little bit dicey, and well, we saw how Twisted Minds was playing this out, Jason.
Yeah, you know what? We don't know when Ratto Boy got on top of that rock, but the position was so good for them.
Yeah.
It gave so much information. Go ahead, Carlos. I know what you want to do.
He found some cheat.
I was like, well, what do you want me to do? He like scrambled up there, Ratto Boy, doing what he can. Yeah, there you go. It was cool, though, to see that kind of position. What was awesome about it, and I thought maybe, okay, when is he going to leave? Because I really don't want him to leave too early. You could, even if you sacrifice yourself to blue in that moment, I still think it's probably worth it in a lot of instances to do that, be able to take out the entirety of NRX effectively, and then allow your 3-man to sweep it elsewhere. Because it was such a strong position. It's rare you get to see it used, actually, on Sandhawk, but here we are.
And for Twisted Minds, now another great game here in Sandhawk. They had one good yesterday, now being able to back it up here on another day. And Ratto Boy, 696 damage, but even though it's not a lot of damage, it was what happened due to that damage. They allowed the team to do so much.
Just the information he was able to gather. He kept an eye on IWRNX. He also was able to help eliminate them as well. Really well done by Twisted Minds here. And again, I think, you know, before Survival Stage kicked off, we kind of almost had them written off. But I will say this, because I want to give myself credit. Seeing what they've done in this year has been very impressive for like a new coming team. Seeing them get into PMGO, like passing the prelims, get here into this, as Death. We'll see them qualify for this event, and now putting themselves into, I believe, top 4 as well. This has been an insane run out of this new team this year.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, this is a great start for them to start moving up the ranks here for the day as a whole. Again, consider, well, how do I describe it? The position, the compound and the high ground that they had might have been one of the strongest positions, split positions we've seen all tournament along. And on a Sandhawk, that is interesting. You can't stay up there because eventually if fights go on against teams in the south, foliage coverage of the trees isn't going to help you, and also it did get pushed out of the circle. But yeah, so eventually you have to come off, and it did at a good time.
The big question mark for me for this team is, as I mentioned, yes, they did have a good performance yesterday in Sandhawk, but after that, in the middle, in between all those matches until the last Miramar, we really weren't seeing them much. It was that last Miramar that kind of gave them that big boost to be currently towards the top. For them to be able to follow up the Miramar they had yesterday to end the day here in the first Sandhawk, it was great, but I don't want to see the same performance from yesterday because we know that some of the other teams are going to start getting hot. I mean, Team Falcons, even though they really didn't get that many placement points, which they haven't, they were still able to back it up with those elimination points.
0 placements, 6 elims, even with nading your own teammate. I think that was actually nading top, and they're still able to pull it off, but not enough for them to get into our top 4. You can see Twisted Minds have squeaked through at 53 points now into 3rd place. Kagasaka still holding on to 2nd, but this is where it gets really interesting. Again, the gap, 7 points between 3rd and 5th. Not much farther behind that with 10 points between Falcons and potentially qualifying, and even TJB there. I feel like we're going to go into the last half of the day still unsure of what teams are going to make it through, except IW and RX.
It's so crazy to see Team Falcons being the only team in that first page with less than 10 placement points. It goes to show how much they are currently being able to frag out. But boy, I just want to see them being able to focus a little bit more towards the later stage of the map, because the elims, I feel like they're just going to become easier for them.
There is something, and clearly we don't know exactly what it is, that is not clicking for Falcons at this tournament right now, right? It didn't click in the group stage, and it's ridiculous to say this considering they're in striking spot of 4th, the top 4, but this is a team that we not only expected to click, we expected to challenge for #1 at the end of the main tournament, the championship here for PMWC. Right now, they're looking a far cry away from that. It is a little bit disappointing. They've got to still fix things if they want to try and live up to our expectations.
If I'm one of the teams that are currently towards the bottom of the page, I'm going to start getting a little bit worried. I mean, Inco Gaming, if anybody's scouting them, it's such an easy tell. That team rotates so late and they become pretty much free points. You have players, I think, getting knocked due to the play zone. So if I'm any of those teams that are towards the top, you know what? Just try to get those points.
Try to get those points and try to get yourself the Violet Thunder set here for PMWC. You can pick this one up right now. I know Max Ben was sporting it yesterday while we were playing our matches. And based off the design by Ailu in the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest. And it incorporates aspects of the trophy. You can see the W on the trophy, you got the W on the back. It looks sick. And speaking of Ws, that's all we've got for you here today in the studios. We're going to head into our first air angle of 3 of the day.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Game 2 of the second and last day of Survival Stage is about to dawn on us. But who will bask in its sun and who will be left in the shadow of the other teams, Blank?
Give you a little bit of a cheeky pause there, by the way. You know, we like to keep you hesitating, waiting, ready for the games, because they are going to start popping off towards the end of the day here. Second match on Arangel, opening up our set of 3 with the GT20 Pro.
Get that GT20 Pro. Does anything need to be said? Do we need to say more? It's the GT20 Pro.
You get 3 air angles, and you get 3 phones. Everything that's good comes in 3s.
Yeah.
Okay.
And 20 is probably a multiple of 3. If you're good at math or bad at math, whichever one. You're doing the math.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not. Well, there you go. Like I said, it's not a multiple of 3.
13's quite unlucky. It's
exactly.
Not that number.
That's why it's not 13. That's why it's not 13.
20's where it's at, man. 100%. We're in the 2020s right now, where the greatest of action is popping off here in PUBG Mobile. And we're heading into our first angle of the day, as Jason has stated, because he's a smart man and he can see the screen.
Jason Status, they call him.
He gives us the statuses.
Oh, yeah.
The status update.
He's always there, on time, on schedule, dropping bars about statuses.
Yeah. He's an updater.
He is.
An innovator.
He's never on the down low.
No.
Always keeping it fresh with that funky flow.
Circle on that top side of the map here. Brute Force, again, another good position. So Brute Force has been given a couple of opportunities here, we'll say.
Yeah.
Opportunities on the map.
They've been presented.
Presented to them. And honestly, 4th place, feel like they can bump those numbers up. Right, okay, 52 points. It's not super safe right now. You want an 80, like IWNRX. They've really they're in the mood. As the boys on the desk are saying, for IWNRX, they just played that during group stage, which is fair enough. I mean, you nail it in the finals, in your region, you get the second chance. And this is what it's all about. You know, if you don't have the greatest of starts, at least you can bump things back up again when you get through to the survival stage. Yes, there's going to be less teams, but if you know you're a strong squad and you can just outplay the rest, I think IWNRX, they stick out a little bit in this lobby, I would say.
At this point,
it feels like they don't belong here.
I would argue that they might as well just rebrand to IWNL. I will never lose. Yeah. That's what they do. They never lose right now.
Right now?
From, you know, that one. But we don't talk about that one.
We don't talk about that.
Exactly.
Yeah. They didn't technically lose. They just
didn't
carried
win.
on. Yeah, they didn't win. Yeah.
And that's fine.
That's fine. As long as they don't go out during the survival stage, technically, the acronym still very relevant.
At this point, they've still never lost.
Yeah.
You know?
You are right.
Exactly.
You won the money.
No, it's fine. I know. I'm just, you know, I'm there. I'm dialed in.
Oh, you're trying to be like Jason right now.
No, I know. I'm just trying to copy him.
Trying to copy him.
I know. I'm sorry.
Stop that.
I wish I could be Jason
I
Kaplan.
clocked on a little bit too late.
You've spotted it. I'll take off the
Jason.
Jason suit. I'm sorry. Put it back in the box.
Yeah, let me just reduce my size from 7'2" to a classic.
I'll take my platforms
6 foot.
off. Yeah, back to 6.
Yeah, a lot of teams here already situated themselves on the map. Team Spirit down towards farm. Honestly, it's not a bad... I actually like the split that Team Spirit take. But they are surrounded by a lot of teams who currently are just playing so much better. I mean, Twisted Minds have really turned something on during the survival stage. Ratto Boy making some interesting plays. A lot of that high ground abuse going on from this team. And they seem to be good at it. Seem to be very, very good at it.
It makes sense that Ratto Boy likes the cheese, and it's been paying off. Like, they've been really good at plays.
The best plays.
Yeah.
The best of plays.
They are.
Yeah. It's good to see.
Stilton.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're Stilton on a lot of these other teams in the lobby. And I think that it's fair enough, because when you get to a stage like this where you really have to bring out all the underhanded tactics to get your way through.
Especially if they want to Bree in the top 4.
Yeah, exactly. Right now they are in the top 4.
Any other cheeses?
It looks like they're not falling further B rind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
Look at...
We can workshop it. We'll bring it back later. Everyone will forget. We'll workshop it.
Let's take a look at Paul Allen's cheese.
Oh. Right, we'll put the cheese away. Put that back in the fridge.
Yeah, for now. For now.
Don't want it to get warm.
A little bit dusty. Not nice. We're going to dust off some of these positions on the map, though, real quick, because there is some interesting developments happening. We are having a big glut of teams towards the center of the map here around Rozhok. Mad Bulls, typical position they play in North Rozhok. It's a nice spot. You get some good sightlines over towards the northern side of the map, so you can check out those rotations as they occur on the other side of the river. So I do like this position. I think the unfortunate thing about that spot is you have so many teams around you.
Talking of people surrounding someone, that's unlucky for Morales. Man's out on his lonesome.
Yeah.
This is off the back of obviously just taking a chicken dinner in the last game for Harami, bro. You've run into Spirit, and you've lost the man immediately. He's completely gone.
I think the frustrating thing for me right now is Naomi is such a... All of these players are so good.
Right.
All of these players are individually awesome. And as a team, they were awesome as well. Like, they were very, very team-orientated. There seems to just be some really sloppy plays coming out from this squad. It's frustrating to watch, really. And I think that we do have a lot of Team Spirit fans in the chat, usually for these events. And I apologize to every one of you guys, because I think both me, you, and Jackie all expected more from this squad, and they have not been delivering. As Kitsune said, they would have to have a blinder of a day to even think about getting in. Inco called their gameplay shameful. And I think that shameful maybe is a strong word in this situation. You are playing against some of the best teams in the world. You've got all the way to survival stage. I think that is still pat on the back for yourselves.
Yeah, but you can see obviously how much it means to Inco with them being a little bit critical of themselves and wanting to present more, not only for them but for the fans at home as well. And we know they've got some of the talent there, like we've seen it, right?
It's good caring.
Yeah, exactly. It's not as if they were completely down on themselves. It seemed more like they wanted to light a bit of a fire under the bellies, get themselves back in. It's a fine line sometimes, though, of keeping yourself sort of in that flow state and hyped up versus overcritical.
Rather than just, you know, giving yourself some twists on the wrists when you get home to the hotel. I need to do better. I must play better. No, it's just a case of do some board review, figure it out, talk to your coach, figure out what's gone wrong, come back in. This is the difficulty with survival stage. It's just 2 days, so you don't really have that midway point where you can like look back and have a really good discussion of what's happened. It is just a case of we fix mistakes on day 1, and if it doesn't work in day 2, we're done. Someone coming in the door.
I thought so. I thought someone was coming in. It's just how intense the action is. But
hello.
No, I think we're fine.
Hello.
Safe for now. Well, there is a bit of rumbling going on.
Oh, is there?
We'll let that occur. But yeah, man, it's really interesting. I think, especially as well for me coming into today, it must be hard for some of these teams to sort of prioritize either unpacking the bag and thinking about like how do we reset for day 2 of survival stage, or how do you just keep yourself just drilling on, keep it going, you know, not get over critical of anything and just focus on the individual, that gut feeling. Because sometimes you can plan for something, but the games themselves go a whole different way, and it's just about relying on your mechanics and your decision making in those moments. We've seen some teams are really shining today and yesterday as well with IWNRX with the way they're communicating. Even CAG Osaka, like the way they were calming inside of fights was so clean to watch.
Totally different from the group stage. And I think that if you look back on yesterday, there were some games that really went awry, like in terms of the positions on the map you had to play. A lot of it was pretty unplanned approaches to those games where we haven't seen matches end in those positions before for quite some time. So it's difficult. Circle does move up towards the northern side of the map, towards shooting range. Brute Force about to be getting hit with a brunt of squads who are all moving over towards that north side and have to hold them back at the barricade because this is going to get a little bit tight towards the northern edge inside the forest that surrounds shooting range and this little overlook they're currently playing.
Hello, Rook. They always seem to find themselves in some sort of trouble. And it's Inco that find the bonnet action to shut that man down.
Yeah, Rook's just been moved from place to place and hasn't really found a decent home. But again, I think for Rook, this is an unfortunate rotation. The fact that Inco is still chilling around here, the circle is so far over towards that northwest side. I would imagine this is a planned move, a planned play from Inco, waiting for a team to move through. Moneymakers, IWNRX, tough fight for them, considering this team is on point, on form.
Oh yeah, they are. And they could add even more points to that big old bag of points they've already found. Icy Boss takes a heavy hit and he's down. The rest of the squad, they kind of scurry out of there, looking to get themselves into whatever covers around. It's not much that they can work with. Bit of a rock blocking the bullets. But if they can get the off angle on him, that's an isolated fight. Could be another freebie. Koa and Co backed off massively as well. Cheeky peek up on the top of the rock. Does at least get the initial damage off. Koa's coming for the recovery. Looking to see if he can pick up his boy.
Has to be quick with though. I think he understands this team is just not missing shots. An instant reposition as well from Kane.
Get the high ground. Oh, the timing on it. Just for the peek down.
Bad.
Barrage of bullets starts to connect. The Moneymaker having their cash flow cut off. As damage is done from the elevated peak, they thought they had the getaway, but not today.
Bishke might have to double back here, pick up Koa, but he's got the vehicle, and I think Bishke just has to move on with his life. That was a great reposition by IWNRX, and I think that's the cool thing that we see from this team. As soon as they sense weakness or blood in the water, it's a case of it's all go. You know, the key is turned on the ignition, and they're over. So they finish fights very quickly because they immediately know when the tide's shifted in their favor, and it's a very, very smart thing. It's a difficult thing to do during these fights.
They seize the initiative whenever there is an opportunity that's presented for them. And there's respect in that alone with how they play it. Oh, huge backstab. This is the off angle they were trying to find for so long. Making focus on the majority of the squads. The Frozen can find the backstab. Yeah, dude just splits up, confirms that one. Makes it look easy.
Yeah, it's very nice. And again, just the confidence to be like, I can make a solo play here. I understand that I've got him. The rest of my squad is already locking him in position.
We are going to get our next circle, though. You can see it on the top right of your screen here as we head into our latter portion of the match, northeast shift. And you know what? Brute Force might have a decent spot to play around with this position. Falcons coming in from the northwest, though. We've seen Brute Force and Falcons clash a couple of times.
The Falcons want to get a bit of momentum going, climb up. They need to keep this going over the course of the whole day. Obviously, we still got a fair few games to get through, so don't overlook them. They're in a good spot in terms of the standings. They've had some nice fights. Felt like a lot of teams have wanted to scrap against them, though, of course, trying to deny that growth in points and make it harder. One team that has also been swelling and finally had the bubble burst in the previous fight was Tongjiabao, and they're going to dive in on Brute Force. Bit of a head-to-head clash between these two sides.
And you've got that rotate that come through from Falcons if this fight extends on for quite some time. Right now, Brute Force trying to send some grenades over the top, but decent burst on the nade there over towards Prepod. We'll send him back slightly. So that's one of their frontline members. That was a much-needed tag over towards Flower to keep the team of Tongjiabao at bay because they are gnawing at the bit right now to get over towards Brute Force. They retreat, head into the buildings, and get into cover.
Brute Force looking to keep some distance then. Not be overly exposed on the push that was thrust towards them from Tongjiabao. An abundance of nades thrown out, just trying to create a bit of space. You get the POV of the Mad Bulls as well. How their setup's going. Not in a bad position whatsoever. Meanwhile, this is what Inco are up to. Coming close towards the defiant team of CAG Osaka. That are still in a second place right now. Not that far away from Twisted Minds closing the gap on them potentially. If they keep playing like they have been.
Right now we've got about 8 teams still outside the circle, so although it looks kind of honky-dory for a lot of squads that are inside the circle towards the center, I think the positions are going to start taking up quite quickly in this circle. So a lot of these spots start to get fairly crowded. Elbow to elbow action, Kine move through in the vehicle, take some shots over towards the squads rotating through. Just confidence plays, but Brute Force sensed that. Saw the plays coming through. Good shots, but look at that. Frozen instantly on the swivel. We'll find a player from Brute Force. Neos goes down. You got to remember that Tongjiabao was close by, and they might capitalize on that.
Frozen like an owl with an AR. His head's turning and he's burning with a rifle. Meanwhile, the other animal on IWNRX is Zed Wolf. Hang on a minute. Falcons find another opportunity. You got Icy close by the tree line as well. Getting a bit of a read on this one. This was a three-player fight. 3 squads, rather, that were sort of thrust into a bit of combat between one another. And everyone's trying to see when the opportunity is to go in, steal away those points, see if you can make the most out of what is becoming quite an uncomfortable bit of territory here.
And for IWNRX, they sort of just got that Chad-like swagger into the circle. They're shouldering people out the way. And it's working out for them. Circle does move further over towards that eastern side, giving Inco the opportunity of a lifetime here. Look at this chase down, man. The sprays are so accurate on target. Switch the seats, potentially take some shots back, but Pandem is being run down.
It's the drive-by. And Swain is saying goodbye to the man that is in front of him in the back of the vehicle, drops the first, looks to put pressure on the player that tucks in towards the tree line as well. And they've just bullied them.
These guys are mobile at the moment. Place to place, Moneymakers up against Besiktas. This could be a big name from Bishkay. Out the window it goes! A double knock. He's low, but the other player from Besiktas is not regrouping on that. He has to hit the DPS. We'll find it. And luckily, these players might be able to get back up their feet, but they're surrounded by so many squads in this area. Looks like they are getting flushed out.
Panic stations. The difference a millisecond of reaction time could have made as well on the close quarters engagement with the shotty. But that's all ifs and buts. It's in the past. We'll focus on the present, and that's the amount of damage that's being done onto Harami, bro. Rook. It looked like, again, they were going to have a rough start to a game where they go down early, get fragmented, have to fight on the back foot, but they bide their time, side strike, deals some heavy blows back onto Harami Bro, and it's only one man left. DRX also moving in over the hill. That's Mad Bull spotted. Tulika isolated in the fight. Man couldn't pull off the clutch. They jump straight back in the car and dip out.
At this point in the game, there's so many angles to work off the back of here, Jackie. It's so uncomfortable to play. Mad Bulls can't quite find themselves an area that they can call home for the time being. This is the team that came from North Rozhok, so they haven't had a long way to go whatsoever. In comes Yumbin.
Zerich unloading from a distance. The Mad Bulls, they really have to step up to the plate here. The amount of nades that are barely missing them. Shrapnel, sand, dirt being kicked up in their faces, and they're just looking to defend. Fleek trying to play with the timing on the nade. Swings it wide. Bit of splash damage back onto them, but they're being pelted, aggressed upon by DRX.
Like
if they could clean up here, man, it could be huge.
It's like battleships right now. They're just testing out for the positions on the map. Where can they hit these nades? And it looks like Yumbin's found a location, a mark to work with, and not too much damage is coming back across to DRX. So their battleships are firmly floating in the water, whilst it feels like Mad Bulls slowly start to sink here.
Oh, they could be sinking, but maybe there's a chance for a recovery. The strong sailors of Mad Bulls, can they pick the pace back up, find damage to establish control in this firefight that's been going on here? The battle over the base. Who's going to be lord of the land when it comes to the end of this one? Nice nade. Fleek replying. A three-pointer that gives them confidence back in the fight. He's looking to get the angle on it. Shrouded behind the smoke, though. There's the peek up. Takes a couple of shots. Few bullets whizzing on by.
Blue moving in here. They are firmly in the waters of the storm right now. SOWEST tries to move up, but hunkered and bunkered down. Mad Bulls hold DRX out with just a smoke between them. Manage to keep this one alive for the Mad Bulls. Circle moves north. They've got further to swim here. Difficult position to play. Right now, Inco, like I said, opportunity of a lifetime. A salesman come by the door, gave them this position on the northeast side, and they're going to try and work with it.
It's prime real estate for them. But can they maintain it? Can they hold on to it? Accumulate wealth on their investment? Or will it be the other teams nipping at their heels, starting to snatch that land back off them? IWNRX still with 4 players alive. Fair few squads here taking some hits. CAG Osaka trying to get the res back up so they can stay as a 4-man squad. They'll at least be able to squeak their way through that one with 4 still alive, but it could get uncomfortable the longer it continues. You got the compound set up as well from Brute Force. That's just the trio, but it could still be a very lethal set of teammates there.
You've only lost Neos there, and he got caught off by an unfortunate position. Coming through from the Falcons. Twisted Minds, though, take down Zerich. Nicely done. In comes Brute Force. Looking for some more here. Falcons, though, don't want to let this one go in the favor of the team trying to push in. They've got 2 teams to worry about here, Jackie, and just 1 player to rely on. Icy.
Oh, I see. This is going to be your hardest task yet, and they try to use the elements against him, turn up the heat and make him feel uncomfortable with the Molotov. Throwing in those wide nades, the reposition barely over the top. That one wasn't cooked long enough to blow him out of commission, so they closed the distance on the Falcons and shut them down.
Not even sure. I thought I saw Freezer in the elimination feed there, but IWNRX, what a game this has been from them. So incredibly aggressive, moving from post to post here. Setting up a line of operations. And they've got all the executive decisions going on inside this map. Everyone else just bending to the will of the Wildcats.
Oh, they do not want to stop either. They get that spot down onto Rook. Barely a thin shroud of smoke cast out from Vic to back up his 2 teammates that are further away behind the tree. But they still find opportunities to punish, and you get the backline stab in from Inco. The Lions that have been waiting to pounce, but look what's happening here. That's exactly what's going to occur. Spirit, slide in, try to bring the hammer down. Panicking on contact, Effect gets hit. Nomi replies. You got the distance firefight from Kitsune as well as Inco bail.
Inco crumbled under the weight of Team Spirit there, and they don't lose a player. Nunes might be coming back in for a little bit more as they go for these reses. They have suffered 2 players coming back in for a bit more of a regroup. It does look like with the amount of angles on the side, they're going to have to just dip on out of here. Inco, with that opportunity, snatched away by the thieves from Team Spirit.
They get in, snatch away the elims and make out like bandits. But Inco, they're just thrown into another team. From pillar to post, a rock and a hard place of rifles facing down at them. Tongji Bao finally start to step up to the plate as well, getting one knock across onto IWNRX. They've still got ammo. They've got rough positions to work with. They try and build themselves some geometry with the smokes and block off the line of sight that exposed the Spirit.
Team Spirit crushed in by the circle here. Vitali, last one alive, might go for a backstab with a PPP zone. But honestly, for Team Spirit, a lot of teams towards the top side have already been knocked out. A 20-point game here might set themselves up for something later on. It is a wild chance in hell, but it might be available. D plus Kia, similarly, removing the members from CAG, Osaka.
Another fight that's broken out. Control the compound, relying on one man to make hero plays with the shotty. But there's no chance to deliver that lethal package as he's gone down. The postman removed and the team out of luck.
CEA to the GG for Osaka there, as D plus Kia will take them out of commission. Flower, the rest of Tongji Bao fighting for their lives in 8th place. 4 elims now for Nomi and Team Spirit. Only bringing back some of that caliber we saw from him in the past. Takes down another in Zedwolf, and he's got eyes on.
You don't know me, now you do. Ooh, strikes from the side.
Shots, bro.
Unloads onto them. Pinpoint precision. Team Spirit saying that they wanted to bring themselves back alive today. 5 elims attempting to go toe-to-toe with any team that steps in front of them. Even with the big dogs in the lobby that are racking up points non-stop, they win out versus IWNRX. We thin the herd some more. Our squad's starting to drip down now.
The drip goes through. Teams are going to be lapping up those points at the same time. Tongji Bao retreats. Scared by the onslaught coming through from Team Spirit.
Twisted Minds. They've had a quiet game, but they've still found opportunities for elims. Taking smart fights and keeping their distance. It's D plus Kia that are ahead of them.
I mean, Twisted Minds right now, they're just consistently in this top 5 every single game. Scary prospect for teams trying to move up. 5 eliminations right now, pretty decent. Bounce on the nade, won't go too far. D plus Kia with 4. Some fearsome teams still in this lobby. Twisted Minds, D plus Kia, Tongji Bao. And it feels like yesterday on a repeat with Twisted Minds, TJB, and Team Spirit.
They really stepped up in the latter portions of the first day of survival. And now we're starting to step up the pace. The roam in, the aggressive crash down onto Twisted Minds. D plus Kia, can you make this play count? The first connection comes out from Rattleboy, but there's an instantaneous trade back. They're going to be able to get that one off. There's nades primed over the window. He might just run in, a little bit of splash damage on the side. They're thinking if they want to go for the Resident Woe sale, but the nades make it awkward. They take the peek again. Obscure, prime time nade. Hits that one in, and he's not content with a single pickup. He wants to wipe them away like a spilt drink, and D plus Kia down and out to Twisted Minds.
Tough position, space taken away from them instantly. In comes Tongji Bao trying to capitalize off the back of this one, but Team Spirit got all of the circle on that north side. But they cannot afford to have a low elim game. This has to be a banger of a match for them. Although they might be feeling scared from yesterday after that game where they thought they could win, but they just couldn't go toe-to-toe with Twisted Minds.
Tongji Bao know this. They realize they've only got the 2 elim points to play off in this current matchup, so they got to think more about the longevity, the bigger picture. The devil is always in the details, and that's what they're going to be aiming for. A bit of a lull in the battlefield. What remains of Harami Bro, trapped dead center amongst all of these squads that are playing with passion.
Looking to secure their positions, 3 stories on the go at the same time. Twisted Minds maintaining their position in that top 4 right now. TJB looking to leap up into it. And Team Spirit, they're playing for a hope in hell. This morning, Kitsune was saying, we need something big, and we hope we could show it. And this might just be the beginnings of that greatness, of a comeback. It just seems so unlikely. Kitsune drops wide, spots players rotating in, gets a bit of a tag on, but will back off. What's this? Masters found one from Twisted Mind. An opportunity presents itself.
Oh, saved again by the backline of Obscure. But this is what we were waiting for. TJB sees that opportunity. They see the moment to go in for the side sweep. It fragments the setup from Twisted Minds. Obscure's down all the way towards the backlines. The Spirit, barrage bullets, unleash the hellfire, trapped on the players towards the middle. Some big damage coming through, softening up everyone that's stuck there. There's a reply back onto Tong Jiabao. Good connection on the first, looking for the distance shot as well. Nomi still putting bullets into Twisted Minds.
Effect from the side here, getting a lot done. Both teams absolutely battered and beaten. Can Team Spirit pick up the eliminations they need here, though? This should be a free game.
If they can keep this rolling, keep it ticking on over, Team Spirit could finally get their hands on a chicken dinner and put the bad times behind them.
So important. Guizhou will find himself only from TJB. 2 teams remain, and Team Spirit, they have the lion's share of the circle. They need even more. Naomi, the nades were on point. This is more what we were expecting from this player. One of the best naders in the game. But again, Guizhou, out of nowhere, in the smoke like a phantom, finds the pickup, and there's no answer.
Naomi is no more. Man down for Spirit. Twisted Minds, they know how to play from the back foot, swinging with the full weight on every punch that comes out from Guizhou. He's got so much to do on this one, and you're penned in the middle. 2 lethal squads either side,
Nice.
The nade stripping his HP away.
Second won't do it in effect. He's out of nades, he's out of util. 1 stun grenade in the back pocket, gotta make it work. Playing hidden. Nomi, 5 elims on this match. 4 potential more for them.
Pot shots here and there. Little peaks, no overcommit. Don't give away that edge. Don't make the first mistake. Either squad waiting for the go signal to swoop in and commit off the back of a nice opening engagement, making the most of the limited utility that's left.
GK first, Flower. Nomi on a wide rotate on that northern side. Looks like he might have been spotted though. He curtails back to the rest of his team as we hit a bit of a lull in the moment. The action, Molotovs sent through, preventing Team Spirit from walking too far forward. Kitsune gets hit by that, but a nice nade. He moves forward through the fire. We'll take a tickle from it.
That's the man that could have made issues. Guizhou lurking in the middle. If he got some important shots off, he could have thrown this game in either direction. But now we're just down to the last 2 squads. Tong Jiabao versus Team Spirit. Tong Jiabao looking to guarantee this one and keep on climbing up. For Team Spirit, it could be the start of something new. They'd have to have a hell of a day ahead of them in the last day of survival stage, but it could all start here. A lot to play for in this one. You can see that with how confident they're being in not overextending, playing the long con, smoke walls up, give yourself a shroud. Nomi went for that initial split from the team, trying to play on the off angle. They mirror matched it, both of them recoil. Slight split now.
They don't want to over-egg the pudding on this one because they need this to be sweet, sweet victory. 9 elims feels good, but they need the 12 elims and the win to have a shot. That would be a comfortable position. Stun grenade out. Over towards Flower, being pushed in by the blue. Out comes the shot. There's the first one to TJB.
Spirit opening it up. They get the initial engagement they were waiting for. That first strike. Shut down the Flower. Leave him pushing up daisies. Start to set yourself for the summertime to shine versus Tong Jiabao. But they want you to go down heavy. The punishing plays come out. They start to push the initiative. Bullet after bullet rattling into effect. He's panicking behind the tree. He's trying to make the plays. They close the gap, find the pickup. Tong Jiabao with the win.
An unbelievable play from Tong Jiabao. One knock into another. And Team Spirit do not have the spirit within them to keep them cool, calm, collected towards the end. And it all comes crumbling down again around them. Luckily, they at least secure the elimination. 16 points, but not the game that they were searching for.
Again, Spirit with a meteoric rise in some of these games, but when they reach the final hurdle, they crumble. This time around, it's TJB that are able to upset them even with the initial knock going towards their squad. They still reply with good movement and good target prioritization. That's a hell of a comeback from TJB.
Should not have happened. Should not have been able to happen. Kitsune just makes another grave error towards the end of the game, peeks out too far, and it sets things off because Nomi was on a really nice approach to the side. As soon as Kitsune goes down, all of a sudden that position becomes so much more weak in that situation. So frustrating, I imagine, for Team Spirit there. But again, this is a start. It's not what they needed.
It's something, but it could have been everything for them in terms of the momentum of the day and a potential pathway to climb. Whereas climbing is what TJB have done from securing the chicken dinner on this one.
Direct competitors with Twisted Minds at the moment, man, because I think they've been so close to getting ahead of Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds constantly there every single game. And getting 12 elims on that match for Twisted Minds just pushes them further towards the top right now. And I think that those teams in that top 4 are absolutely differentiating themselves, because although, yes, Team Spirit were able to get quite a few points, they're now firmly in the middle pack, which is like 40 points. And then we're jumping up into the 70s, into the 90s. It's tough. It's very tough now.
Yeah, the buffer that they have built themselves at the top of the food chain is going to be hard to get into. We'll see if maybe miracles can happen here when we get back in after the break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
The second match of the final day of the survival stage is just done and dusted. So let's do a little bit of a recap. Twisted Mind, particularly one of the teams that is the bridesmaids, not the bride just yet. They were so close to the chicken dinner on the first match, but it's instead Harami Bros that were walking away with those elimination points as well as the placement points. For match number 2, Team Spirit is in the same exact spot. They are trying so hard to get that chicken dinner. Unfortunately, it gets yoinked away, and it is TJB Esports that come out on top with their chicken dinner. And those are the winners for our first 2 matches of today.
T!
Yeah.
Oh my god, come on. We practiced this.
No, we didn't.
I say T. Is Max here on the desk again? Like,
yeah. Hold on.
I just like that we both left him hanging. That was amazing. That was really good.
What?
Oh, Max almost came up here, actually. He got up and ready to go. But TJB take the victory again. TJB outside the top 4, trying to get themselves through, trying to lock a position in. But then again, we've seen... Oh, you good?
Yeah.
Twisted Minds.
Channeling my inner Max.
Able to hold on against a push out of D+. We've also had Falcons meet their unfortunate fate.
Bye.
NRX.
Yes.
I swear, they are just looking for limbs, and that is a very scary thing, knowing that they're already qualified, and it allows them to play even more aggressive, that teams have to watch out.
We'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about what happened there towards the end of that match, but that was a big one for me. IWNRX fighting with Team Falcons. We've been kind of alluding it this whole time. You can see Team Falcons is currently here, not in the first page. It's looking so scary for that team. I honestly, if nothing changes within the next 2 matches, I don't see that team making it to the main tournament.
Yeah, especially if you're running into IWNRX, right? It's not even just the fact that they're looking good right now. It's that today there's no pressure on them. They are like a wrecking ball in this lobby, and when they don't even have to think about if they're going to qualify or not, that means that they are taking these fights completely unimpeded by any nerves whatsoever. So great stuff by them to be able to do the way they did. And for Falcons, only 3 points. It's going to start to be not enough.
Speaking of not enough, Brute Force, a team that was in our top 4 at the start of the day, only 2 points. Kagasaka is another team in our top 4, only getting themselves 1 point. And obviously you can have those mulligan matches still today with the buffer they created. But the fact is, a lot of these teams who are originally outside that top 4 are picking up a ton of points today. So if you're Kagasaka or Brute Force, you need to start picking up some team. You need to maybe be IWNX. Can you go for like these other teams for us actually and stop them from catching up to us in top 4? It's getting really risky, really rough right now for all these teams, and you can just feel that pressure mounting.
Yeah, I can feel a bit more aggression in the lobby today and a bit more desperation coming out from some of the fights that we're seeing here, because honestly, as seeing with these teams, I think like Twisted Minds, for example, in a brilliant position to constantly be taking these fights after fights and looking good whilst doing it. They're forcing teams to have to crash onto some of their positions, and they're greeting them in strong fashion. So it's good to see.
I mean, we saw the fight, right, between Twisted Minds and also D+. D+, we've been wondering what this team's going to be able to do whenever they do end up crashing on a team. There was 0 smokes. They did, to be fair with D+, though, they did end up winning the fight against Kagasaka. That was nice to see, but that was in building. Whenever they actually had to push the action, it absolutely backfired. Twisted Minds, with the momentum they're currently able to carry, they're just continuing to perform really well. And I mean, look at those stats right there. 1,800 damage, 12 LMs. That's what you want to see out of Twisted Minds. Eco Gaming, who is Twisted Minds now?
You've given up finally on them.
Yeah, it's... Yeah.
Never knew you were a
It's over. What? Yeah, of course.
You know, at least Max stays true to his pick.
Does he? Max, come over here real quick, Max.
No.
Yes.
He's moving. He's moving.
Max, is Team Falcons going to make it to the main tournament?
I'm actually glad he did that. I don't know if his mic was even turned on.
Yeah.
As he ran away, he did say, yeah, Falcons are going to make it. I'm Max Ben.
He could have mimed his answer.
He said, no, my new team is Tiamba.
Let's take a look at our overalls. Let's get an idea of where the teams currently stand, because we are done with a third of the matches today, which means we only have 4 left to go before we do know the last 4 teams participating in our main event. And IWNRX, I mean, 90 points. We don't even need to talk about them anymore because they're so far ahead of everyone else. But we can see TJB's there. Twisted Minds, 2nd place, man. This team has really shown up, and they're continuing to improve.
They're starting to get to a point now where we, along the lines of IWNRX, we're like, okay, that team's starting to become a little bit safer. for me, Twisted Minds might almost be there. If we get another great performance out of them, maybe in this next team, I think we're going to end up talking about just 3rd and 4th place of all those teams fighting against each other.
Yeah, it is very close. And yeah, for some of these teams, just one good game will leap them up into that top 4. So it's not done for teams like, we're constantly talking doom and gloom about Falcons here. They still have an opportunity if they get a win on the board, especially to actually jump on up. Again, it's just, it's disappointing to see that they're not at #1, if not already in the main tournament.
Team Spirit, 33 points, by the way.
Yep.
I can't. What was the 4th place cutoff? I didn't actually catch
4th
that.
place cutoff.
Currently, it's 57 points.
7?
We feel like it's going to be in the 70s, at least from my point.
It is possible.
Depends, a little higher.
Yep.
It is possible, but they need to have basically a power day like we saw them have to get into the main event. You guys at home who are watching, make sure you guys check out that PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the Esports Mobile Game of the Year. You can take the QR code and scan and get your vote in, but also, what else can they do, Claris, while they're there?
They can head over there and give this man his vote. That's very important.
All right. Well, in the meantime, we're going to head down to the stage with Sandstorm, who does have an interview for us before we get into our 3rd match of the day.
Thanks, Kyle.
STC Arena after we wrapped up our first couple of games, and it's been an incredible performance, and I'm joined by Dadinho from Twisted Minds. So, Dadinho, I have to ask you, how did you guys prepare yourselves, watching the group stage, coming into the survival stage? How was the team's preparation for this tournament?
Okay, me as a coach, I try to anticipate as much as I can everything. So I asked for Twisted Minds. Thanks for this, Twisted Minds. And we came here like two weeks or 3 weeks before the tournament. So the players come to the stage and see how is the feeling and do the preparation and everything. So yeah, it was very important, and that's why we are doing so good now.
I like that. They don't want to be surprised by, how massive the stage is, the incredible audience that we have in the arena, so they try to prepare themselves in every possible way. And tell me, how is the team's confidence after, Game 6 win in day 1 of the survival stage, and then we saw you guys get a top 2, a top 3 previously as well in today's games too. So how's the team feeling after that performance?
Okay, I'm going to use a phrase that my IGL just said after the 6th game. It just said, exactly as you do gaming. I forget the name of the team, I'm sorry. The top 1 from the group stage, Alliance. So he said they get top 6 and the first day after the 6 games, and then at the end they got top 1. So if they can, why we can't?
I like that. If they can do it, we can do it too. It's as simple as that. And when it comes to your team, do you feel like they perform better when they are under pressure?
Yeah, this is one thing that me and our psychologists notice about this team, about our team. This trait from our team, like we used to start very, very slow, like being passive sometimes, and then we go to another extreme that is be so fast, and with the time we just find the base, the equilibrium. So yeah, that's it.
I like that. They found the perfect spot. They're not going too fast. They're not going too slow. They're finding just the right spot. And as we've seen previously in today's games and yesterday, they got a chicken dinner and they got a top 3, a top 2 in day 2 of the survival stage. So maybe they can keep themselves in the top 4 and we'll have Twisted Minds in the main tournament. We'll find out. We still have a couple games left to wrap up day 2. So time to head over to the studio and see what's going to happen with the rest of our games. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. Always nice to see the inner workings of these teams that are playing really good here live at the STC Arena, and to get that check-in with Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds that have been having a blinder of a day so far. And as we reach effectively the halfway point for the last day of survival stage, that big question mark blank. Can they keep it up? Is there any room for other teams to sneak their way in? Will IWNRX continue to just look unbeatable?
And I think that we've been looking a lot of IWNRX, and we had a little discussion, a little bit of a chin wag, let's say, before this game. And it does feel like because they're so secure, they are just going for the teams underneath them, right? The teams that are looking to move into that top 4, they're taking them out. But it's not D plus Kia, Brute Force, or Team Falcons they're worried about. They're worried about Harame, DRX, Besiktas. These are the teams that they're going after, teams that they think are relatively weak right now, that they can easily beat, because they are so far ahead that if they can just secure Twisted Minds, TJB, maybe another team underneath them, which feels a little bit undecided at this point in time, that's fine, because they're going to stay at the top. So if they can enable those teams, this is great. This is good news for them.
Yeah, try and keep that distance between them and everyone else so bolstered off of smart tactical fights.
They're just influencing the top 4 right now.
Yeah.
But it's intelligent because it will sit them at the top, nice and safe, not give anyone an opportunity at a banger day out of nowhere.
No, they're controlling the flow of the games. And it's not only because of the smart decision making and sweet moves they're making, it's also because of those GT20 pros, Blank.
144 Hertz taking us to the next level, to the extreme, because some of these players are having to play at that extreme, like we heard from Didinho. It's important, it's imperative. And for some of these teams, they have found that sweet spot. All right, the money position where you want to be in, where you're playing at the highest caliber, and you just feel in the game. You are in the game. You're totally immersed.
You hit that flow state. You're able to make the right decisions, rely on your gut. The communication's flowing, everything's good. Comms are pumping out, no one's jittery. You've had long enough now to acclimatize to the stage as well. So breezing your way through here, knowing that you're running in the tournament itself is still going. It can do a whole lot for your mental game when the games pick back up, when we know our top 4 that have withstood the test of the survival stage.
All right, now that top 4 basically between TJB, D plus Kia, and Brute Force. Falcons just seem to me be making too many mistakes for a team that is well known as an incredible squad. It just feels like some of these mistakes that they've been making, it just feels weird. It feels very weird to me.
Yeah, there's been some little issues here and there, problems that have been cropping up, and other teams have been taking advantage of that with the fights they've been taking to them. Always feels like there's 2 sides surrounding them in every encounter we switch to when we get the Falcons POV. Never an easy fight.
Moneymakers consistently dropping down the rankings despite what felt like some good rotations yesterday and getting themselves set up, just never hitting those big points. And Team Spirit have actually overlapped them now in terms of points at 33. But again, another good game from Team Spirit is what they're looking for. On Orangle, this is the best place to do it, a fair map to work with. But I'm still looking up towards that top side. D plus Kia, it would be nice to see them in that main tournament, representing Korea over on that side. Brute Force, though, could always just pop off, but it feels like they're being shut out so many times from these teams.
Having some unlucky runnings. Got an X on their back in a few of the fights they go for. Towards the bottom end, it's been very uncomfortable for a few of these squads. Rook feel like they're basically just being passed around as the squad that teams know they can steal some easy elims off early. Always feels like they're down to a duo in the establishing moments. Inco, they were given a couple opportunities to maybe have games, maybe have moments, but they crumble in the moments.
I mean, that last game, even just getting that northeast edge and then being crashed on by Team Spirit, who arguably, you know, sat down there with Inco as the worst performing teams, just to get taken out by that feels really rough. I mean, QXZ's not getting that vehicle back off. It's back there, fully turtled up.
Hasn't got the momentum to roll side to side. Always a sad sight for sore eyes. The vehicle on its back like the mighty Galapagos turtle.
The mighty, but not so mighty when it's rolled over. And my eyes are feeling pretty sore after that one, and only sorer.
You should probably blink.
I do love going from like the loud noises of a roaring engine to sweet cadence on a bicycle.
That's what we've got here at PUBG Mobile. It's Bicycle Cam segment with Pandem. If you enjoy cycling, make sure to get regular scheduled time outside, cycling around, getting that vitamin D, and enjoying the high life of exploring nature in beautiful Erangel.
Make sure you get home as well, safe and sound, just like Pandem here.
Don't forget to padlock your bike somewhere safe.
Don't forget to pick yourself up a Pepsi Max.
Yeah, stay hydrated out there.
Yeah.
Stay hydrated.
Quench your thirst with Pepsi Max.
That was good. We'll see. Maybe we can get you to do an ad read.
I could do.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I'm a big fan of Pepsi Max, to be fair. I've been caning them.
Yeah, there's a Pepsi Max graveyard under the caster deck.
There is, dude. The other day I was like, I think I'd had so many. There was a point where I went back and was like, there's no more Pepsi Maxes. And I only had me to blame.
Yeah, you've taken them all.
I couldn't even blame anyone else. It was my fault.
It's ridiculous, mate. Let's see if this will be a maximum maneuver here, though, from D plus Kia. Taking shots uphill. Harame broke. They could buff that one out. Bit of damage to the actual bodywork of the vehicle. Bit of damage to the actual bodies, but still alive, still kicking.
Yeah, Circle's kind of in a position where it could head down towards Sosnovka, but it's not likely to. So a lot of teams trying to pick up these compounds that sit over towards the cliff face. Potentially even rocking up over towards the rocks. See what it did there? But yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to play some strong positions on this south side of the map, which I like to see. Falcon's already in one of those spots after moving out from Sosnovka on Novorobnoye way. Twisted Minds, yeah, it's been a nice survival stage for them. Consistently making good plays as well. I think that's the main thing to look at. Even that last game where, you know, they were dropped down to one member, he still performed admirably well in those final moments to pick up some more eliminations in what was pretty terrifying position for himself.
Yeah, he was in a horrific spot. Was able to stretch out the game for as long as he could, try to squirrel away elims where possible. Ooh, talking of elims though, Besiktas Black, they're moving uphill. Ooh, hello, quick maneuver there. That was a Texas two-step. He's dodged the bonnet of the car, been able to turn on him. Uh-oh. This is Grand Theft Auto blank, but they're taking the points with it as well. Nade's back onto them. Topstick going to get that one right on target. And he's moving in with a shotty. Wants to see if he can build this back up now.
This is a really big fight as well for D plus Kia. Losing members off the back of this one feels very bad for a team that is on the cusp of making their way into the top 4. Very difficult. I mean, they lose one player. It's not the end of the world, but Osal has been making some pretty clean plays to set up players like K on this squad. And Besiktas will just send away here. Still get some pot shots out the back of the car, though. A little bit of an angry play as they leave.
The gangster move. Take a few shots, hop in the car, wave goodbye.
The literal drive-by. Nice to see.
See if they can post up cool.
CAG Osaka won an elim on the game, but they do lose another player. It feels like a lot of our squads towards the top side of the lobby are suffering quite a bit here, Jackie. Will they suffer much more as we get this next circle shift? And it's a hard one. Over towards the western side. Sets up the moneymakers, potentially. Teams like Tongji Bao, Mad Bulls, Team Spirit, all going to have to face the tide, the wave of players that'll be coming in from that eastern edge. Might want to move further towards that eastern side.
This is where you got to be fast and furious when you arrive. It's going to be no easy control of the map here then with so many squads. Rapidly repositioning. D plus Kia, they're not out of position. They get a clean line of sight from the rotate from Besiktas Black. Put the bullets into the back of the vehicle. Now already, bear in mind, from the fights they've been thrown into this one, you're down to just a duo, so you do not want to have it taken out of your hands here. Ooh, nipping on the tails of Inco as well. They spot them over the ridgeline and realize they need to course correct, find safe ground.
It's a tough maneuver as well for Besiktas to make because the vehicle is smoking. It's close to exploding. So they don't need to get far into this circle, or at least somewhere they can stay consistently for the rest of the game. And they do go boom.
Blown to bits there as they were spotted by Mad Bulls. Seeing red. That was the little sidestep that we saw as well. That was how the initial damage was done onto Besiktas.
Yeah, tough moment there. Luckily able to get Toshpik back up on his feet somehow, some way. Must have left the vehicle, and just as they left it, the explosion went through, but there was no follow-up from Mad Bulls up the hill. Don't want to expose their position too much by taking a fight which might open them up to a third party. Brute Force spotting over towards Inco. But yeah, we are centering up around Pachinki at the moment. There's the field over towards that western side. The chopsticks potentially in play late game. But this still can go all over the shop. Falcons cowering down towards the water side, looking over towards Twisted Minds, who just rocked up in the warehouses. Nice shot from top, though. Headshot from long range in the warehouse.
It's a good opener. Takes the top off. Headshot. Man's been training to be a photographer with that one, as he will get that opening tap onto Twisted Minds. They've got cover, got a bit of distance between them as well. We're going to see if they can recover things. They do get him back up. There was no secondary peek off the back of Falcons, but at least they've assessed the lay of the land and know exactly where Twisted Minds are.
Yeah, the difficulty here for Twisted Minds is the retrieval of the position, really, because at some point they're going to have to leave. They're going to be exposed to the sights from Falcons. Unless it's an incredibly hard shift on the next circle, it's likely that Falcons will be just right on the boundary, which we'll see right now. At the moment, Brute Force taking shots over towards Inko on that northern side. Tongji Bao, Team Spirit, slap bang in a pretty tough spot for themselves, but they are keeping their cool in this location. Laid back, waiting for the action to start. Twisted Minds, they take a knock as they try to make that maneuver outwards. And this is what I'm talking about here. They might be able to get their boy back up. Really depends on how much room these other teams give them.
Everyone's grouping quite close together now with the limited space that's becoming available to set yourself up in CAG Osaka. They were on the move down. DRX off to the distance. Tongji Bao nearby as well. Falcon still firing off the warnings towards Twisted Minds in the meantime. And everyone's scurrying to grab themselves some land, some cover to play with. Now the circle begins to close in.
Again, forcing teams out of position. Pachinki's still in this circle, as is the field that sits over towards its east side. And you've got some of that high ground that currently Moneymakers are split across underneath Pachinki. Other than that, pretty flat ground. You have that dip over towards that eastern side as teams don't really want to head over towards DRX's position all that much. They know that you can be exposed to so many positions in that area. Teams just keeping their cool. Twisted Minds were able to make it out. They know where Falcons are roughly, and this seems like a bit of a bold push to me.
We'll see if it pays off. Already here you take damage. That's not the ideal start to things, as Icy gets shot down by the Mini 14, and a connection will result in them trying to play for the quick pick-me-up. Smoke's going down. That was off this angle here, way back towards the coastal ridge, playing off the top of the rocks for Pandem. Little snaps, little taps with the Mini 14.
Technically a really strong warehouse to play if the circle moves down towards that southern edge. So I think for Falcons, they're going to try and set themselves up for a big chicken on the back of a circle shift. But again, this is feeling like it could go anywhere, and there's a lot of positions inside this circle which can open up for strong finishes. This compound that sits just on the south side of the field that DRX are currently in, over towards this north side of the map, very nice, as is the one that Besiktas has been able to pick up as two though, so very crashable, I would say. D plus Kia looking over towards Rook though.
Nades in to open it up. Close, but not quite on the money yet. Instead, it's Chips that's going to be able to hit heavy with a peek from the sideline and deal damage back onto the Rook. The quick reposition as well. Keep them pinned from pillar to post, so they're trapped down the middle. Split the angles up. The zone ushering them in as well, so you've got to hop in the vehicle. You're taking damage from that right over the rock side. D plus Kia hard commit onto the weakened players, and they're able to deal with it.
Nice plays from D plus Kia. Get themselves a fair few elimination points for them as well. Brute Force out in the wind. We're looking for a bit more, but down to low HP and they'll have to move out. IW and NRX get themselves a very sick position down towards this south side.
Sitting pretty. The compound they've been able to confiscate from the other players. And concessions will need to be made for everyone else. You've got to think about getting a move on here. Bit of a chase going on as well. TJB nipping at the heels of the rotate from CAG Osaka, but that's right on the edge line of that setup for IWNRX. So if they can get their eyes on it, they could potentially steal away some points. That's what Moneymakers are also trying to do. You've got TJB trapped now. They scatter back, tuck in behind the van.
Yeah, for TJB, they know how much these games mean to them. They are so close towards that top four. CAG Osaka, you said they moved in already and they've got themselves a position on the eastern side, but this circle is really unforgiving. A lot of times you're going to see quite a few teams trying to head up and create these car compounds on the base of the hill, just on the roadside. But that's not too possible right now with Moneymakers heading up that high ground. So teams on the outer edge likely going to wait for the next circle to hit and then make a bold move after.
Those bullets over from the Moneymakers do connect onto TJB in the end. Once again, knock a player back down. There's the detonation the Brute Force were gambling on, though. And that's gigantic for them. Brute Force, down on numbers, but playing smart. It's an entire steal away the opportunity. Everyone was grouped up behind the vehicle.
Entire team just goes down off the back of that. That is disgusting. TJB shaking their heads of disappointment in that game. They almost set themselves up for a good one. Up the hill as well, splattered on the front of the vehicle. D plus Kia leave a smear of root behind.
That is a filthy play. Despicable scenes from Brute Force. Living up to their name on that one.
Vehicle uppercut. Kind of disgusting.
Sent him into the air. Arame, bro, though, close towards Spirit. Off the back of the highlights, we'll give you a second to breathe. Focus back into the gameplay that's occurring before us. Spirit looking to defend. They spot him on the angle. Cleave round the corner with the butcher knife for the DBS, but no clean connection yet. Federales given the opportunity, trying to bait him out with the sound cues, making loud footsteps round the corner, see if you can get him off the heel. But he sticks to his guns, holds down the bottom with the SMG. Can Nomi get the connection off? There's the first tag, Molotov through the window, he dives around the corner, but the refrag's good.
Wow, this is a nice play as well. They're able to get all their players back up on their feet. 2 limbs accrued, but again, there's more action over towards that western side, and they're about to get pushed in by the blue itself. So a tough rotate for Team Spirit. Falcons waiting in the wings down towards that south side.
Twisted Mind moving in on IWNRX at Wizard Tower, and he's casting magical spells to make Twisted Minds disappear.
Team Spirit, they lose Kitsune on the cross. Still keeping 3 players though, but Falcons always had a good idea of where they were, and Mad Bulls off in the distance on their north side. A 3v4, not an easy fight versus an aggressive team.
Spirit, limited cover to work with. Belly's down on the ground. Fleeke trying to get a bit of a spot on the ridge here from the vehicle. Ready for a quick getaway if he has to put the pedal to the metal. Naomi peering over the rock, sharing the utility and ammunition that remains below them.
It's a real question mark to be had for Falcons is whether they head back down towards that south side or continue to pressure up towards Team Spirit. There's nades going over the top as Mad Bulls continue to try and jump spot this position. Nades going through now, back and forth, and I think a spot has come through there. I think a vehicle has been located for Team Spirit. They might be able to dip out, but it will have to be one hell of a rotate for them. Get into the circle, there's a shot from top though onto effect, that's from behind, and it looks like the guys from Falcons are looking to just send on in. I think they realize they need to just send away, look for the survival play here at this point in the game. How likely is it to happen though as Naomi barely gets away with his life?
Everyone's getting detonated out of commission as the engine blocks are giving out and the players are crumbling over the heat that rises up from the carcass of the vehicles. Effect finally finished off for good. Naomi trapped, one man versus the world with everyone surrounding him. Falcons and CAG now focus their attention on one another.
CAG, they set up the landmark in front of them, put down the reinforced walls. It's up to Falcons to break through them. Hit them with a strong punch and get into the melee with CAG Osaka. But Mad Bulls are creeping down on that north side, and it's something you've got to worry about. Smart from Naomi. I think he realizes they're in pursuit.
Try to get out of dodge. The rest of the squad's moving up. They know they need to get that right angle to open up the engagement, be able to get that heavy first hit off to then commit with the full squad and overwhelm when you're at the manpower advantage. Potential points here in Naomi as he's scattering back, drops down to the ground. Zerich really commits to the punish, and that's the sideline sweep coming in as they get the tag back onto him, and CAG deal damage to the Mad Bulls.
Naomi tapping big brother CAG Osaka on the shoulder saying, look man, they're hurting me, dude. I need some help, but they will finally go down in 9th place. So not many points accrued from this match for Team Spirit. And they are left down towards the dirt on the bottom side of the lobby as Pandem starts to get ahead. So do Mad Bulls with 4 elims on the game. Only really the top dogs at the moment is Falcons. Now, a lot of people have been waiting for a performance here. And Falcons look a little bit more on point, but that nade is nasty.
Ah, it's a filthy one. Primed and on target. Blows away their opportunity to aggress initially. Now they're starting to hemorrhage players. The nades are ruining them. Falcons, their wings blown off. Their chance to keep pushing on this opening being ripped away. The DBS up close. Silences the driver. Needs to look for the rest of the squad as they just pelt him with nades.
Oh, I see. Once again in this position where it's just him alive, trying to keep his team at bay, but the shots coming through from the sidelines. Nerzed desperately trying to keep the Mad Bulls at bay, taken by the horns here, but it's just not working out. Matten even taking huge amounts of damage as Mad Bulls are capitalizing off the back of this engagement.
Oh, English, he's getting up close. I mean, he's found the opportunity to close the distance, but there's so many targets that he's got to be aware of. He takes the correct play, hits the head back onto another one. Little bit of damage done now as the Falcons start to get absolutely torn to shreds. English still bobbing and weaving. CAG, they might be down to a solo, but they're not out of the fight. Fleeke, however, will be removed by DRX that have now arrived on the scene.
DRX hear all this fight, and they can't let it just happen. They need to get involved. This is a big fight that they're hearing on this side. Oh. Lovely nade will take down Fleeke, leaving Mad Bulls at just the one player now with English. This was the smart move from DRX, and a lot of the aggression that we lacked from this team in the group stage. Sort of just let things happen around them as opposed to having any kind of influence on it. And they've had such a good position for so long, but now it's time to spread that influence on the map.
Can they build from the stepping stone they presented for themselves here? If they could rack up the elims, play for the big picture of the chicken dinner here at the halfway point of the last day of survival stage, DRX could still show that they can go toe-to-toe in the middle of the cell. The nades are what's giving them edge here. English, the last man for the Mad Bulls, might be blown to pieces. He's trapped between both squads. As Nerzed's lurking in the wings, the solo on top of the other solo, waiting to see if he can punish on it. As they push up, he could have a prime time to peek, deal a bit of damage back onto DRX. That's the commit on the engagement. He doesn't want any piece of the pie.
DRX not in a bad spot actually on this game. 46 points. They have a position to climb here on the ladder. The difficulty is whether you're going to get too much further into the game, because IWNRX setting up towards that central position of the map, a team that is fearsome, terrible to come by.
They can really inflict some big blows. And Inco surviving deep into this one. But do they have the overall flow to make maneuvers? That's the location of the last man for Falcon, spotted out. DRX taking down their competitors. As Falcons are finally removed, you can restock, reset, and see if you can build from this then. So this is what we're left with. IWNRX, are they going to be in position again to have a power play, steal away another win, further inflate the points they've already racked up here in the survival stage?
If they win this game, they're done. They've basically got themselves safe into that top 4, and they will be going through to the main tournament without a doubt at this point in time. I mean, it was already shaky, to be honest with you, whether they would even go out. But I think after this game, we can pretty safely say that there's no way they're going to be dropping out from the top 4 at this point. But for Inco, this game, again, is much akin to what we saw from Team Spirit on that last match. It's such an important game to set themselves up the last 3 matches of the day, where they would have to have banger games back to back to back. But with 2 elims, it's really not going that well so far. A nasty bounce on the tree. The geometry works in their favor.
Oh, that's huge for them. Get those elims build closer to potentially getting the chicken dinner and having points to play with. Inco looking switched on right now. They've got a good assess on where everyone is, where they can take shots from, trying to push further in towards IWNRX after fragmenting the squad and leaving them down to the duo. But they start to suffer knocks back. Sideswipe from DRX. They see that they're going all in, and they want Inco to start to crumble. They attack the Lions, take down one, move up from IWNRX now as well. They're starting to get back over, looking to see if they can save Zedwolf, but he's so far out of position. They've not got the smokes to work with on it, and DRX are taking on both squads at the same time.
I like that from IWNRX, though. They don't invest the smokes that they know they'll need for later on until it's kind of secured. They're going to pick up Zedwolf, but with the way that the boys from Inco bouncing nades off the bark, sweet trigonometry for them. Hyunbin, another nade goes over the top, puts the hurt into IWNRX, and this now looks like a game where Inco just might be able to squeeze some points out of it. They've played so slow, but now they need the chicken dinner on top.
Are they hungry for it? Can the lion's claws come out? The caged animal show how powerful it can be when it feels threatened in a game like this. DRX, 4 players alive. They've got the battle of attrition on their side. They found opportunities to take smart fights, already racking themselves up 7 elims. If they can build off the back of it and take the chicken dinner, they'll be sitting pretty and try and push themselves up towards the latter end of the day. Try and have a pathway to stay alive and withstand the test of the survival stage that so many teams have already crumbled under the pressure of.
And Inco so far, that pressure has been mounting, and like you say, Cage without the key, scrambling around the dark, looking to see where it's been thrown. Hyunbin, more damage through to IWNRX, which is the true villain in this circle right now. Could be the cause of misery for both these teams, where they're sat at the top, grinning down evilly, having the chance to twist fates in this game for Inco and DRX on the sidelines. 7 moves forward in the buggy, identifying positions. We saw much of the same versus their end game versus Mad Bulls. We're able to get a very clear idea of the lay of the land off the back of that scouting. And it was instrumental to their finish.
It worked out to give them the info for the nade into the tree line. It means that DRX have backed off. Now they switch their attention.
Nice.
And that is on point. A big nade. Claps down on IWNRX. Pressure already starting to mount. A bit of panic station scenarios now, and they're going to keep throwing in those nades. They want to hard confirm that one. Get another all-important elim and leave it just on the one man. He scatters. He tries to dip out. DRX from the back, but they can't get the initial tag out. That's going to be snatched again by Inco. All on the head-to-head. 3 versus 4. Is there anything that you can do here, Inco? If you can bring it back, or will it be DRX that make their move up? Start to farm those points and grab that chicken dinner. There's the move in from 7, baiting out the crosshairs. Wants them to take a peek so his teammates can get the shots off. They wait for the move. Nice nade over the top. Nunez eating the majority of the damage, goes for the backup. There's the tag onto it. They first for it as well. Down to 2 now. The Lions crumbling to the might of DRX.
A 2 versus 4, a difficult game. DRX brought the passive nature to this, but it was Inco with the aggression. But they've gone a little bit too hard on this one, and now they have a terrible task on their hands. The question remains, can they get an opener? These nades have been good so far versus IWNRX. There's the first one, a 3v4 now. Immediately hits the second.
They got to pounce off the back of the opening you've given yourselves. So much damage done. They know they're weak. They know they can buckle them. Push up with the shotgun. That's how you make it work. 7 strikes with the DPS. DRX are buckling, and the Lions of Inco are rising onto their hind legs. They need one foul swoop. It could still be a winnable game. They slow down the pace for DRX. They look to recoil and try and reset, seeing if there's an opportunity. The nades that have been so prime go in again, but it's off target.
Last one in the pocket as well. The pin was pulled, but there's no more to work with here. Similarly for DRX, this is going to be a battle of attrition. 7 on the other hand, he's still got ordnance to work with. It goes wide, but he gets a tag. That's a bit of information, Jackie.
This could be a big one as well. Ooh. Slightly shallow. Splash damage done. fragments their HP. Sends them, scatter, that one's good as well. The nades from Inco have been the money for them. That's been the difference. But look at the play. 7 in the buggy. He gives no damns about his own self-preservation. He just wants to kick off the fight and instigate a potential game-winning play. As we see the flick up, that's the damage back. And DRX in the end, barely by their fingertips, clutch on to the chicken dinner.
Unbelievable maneuvers there from Inco. You can see how hungry this team is. They're in the savannah right now. They're dry on food, but they are looking for it wherever they can. You can see the passion is still in this team, but it's DRX to take themselves a decent win. But it's too passive. And this is not what's going to get them to the top 4. I feel like teams underneath them might just be able to overlap them, but it's still a good game for them. And they get ever closer to being in a safe position. But can they keep this up, Jackie? Yesterday, started off strong, dropped off towards the end of the day. It's a difficult one. The next 3 matches are going to be heated.
Is it sustainable? Is it repeatable? Is it something the DRX can do again and again now? Give themselves that chance. Best out. Everyone in the survival stage break the top 4. A long path ahead of them, but a start here, and Inco's recovery in the day, at least showing they can tussle. They can fight. They made that one look ridiculous with some of the plays that were made, showing just how good Grenadiers they have on this team.
Yeah, it was nuts, the amount of good grenades, and the amount of grenades that could have just finished off this map here. And this is a spark in the night for Inco, and one that might just ignite into a bit of a comeback. And we have a lot of teams here down towards the bottom, desperately clawing their way up to the top. Hunger in their eyes. It's me.
It is indeed. Wow, that was an intense one. You could see we were absolutely drawn in, mate. The quality of competition has been ramping up here in the survival stage. And like we said, that was the halfway point. The last 3 games of the day, the sheer level of intensity that's going to have to come out, you won't want to miss it. Grab your seatbelt, click yourselves in, and we'll join you after the break.
They wanna live for.
Well, DRX, they were in top 4 yesterday, and they're getting themselves back up there yet again. They are putting on a show here and proving why they deserve to be in the main event. But you know what? Speaking of events, Maxman, we do have the Ocean Odyssey currently happening within PUBG Mobile right now. And by the powers invested in me, I now pronounce the Trident's arrival. Perfect aim. That's exactly what I was going for. So, Claris, it's just you and me here on the desk. We got rid of Maxman. This is actually what... Oh, okay. They're actually saying all Falcons fans out there summon this Trident.
What the hell, guys?
To destroy Maxman. Oh, you're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
Stay down.
This is awesome. I got to play a couple of games last night with this one. Okay, Max, I kind of need you for this part. You, Seven and I were playing, and we saw some, like, we had some sick thing happen, right? You picked up the Trident because obviously we dominate every time we drop.
Gone. Not for you.
Max.
You'll have to claim it.
You had your chance. Every time we actually dropped where there's Ocean Palace, we get the Trident, and we had a game in field somewhere. I don't remember off the top of my head. And you caught some guy out in the water spout, the tornado. And of course, Maxman has him hovering in the sky, and I'm just sitting there taking him down. It was phenomenal.
The poor guy was just like, oh no, get me out of here.
Oh, I didn't have comms on. I didn't hear him say that, but that does sound like yeah, exactly.
What the hell is going on?
Or the stingrays, right? We're flying around shooting little bubbles at people, picking them up in the air, though.
It's great when you're driving it. It's not fun when you have people driving it against you.
Yeah.
They're really hard to hit, but it's really cool to get from point A to point B super quick.
Oh, yeah. Super fun. You guys should check it out if you haven't already. And maybe tonight, if you play, you'll run into us in a stack.
Be nice.
And you'll get destroyed by,
hey guys, the MVP. Oh no.
Or defeat Maxman, King of the Bins.
Hey, I got 13 elims in that game, by the way, so like, King of the elims too. Sometimes.
Well, hey, that runs.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Nice.
He just doesn't even realize he just made a good leg.
I just did a thing, yeah.
Did a thing, but you also did a thing. DRX getting themselves a chicken dinner. I'm curious to see where it puts them in the overall leaderboards, but we're not going to get to that just yet. But a good finish out of them. And in a Claris, you're talking about position they had at the end, letting Inko fight it out as well, just kind of sitting back, waiting for their moment to shine. Don't get too aggressive. Don't get caught out here and confirm that win.
Yeah, it did feel like DRX knew exactly what they were doing through a lot of this. I mean, splitting off 2-2, having the highest point of the South Pachinki Hill, and even sending the 2-2 up towards the field.
Yeah.
What felt like it was holding out, I think it was Brute Force that was coming in on that angle, and DRX seemed to be just like, okay, well, we know that this 2-2 is going to work. I mean, it has good coverage from each other in terms of positioning.
Yeah. I was still really surprised they were able to regroup without losing a single player from that. Like, able to regroup from a 2-2 into a 4-man split, that was very, very surprising to me. But it worked out great, and then when they can reclaim that high ground spot, because IWNRX is being pincered between Inko and also DRX, play the high ground position, you still have some utility to play around, you're going to get a very, very impressive win here. So good for DRX. I want to see if there's more consistency, right? Not just a really big win and then they fall off. I want to see more after that win.
But this goes to exactly what we talked about in group stage, Claris, that DRX were kind of gifted some of these positions, and yet they still were like, would be overrun. They wouldn't be able to lock down the eliminations they were supposed to be able to get. They wouldn't be able to lock down the position in general. And as we saw yesterday and today, it seems like DRX has been able to fix that. When they have the advantage, they're making sure to win out those situations.
Feels like at these kinds of lobbies, they're keen for a slower play style. And this 2-2 into the kind of eventual controlling of a high ground like that South Pachinki position is a slower play style. They're more than willing to just say, okay, we're happy to take the util battle towards the very end of the game. Inko did actually come very close to being able to actually knock them with some of the util, but it was all for naught.
Nunes in particular, like he had some really good nades, and also running around the buggy the entire time, just trying to get some good positions with 7 and get some info onto DRX. It didn't quite work out, though, as we have a few of the clips here. Talking about utility, Claris, shall we talk about Falcons? What the hell was going on there?
I did wonder who was going to beat me to the punch. Okay.
I have a personal issue. You had an issue with utility. I had the rotation one.
So, so the utility usage... Okay, so when Falcons actually goes out, and obviously we're still focusing on them very much so because they came in as a big favorite for the tournament, so it's understandable. When Falcons went down, even just between 2 players, Nurz and Icy, they had 11 frag grenades. Never mind all the other utility that was across the team. 11 frag grenades, and they were not throwing them over on the east side of this map. It's inexcusable. At this point, it's inexcusable. If you are under threat from being eliminated in the game, I mean, yes, they got 9 points in this game, but they could have a lot more if they'd have been a bit more aggressive with the utility and tried to keep themselves alive during it. I don't know what's going on with the team at this point.
I do think that's the biggest issue with them this game. I had a bigger issue, a bigger issue when it comes to rotations. They were playing the warehouses next to the cliff, which is super strong position.
Yeah.
They enter into the circle, not even quite in the circle. They play outside the circle on the east, and they just let Mad Balls rock up in a way better position that was free out from the get-go in that position. So I don't know, it's weird. It seems like they're not using utility. The rotations are a little bit wacky from time to time. It's off. It is very off.
I mean, I kind of want you, Kalaris, to even be blunt about it, like we were talking about off air.
What did I say beyond that?
I mean, they just don't seem like they're even trying. They don't really seem like they're caring too much. They're not playing like the Falcons that we've seen for the past 3 years, 2-3 years.
Well, I mean, me and Max were musing, right? This is the weakest they have seemed in many years. In terms of, it just doesn't seem like, again, they're using the utility properly. Doesn't seem like they're using the rotations properly. And, I mean, the numbers from this, I mean, yeah, they get 5 elims, yeah, they get 4 placement points, but it's just still not really enough for a team that should be challenging for the championship. We keep stressing this.
They're not making it top 4 with this kind of pacing, for sure.
Not right now.
And like we're saying that this is the worst they've looked, I think this is what they would have potentially looked like when they had that big roster change, right? Adding the Z, adding Icy. This team was doing good after that big roster change, right? And now it's just dwindled away. They're just not performing up to par. So literally, I would love to know what's happening internally, because it must be an absolute fiasco inside there.
What's going on in their minds? Because we've seen them in so many tournaments look so confident, look so strong, so powerful in the team fights, in the rotations, in utility usage, and none of it's clicking.
Yeah, and it's really scary when you have teams waking up like IWNRX. You now have DRX that got himself some good games like this. They are going to fall behind, and it's going to be tough to catch up when you have now 3 matches left.
And the thing is, it's not a significantly weaker lobby than they were just playing in group stage. Well, technically it kind of is, right? Because 12 of the best teams moved up into the main event, and then they're playing against the bottom 12 teams with 4 survival stage teams. They should be playing better than they currently are, but unfortunately it's not to be so for now. But we do actually have, as I walk over and get my daily steps in, a check-in
3 steps
with our new commentators. Yeah, that's actually the most walking I do in the day, is from there to there. We got Hot Jukes and John Allen, the red duo, coming in for the final 3 matches. Gentlemen, it's looking grim for a couple teams out there.
That's right. We wore our red shirts for a reason, buddy, and that's because 3 games left, and we're going to see quite a few guys go home. And it's so surprising to see the squads that we still see at risk here.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, the big story over the last 2 days has been the emergence of IWNRX, or rather, the resurgence, given their performance back in EMEA.
They're looking too good right now. That's for sure. Let's go ahead and take it back to Jason in the Cube to talk some more.
Speaking of looking too good,
the Cube.
The Cube is
very ominous.
Is this a cube? I mean, I feel like if you say we're in a cube, we're kind of like trapped, but we do have the ability to walk out of the cube.
Have you seen the film The Cube?
Yes.
Good film. Anyway,
pretty cool. Cool.
It's very old.
Good chat. Let's take a look at overalls, because this is what it's all about, right? We have 3 matches left to go. IWNRX, yeah, they're through. They've been able to make it. Falcons even getting 4th place in that last match, ended up in 8th place. TJB has fallen out of top 4. DRX has been able to get themselves into top 4 yet again. But this is like stupid. 7 points separates 4th from 8th. Like, DRX are not safe whatsoever. Kagasaka, which we talked about as being, what was it, 90% instead of 99%, they're not looking safe anymore.
Yeah, big drop off for them. D+ Kia happening for them this time around in the survival stage. I feel like it's going to be down to the last game here to see who's going to be outside of IWNRX, of course, who's going to make it in. Twisted Minds are looking good to also make into the top 4, but I think it's like 2 slots remaining now, really, for the main event here.
It's so unreal close. Unreal close between these teams. Again, you know, we're being hypercritical of teams like Falcons because we just expect more of them. But, I mean, even for some of the teams that are just slightly shy of that 4th place spot, right? Like TJB, I feel like they should reasonably, from their PEL performances, be in that top 4, but not currently.
We were talking about it a little bit during this game also, Kalaris, that IWNRX, they don't really care anymore. So, like, that point sponge, they just become an even bigger threat here. And that means the point barrier into the top 4 is going to get lowered and lowered, which makes it even closer to the last game to make it into that top 4 position. So they're a big threat for this lobby there this time around.
Yeah, there's money on the line here in the survival stage, but it's like, it's very small, the separation between 1, 2, 3, all the way down even, I would say, to 16th place. What everybody is fighting for is absolutely just be top 4 here and then get yourself into that main tournament, because obviously the prize pool at that point is ridiculous.
Sizable.
Yeah, and Miramar obviously will change some things around. We do have one more airing gale to go before we get into the Miramars, where we could see D+ come back up, since they're currently sitting in 5th place, but it is becoming very difficult for all these teams. I cannot imagine the pressure they're under. And Maxman, give me a quick hot take here.
Oh, I'm saying Inka's going to win it. 7's not here.
He can do what he wants.
What? Inka's going to do something.
Wait, no, he returned
Actually, they have started speeding up their rotations, so there's a positive change there for Inko. I feel like something's going to happen here.
They heard you say it. They got 3 matches left to do so, but in the meantime, we're going to head down to Jeannie, who has an interview for us.
Hi guys, Jeannie here, joined with Twisted Minds. We just finished 2 of the matches here on the final day of the survival stage. You guys are getting so close to getting that chicken dinner. Throughout the rest of the day, what are you looking to change to be able to get those 10 points for the placements?
Vocês estão chegando muito perto daquele chicken dinner. Através do dia, o que vocês estão pensando em fazer para conseguir isso?
A gente vai manter o mesmo plano, sendo agressivo, se posicionando bem, e é isso. Uma hora vai sair.
We're going to keep doing the same thing. We're going to maintain the plan. We're going to be aggressive. At some point, we're going to get it.
I mean, you guys got it yesterday and you're doing really well when it comes to the placement points as of now. Do you feel any pressure?
Vocês foram muito bem ontem. Quando fala da pontuação de colocação, você sente alguma pressão?
Não, não sinto pressão nenhuma, nem eu, nem meu time. Estamos tranquilos. Estamos só executando nosso plano.
No pressure at all. We're okay, both me and my team, and we're just executing our plan.
All right, cool, calm, and collected. I like that. Thank you so much for the interview, and thank you for the translations. See you guys.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the STC Arena with the halftime show with Barney and Sandstorm. Barnstorm, hey! Well, we are halfway through our second day of the survival stage, and boy, it's been spicy.
It has indeed, because we've opened up with a chicken dinner. I'd say the first one being the most important of the day in order to set your intentions for the rest of the final day of the survival stage, and that being Harami Bro. Next up after that, we had TJB Esports claiming the second, and the third claimed by DRX. However, it's not always about the chicken dinners, is it, Sandstorm? Who's been consistent today?
Twisted Minds, they have had an incredible performance. You know, end of day 1, they were, 14th place, 13th place? They wrapped up game 6 with a winner-winner chicken dinner. Started today, again, building on that momentum. A top 2, a top 3, getting a lot of eliminations. So, and right now, 70+ points, 2nd place. Incredible from the Brazilian side.
Yes, that is true, and it goes without saying that every single player that's here that's competing puts their everything into this esport, much like the documentary piece that we saw earlier with Top from Falcons Esports. Absolutely unbelievable. And if you want to see that entire piece, just head over to PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel to check out the whole video. It truly is amazing. But for now, we've got 3 more maps to go today. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. So we're going to throw over to our casters so that they can go into our final Erangel of the survival stage.
I'm not too sure about Barnstorm. I think we're going to go with Sandy instead. I feel like that's a better amalgamation of the two. We are, of course, the arbiters of the portmanteau here on the caster desk, but we're also going to be the arbiters of getting into this next game. That's right. We're not starting it just yet. Just a few more moments, and we'll be right with you.
Oh, baby. All right, guys. So here we go. The second half of today. We've now reached the final quarter of the survival stage. This is what it's all about.
It's definitely going to start to heat up. And with dual gaming chipsets and the 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Playing path on our screens now for the final Erangel of the survival stages. It is all to play for. We're going from Milk to Power over towards Georgia Pole.
Clean playing path for this one right here. And just to remind folks who could have just possibly tuned in right here, right now, there are only 4 slots available on over to the main stage. A solid prize pool is here in this survival stage, but an even bigger one is coming up the day after tomorrow. So these teams are doing everything they can to get one of those 4 golden tickets to that main stage. And let's be real, John, it's still possible for any team to still make it. It is, right?
Yeah.
And in order for it to happen, and I'm talking about even the 16th place team, you know, Rook, which has currently 29 points. Right now, the cutoff is going to be DRX with 62. That is going to be a 33-point differential, right?
Yeah.
If we're going to see a cross like that happen, we would need to see double-digit elimination chicken dinners for all 3 matches coming up.
Definitely big games necessary, and we've seen Team Spirit, for instance, denied a big enough game.
I can't believe that one.
on their attempts. Oh dear, Pandem might be getting into trouble with the best team in the game right now, IWNRX, and they've managed to get the inside track. The Micro Uzis, the knocks coming through with the knives. IWNRX not out of the woods just yet, and another one is found. They're slicing straight through. Pandem are carving themselves up a turkey.
Slice and dice, baby. Frozen's hiding for everything he's got right now. Are you kidding me? And this is what I kind of talked about yesterday. When you do so well.
He's hiding. Do they know?
Do they even know? I don't think they do.
Ooh, could get dangerous.
He found M16. One good shot will do it right here. Is he going to be able to get that knock? He doesn't. But this is what I was talking about, right? When you do so well, you can do whatever you want in this lobby. You could hot drop certain squads. You could take risks, right? You could, if you don't feel you're fully prepared on certain strategies come finals time, use these next 3 games, right, to utilize it. Because let's be real, you know, IWNRX have already done so well. They're going to the finals, right?
Should
so
be.
At this point, there's pretty much, unless we see something crazy in the next 2 matches, we'd have to see that from multiple squads to see IWNRX get knocked out. But at this point, they have pretty much sealed their ticket, and now there's pretty much only 3 other slots remaining.
And that's what you're talking about, right? Is that differential from 4th to 16th is 33 points. You know what's more than 33 points? 4th place to 1st place right now. That is currently sat at 37 points. That is a big, big jump up that is going to be really difficult for, well, not only that team in 4th place to jump up, but for everybody else around them to also have to jump up on over.
That's correct.
More shots.
Oh, yeah, Frozen just say, you know what, why not? Let me get down from here and do that. And you can do that. You literally can do that when you're on the top of the leaderboard. So yeah, to see NRX go down, we would have to see 4 teams do that. And that's not going to happen, right?
That was, this, by the way, I think is the hot drop that took out Team Spirit.
That's right.
In day 1, right? So IWNRX also finding out that Pandem, so for some reason, just really good at that one building, you know? If you go in that building with Pandem, you're not coming out most likely.
And Pandem really needed those eliminations, right? So Pandem currently in 11th place are going to start off strong here. So if we want to see a team like Pandem, you know, cross into that top 4, again, double-digit elimination chicken dinner right here, right now is needed. And this is what is going to make it so much more difficult as this tournament goes on. There's 2 more matches after this. And once we get to that last match, I'm telling you, teams, we know for a fact they're mathematically not going to make it, right? IWNRX are going to be solid. So there's too many factors there to think you're going to play a regular game of PUBG Mobile towards the end. So if you desperately need those points, I think it's do or die right here, right now, especially in Erangel, right?
And they were certainly able to do it. This is a crazy fight for them to be able to win. Against the weapons as well. Remember that IWNRX actually got inside first, right? They picked up the Micro Uzi. I think they got a pistol or 2. But the knives just came out, and Pandem were like, well, we better do something. And they made it. They took their destiny into their own hands there. I love to see it. They add up 3 points on their tally, which puts them up at now 42, and are 1 step closer towards that bubble.
Oh, they say don't bring a knife to a gunfight, but
don't bring an IWX to a Pandem fight.
That's right. That is right. Take it to the bank right there. So a good position for Team Pandem to be in right now. Now the zone does go on over to the west side of the map. So we have Chopsticks in play, Hospital, North George. Moneymakers are going to get a good circle right here for their final Erangel. And they're all the way down at 14th, so they need every advantage they can get. I'm looking at Team Spirit. Team Spirit is currently near Quarry right now, so they're trying to center up the best they possibly can.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit more central here, just to the south of those Gatka fields, near that Quarry sort of area. We'll be trying to make this one work, but Besiktas are getting taken down, and that point's going to go over to TJB. Just the 1 player goes down, but this is around Everest, right? And on the northern side of this circle, it is, again, a really important position on this side. Looking for this, looking for the match. It will be easier to descend from this position if you can get rid of those players around your area. And that's what they were doing, opening up a point onto Besiktas.
Yeah, you know, I want to see different playstyles right here, John, from pretty much every single one of these teams, because they got to know that if we want to make it on into the finals, we want to stay a little bit longer here in the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, they need to do something special at this point. So I want to see very, very calculated rotations, aggressive play styles, because let's be real, a lot of these teams, they're not going to be able to do it with just placements anymore. Like, they need crazy elimination. So it's about time we see all these teams turn on that full-fledged aggression switch.
Absolutely. And the fact that IWNRX have managed to sponge away so many points does give them that opportunity, because they are sat, you know, clear 20, 29 points ahead of the next closest competitor. They've actually taken quite a lot from the rest of the lobby, which means that it's much more volatile. And that's why we're seeing the fact that Rook Esports could still technically make their way in. So when volatility strikes, that's when eliminations matter more. That's when their import increases exponentially.
Yeah, and let's be real. As far as Rook having a possibility of getting in, it's only for this game, right? If they don't do a double-digit elimination chicken dinner right here, right now, they're done.
Same for Inco, right?
True.
Same for Inco. And to be honest, anyone from Team Spirit down in those 13th through 16th places.
I agree with that.
They just can't do it unless you also have all of the teams around the bubble also going down early, right? Then with 2 matches, I mean, obviously we've seen, I think the highest eliminations we've seen so far was 20. Back in the group stages. So a 30-point game is possible. It's just highly, highly unlikely. It's very rare that it ever happens.
Yeah, and it's really hard to happen, especially when you got your tournament life on the line. So many of these teams, tournament lives on the line. I honestly, I can't wait to see some keys get crushed. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to. I am looking forward to just witnessing that, because that's gonna be crazy. But I know these teams and fans don't want to see their squad go out in that manner right now. So this is the game, folks. If you are cheering on your squad, and I'm gonna say pretty much 9th place on down, they need a big game right here, right now, as it looks like we're gonna head on all the way to the beach here. So a very interesting circle. We've seen this one already. So teams should know what to do when it comes to their rotations.
Brute Force rotating around on the north side of Georgia Pole, potentially coming through behind Besiktas here. If they can cross on this close east bridge on George, but they look like they might be thinking about going further, but no, they're just drawing up short, looking for the scout, making sure that they're not going to be cross-fired across this edge of the bridge.
Yeah, real smart. Just double check every single position. Don't just blind rotate. You know, just scout and move, scout and move. Call that leapfrogging. That's what you got to do here. DRX, we saw them with a good bounce back game in the last one. They're currently sitting on that cutoff, so everybody's going to be staring at them. And that's another factor is, hold on real quick. Tospic, getting blown up. And thirsted.
No, he's just going to go down. Yeah, he was open to the field to the back.
That hurts. That's tough for Besiktas. That's 2 players down in one of the most critical games for you. Honestly, it's already looking like nail in the coffin for them.
It's so difficult. I mean, for each of these teams, there is so much hope, but it's just every time that someone goes down, obviously, except for IWNRX, it's just a massive hit. Because of the short style of this stage of the tournament, 12 matches only, it does get hairy. Nomi potentially going to be given a shave here as well, but the magazine empties and only 1 bullet connects. And Team Spirit will be able to stay as 4 for now. Currently, they're split, I believe, 3-1, with Kitsune all the way further out east on the south edge of this circle.
Yeah, yeah, this is a real common position right here. This Wizard Tower is a very, very strong chokehold. You're going to get vision on pretty much anybody rotating on this side of the map. So they're very happy to just stay in that position for now, but it's going to be really up to Effect to hold down that Wizard Tower in case they get crashed on. But let's see what ends up happening. It looks like Kitsune is going to try to be able to make it to his squad. And at the same time, John, I mean, even Twisted Minds are not safe right now.
No, I mean, there's a lot of open ground around, certainly the northern point of Twisted Minds, a lot of fields there near that sort of swamp town area, just on the south edge of it as well for the rest of them. It's going to be quite an interesting hold on their western side, because a lot of teams on the south are close together, but because where Brute Force sit, it's not unlikely that teams start to skirt around on this western edge and try and push in towards that Gaka Radio area where they're currently looking to hold on the south side.
Yeah, speaking of the south side right now, we're seeing a lot of congestion. Let's see where the zone goes, though, because you can see Team Falcons are looking to possibly get into an engagement here, but the zone goes north, so they either need to fight it out. They are challenging Team Spirit for this Wizard Tower top. Oh, with the double knock, can't get the last player. Effect is going to stay up, and he's going to be going for some thirst here in the next few seconds. Here comes Action, but it's just a little bit too late.
Only one player, though. It's 1 versus 1. If Action can't get in with a good shot, it's going to be all curtains, and there's a third-party potential from Pandem. They could be rolling up as well, and that is going to be Team Spirit surviving, but Pandem are here to play. They've taken down IWNRX with their knives, and the weapons are drawn now as they scythe through Team Spirit and their hopes.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that Team Falcons took that fight. It makes no sense to me. If the zone did shift south, I would have totally understood it. But the fact that it went north, they should have just completely tried to circumvent them and avoid that fight completely. It ends up being a devastating play and decision for both Team Falcons and Team Spirit. Oh, and yeah, like with that game gone, Team Spirit, that's pretty much nail in the coffin right there.
Might be. That is only 38 points now for Team Spirit. Miracles needed on Miramar. And they'll be looking for any help they can get now.
Big miracles.
Their first day let them down severely. And now they are reaping those rewards, as gloomy as they might be. Top of Everest, though, as we turn our attention to the rest of this match. TJB. Kalaris has been rooting for him with their PL results. I think he likes them. I think he looks for them going into the top 4 here. And with their position, it looks likely that they can make that happen.
Yeah, they're right there on the top of Everest. They're going to have sight lines pretty much full 360 here. They just got to watch out for those pushes to see one team just kind of full send it on into them. If they're able to hold them off, they're going to be able to soak up some points big time. But you know, as a matter of fact, John, you and I, we were in the players' lounge here earlier, and we were talking to Sertani, the coach of Vampire Esports, and even he was like, he had Team Spirit to win this one.
Well, I think I did too, to be honest. And I don't know what it is, man. It's so unfortunate to see them. They look like they're in disarray. They're not winning the fights when they really feel like they should be. I feel like they have shown much more mechanical skill in a lot of scenarios, but I think for the most part, it feels like just a lack of comfort here in Riyadh.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happens. Or maybe Team Falcons were looking to get some revenge after those Sandhawk hot drops. Who knows? Who knows? But let's take a look here at Rook. They are currently sitting in last place. They're trying to make a hero underdog story. And in order for that to even be possible, 100% double-digit elimination chicken dinner needed right here, right now. They have Harami Burrow right next to him, and D plus Kia waiting right next to that hill. So it is not looking good for them. The zone does center up here, so not a ridiculously hard push for them to make, but they are going to have to battle.
This is huge for Inco, right? On South George, on those crates, the fact that they catch a part of this circle is massive because they can hold this for quite a while. They're going to get some visitors, but Twisted Minds holding on their west, TJB controlling the entry from the south from the top of Everest. It's going to be a pretty decent chance for Inco to get a good match here. I feel for Team Spirit as well, man. They won this fight. It was the third party, which obviously when everybody's moving around, you know it's going to go through. And it just didn't happen for them. They weren't able to clean it up. A lot of that was because of the damage that Falcons did to them with that double knock. I think it was from top rolling up a little bit earlier on, able to find 2 of the Spirit players where by all rights he should have just been instantly on the floor.
Yeah, that wasn't a misplay by Team Spirit at all. I mean, it's just Team Falcons that just full sent it on them. You know, there's not much you could do in that situation. So just an unfortunate fight for both ends of that spectrum. But there's still a lot of opportunities here. And honestly, that was a great opportunity for Team Panda, right?
Absolutely.
They've gotten a bunch of points already. That's 8 eliminations. We talked about double-digit elimination chicken dinners available. They've already got half of that pretty much already done so far.
Yeah, but the other side of the coin is needed to get that chicken dinner. And
That's
right now,
true.
Pandem are in a pretty sticky spot right now. South side, not even skirting around Everest at this stage. They're going to have to push past Mad Bulls or flow out to that western side across some open fields. It's so hard for them. Rook trying to hold it together as Harami Bro trying to make sure that they come apart at the seams. Does not have the healing, and they are out in the blue. Rook lose a player. They'll get the res and play on as 3 on the east side now, but they're not in the circle.
That could be their chance at the finals, too, to be honest. I mean, they need a massive game right here, right now, and for the next 2 games, if we want to see them even have a shot of making it into the finals. So as 3 players, they're going to have to go crazy here if they want to extend their tournament life.
Teams are going to be worried right now because around the bubble, a lot of the teams still have most of their players. This fight for the top of Everest is pivotal. D plus Kia roll up, take 1, take 2 out of Rook, and they are slowing. Being cut through right now, D plus Kia on the east point of Everest will next have to take care of TJB because TJB are starting to extend their necks. Have a peek over the fence, see what the neighbors are doing.
D plus Kia just crushing dreams right now. That's pretty much said and done for Rook. We're seeing another team go out, and that is Team Pandem gone for. So all those eliminations they got early on wasted away just like that. But they did put something up on the board. They're going to need a miracle as well for the next 2 Miramar matches. Right now, it's TJB. TJB are in a great spot. They're at 6th place. They desperately need these points. They have to defend right here, right now against D plus Kia.
This is a bubble fight. Both of these teams are on this bubble.
That's
around
right.
that 4th position. You could see right now, D plus Kia hold that. DRX, they're not in this fight, but they're also involved in that bubble struggle as D plus Kia continue to push in from the eastern side. Next circle soon to close on them, but with 4 players alive, it looks like they're reluctant to go for the summit. They're not going to put those climbing shoes on, scramble up those rocks towards TJB when they know that nades roll downhill.
Yeah, and that's so smart, too. They don't want to take that fight just a little too early because it risks them getting third party, especially with the zone shift that could be coming any second now. So let's see where that zone decides to go, and it lands perfectly on them. So very big up on both these teams to have that discipline to say, hey, you guys don't even worry about it. And I think that smoke right there could even be a little bit of a white flag to say, hey, you guys stay there, we'll stay right here, and fight each other later on to see who wins this thing.
D plus Kia's position certainly smoked out quite a lot, but that's a nade over the top. Doesn't quite connect with the damage. K's taking damage. I think that might be for an off angle. Could even be coming from Inko.
This is dangerous play.
On the north side, another nade from high ground. Longs gets the knock. That's from the shots as well. And now you can see instantly pin pulled on 2. They want this confirm. Nolbu's there as well. He's going to divert, move away from this, and then he's going to look for the res, but his teammate is just burning away. The Molotov's putting the pressure on, and that is how you put them between a rock and a hard place. D plus Kia being bled dry by TJB.
TJB saying, you know what? Now, especially that we know it's D plus Kia, we have to take them out. They're right above us on the leaderboards. No waving the white flag at all. We got to take them out right here, right now. We need every elimination we could get. So they are starting this off so strong, but they got to work together. They have to commit to this fight very soon, and it's very fortunate. Nobody is headed their way right now.
North side, Twisted Minds moving in towards Crates, actually trying to backfill on Inko. There is a big rotation going on the north edge, and all the while TJB are choking out D plus Kia as they push on in, get the first knock on the opener, and will look to continue that pace. Only 1 player for D plus. And meanwhile, over on the north side, 1 knock over towards Twisted Minds. Inko, still with all 4 players alive, have regrouped now outside of the Crates, and they're fleeing towards the foothills of Everest.
And here comes the Mad Bulls. Now we're starting to see that third party ring out. Let's see what happens. Inko Gaming gonna have to do a defense against Twisted Minds. That'll help buy him some time. But it looks like on the other end of the spectrum, Moneymakers are getting into it with CAG Osaka. Still quite a few big squads in this game.
DRX
need this game so bad. They're in 6th place. They've really tried to make something happen here on the last day. Nades are starting to ring out. They look good. Oh, that was way too close.
It's getting really dicey now for the teams on the west point. DRX, not having taken a knock, gives them a really big advantage here. CAG Osaka are now anchored to their position. They can't really push too far up, and that nade is perfectly placed. Picking up points. Moneymakers take a few. DRX share it with them. 2 eliminations for DRX. They're chasing TJB 7 right now, and they're pushing up from the west. With Moneymakers beneath them in their shadow, they're going to have to worry about the north as well on their ascent.
Oh, devastating loss for CAG Osaka. They were in 3rd place right now, and they're going to get passed up here with how well a lot of these teams are right below them. Brute Force are still in the mix, trying to make something happen at 7th place. Their final player just desperately trying to keep his tournament hopes alive. And nice shots there. That's going to get a knock, but that nade will shut him down. Moneymakers, 14th place. Now starting to make some noise.
Twisted Minds from the crates position. They finally found a player from Inco. They stayed up as 4. They backfilled earlier into the crates position and pushed Inco away. You can see that where they've retreated to now, the foothills of Everest, but 7 is still on an off angle there on the north side. You can see him in the building. They're going to be waiting for the break for Twisted Minds. Try and hold that one off because with the circle, it's shifting to a mountain finish.
Oh, yes, it is. It looks like we're going to finish it up. Oh, north on Everest, but Moneymakers are going to make it difficult on Inco. They wanted to focus 100% on Twisted Minds, but their backs are not safe as Moneymakers need every elimination they can get, and they know it. Let's see how they decide to play it out, because if you're the Moneymakers right now, knowing where you're at, you need to just push everything. Like, literally, you cannot just play this game regular. You need to push everybody and get every elimination in this lobby.
It's going to fade away from you if you don't take the destiny into your own hands. Nades finding their way up towards TJB. There was a knock sent over. They've already lost a player as well, and they're starting to wane now. The Mad Bull's doing work with another nade from Zerich. He finds exactly what he's looking for, a flush and a knock onto another player as well. They're going to be able to find that one. There is no contest, and now one player from TJB remains for that bubble struggle. DRX looking primed to usurp it now if TJB fall in the face of Mad Bulls.
Only yes, busts out the M4, not able to get that knock, and he had a beautiful chance there. He does get one. Mad Bulls playing this a little bit too comfortable here. They got to be careful. Only S is starting to look angry. Oh, but that's Twisted Minds. That's 2 players for Only S. Is he going to be able to wipe Mad Bulls all by himself?
Mad Bull starting to struggle now in the scrap. The nade's high. It's a burst in the air. It tags on a bit of damage to Zerich, and in comes the push. The DBS, both ways. The shells are going to ring out now, and Zerich can't connect, but neither can Only S. Finally, he finds it, and a 1 versus 3 for TJB. Around the bubble, they put 2 digits on the board, and 10 eliminations is the mark to be made. But with only 1 player left standing, DRX now have a chance. They need to take him down now or risk losing that race.
Everybody above TJB, I'm looking at you, Twisted Minds, even IWNRX need to start watching out here if they continue to play like the way they've done in this game. 10 eliminations. What a play from Only S to make it happen for his squad. Let's see how many more points he can get all by himself. He is in a very tricky position. Everest is so scary. There's so many nooks and crannies. You never know where a player's hiding.
You never know what's going to cause you to trip up either, because Bishke just took a fall, took a tumble, and actually knocked himself there. And another knock over towards the Moneymakers. They had 4 players alive. Inco are taking casualties in the meantime. Bishke has got a player repositioning for him, but DRX not going to let TJB go without a fight. 5 teams remaining. Placement points start to rack up fast now. If you can get rid of another team, you'll add that point to your tally as well. DRX right across the ridgeline. Icy, close range, looking to get the fight in. Goes for 1, 2 shots connect, but not the 3rd, and can't get the knock. TJB finally fall.
Oh, TJB done for there. But right now, my eyes are on Moneymakers, because Moneymakers know that they need every elimination in the lobby and have to win this game. So you can see them, they're actually splitting among too many different squads. Icy Boss all up top goes down. That's a critical angle loss for them.
Now they're going to have to play with the 2 they have downhill. DRX with 4. They're looking to get back at TJB. They're not too far behind now with the placement points that they've already earned. It's going to be pretty level, and CRG Osaka might be at risk at this stage. It is really dangerous to be around that bubble, but it's even worse, like you say, for the Moneymakers. Desperation's going to start to set in from the north side with the circle shifting away. D plus Kia as well. 1 player remaining. Spray down, and then they bet they can't get a knock. So 2 players remain for Moneymakers.
9 eliminations so far. I think they did a little bit of a misplay there, just trying to focus on too many squads. Oh, Chips by himself. 1 nade will do it. DRX is very piled up here.
Certainly are. They're getting these reses as well. Moneymakers are going to have to push up the hill. Chips is going to be worried about that. Do you take your attention, turn it towards the Moneymakers downhill or to DRX? I mean, it's a difficult decision to make as the res comes through. DRX just going to bide their time. They're not getting too aggressive with it. They want to play securely.
Yeah, DRX are playing this very safely. They're in a position that they could easily pass up so many teams, so they have no reason to go crazy, unlike, you know, Moneymakers, where we should have seen them just full non-stop push, but they backed off just a little bit, and that was enough to lose a couple critical players. And now they have just 2 players left. They gotta win this one if we want to see them even have a close to a shot of making it to top 4.
So as for DRX, playing a little bit split. I'm wondering about the nades right now. You can see no nades in the backpack right now for this player, but 11 for Koa. Okay, they know what they need to do then. They know that they need to target these players, flush them out with the nades.
I'm going to say it right here. Koa and Biscuit, they have to win this game. If Moneymakers don't win this game right here, right now, I'm going to say it. It's nail in the coffin for them. They're not going to the finals.
How many nails are we putting in coffins on this match? I have no idea.
I brought a red shirt for a reason.
Oh, yeah. It is getting brutal. DRX still just holding. I mean, they've got dead center circle right now. They don't need to push out. It is impetus on the other two teams.
Absolutely. So DRX, they're in the position to win here. They're just going to be sitting up here waiting for everybody else to come to them. And Moneymakers, even Chips from D plus Kia, are going to have to do just that. Let's see how they decide to do it. We're looking at a nice little 3-1 split here. I like this. I like Soez on this really hard off angle. The blue is right to his back, so he knows he doesn't have to turn around at all. That's going to make it very difficult. They know where Moneymakers is at right now. So, yeah, we're going to have to see a crazy shot from these two players here.
Smokes are starting to bloom, and Soez moving back in.
That's a bad smoke.
To the rest of the team, I mean, that removes that off angle that you were talking about. That might allow the Moneymakers in a little bit closer to maybe have a chance here. If Chips pops a nade in at the right time, things can crumble. But still, DRX keeping it under control. I feels like they definitely know what's going on here. 2 nades, and they're looking to start to cook them up now. That's going to go maybe right on target. Just a little bit short, but that's going to flush the Moneymakers players out. They try and flow to the side. Koa, can he get across to the headland? I think there might be just enough cover here. Chips isn't going to peek it, but I don't know if Bishke is going to be as lucky. So it's all up to Koa now.
BSK goes down. Yeah, it's all up to Koa. DRX have this locked down. There's no way they lose this at this point. They're playing it so careful. They have the high ground, and they are not going to make any mistakes. I got a little bit worried when I saw that smoke bloom. I was like, if they're going to smoke themselves out, that could definitely lose them the game real quickly because they won't have any sight lines at all, allow these players to push up on them. But no, they are playing it well here. Now they know where Chips is. Great shots. Chips going to run into the blue zone to deny the point. And honestly, that's the right play.
Yeah, moving out of there. That's going to leave just Koa for Moneymakers. 9 eliminations and a second place is still a good result for them, right? But it's even better for DRX. They've managed to rack up some points and look to book another ticket, probably the second ticket, in towards those finals. But it's still not done for them. There's a lot of teams ready to take that from them in the next 2 matches. They just need to finish this one out. That nade looks good. And over the top they go. DRX able to win out a chicken dinner, and the battle for the bubble rages on.
A massive win for DRX right then and there. Clutching it up, very calculated. That's how they needed to win it. They just need to put up some solid eliminations and win the game. Everybody else in the lobby, we needed to see a crazy game from them. All we needed to do was see a solid one from DRX, and that's exactly what they delivered.
They put that one up there. TJB as well, getting a lot of points from this. And even though DRX now, I believe, should be up in second based on that performance, have to double check on the scores exactly, they're not safe. They're not fully safe just yet. They are no IWNRX at this stage, right? It is still very much all to play for those 3 teams that are going to be joining IWNRX. Obviously, still technically not confirmed, but very, very likely that that's going to be the case. It is so interesting to see it come down to the final 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly have no clue who the other 3 tickets are going to go to. I think IWNRX obviously have it sold at this point. But man, Moneymakers, you can see them trying to make something happen, a little bit of magic going. But I think they stopped that aggression just a little too early on. We needed to see them soak up a lot more points than what they delivered on.
Absolutely, it is unfortunate, and we are going to start to see teams not really having a chance at this stage. Given that the bubble teams performed very well here, that gap is going to start to yawn. It is going to be unbreachable for the next 2 matches. One or 2 times, they are going to have to put another performance up on the board, and you can see that elation that they've been given that opportunity now.
Yeah. Oh, man, that is absolute craziness right there. We see IWNRX with the hot drop. We see so many squads in contention to make it into the top 4, perform so well. 2 more matches left to go, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Okay, fine.
Gotta have some leg movement in it, Claris. This isn't all just bicep movement, okay?
Man.
DRX, man, they're dancing their way here into the main event. Another chicken dinner for them as they do it back-to-back. This team is starting to look unstoppable. And honestly, looking like, I'm gonna draw myself back there. I was gonna say a real contender for the title, but I forget there's another 12 teams who are already qualified. But nonetheless, they are proving they deserve to be in the main event.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say Avenger level threat. Then like, whoa, let's calm. We're not there yet. Okay, let's calm down.
Exactly. No ALT.
Nah, I mean, there's a lot to break down about this game. Me and Kalaris were going back and forth about how you want to play these Everest positions. I think that this could have been a CAG Osaka win, but they were a little bit slow, and DRX are here willing to punish slow plays and get 7 eliminations to boot on that chicken dinner. Man, I would say with 2 chicken dinners in a row here, their spot in top 4 is looking pretty good.
You're thinking Osaka win?
I think it could have been, yeah.
Interesting.
Because TJB were willing to fight teams over to the eastern side. I thought they would try and third party that. They took so long, they made themselves very vulnerable to DRX.
Yeah, so it's hard to get the scouting information from where they were relative to where TJB was pushing on the east side, right? You need to go off faint audio cues. You need to go off the idea that, okay, well, if the circle is encroached down so hard, it's very likely, even without sound cues, that there would be a team, at least one, moving up that east side. I think Mad Bulls really was the wrench in the works here for TJB, who would have had it on lockdown for a long time had it not been Mad Bulls' mad send up the hill. And fair play to them. I think it's absolutely the right play given the kind of severity of their situation.
But only yes.
Sorry, just there, you're being reminded, Falcons 0 points because of the fight they had up against Team Spirit, and then Pandem crashed at the very end. But let's actually draw it back to the end, though. Everest play and this event, Kalaris, I feel like you've been a little bit tilted, but barely, with how teams have been playing Everest and how they haven't been punished, or teams haven't taken advantage of the situation properly.
I mean, at least eventually TJB did get punished, right? But for a long time, nobody was willing to make it happen. Sorry, ridiculous fights going on in this game. But TJB had a lot of room for a lot of time. And when that kind of thing happens, technically speaking, 2 teams can coexist on the top of Everest effectively, as long as you kind of, find one on the west, one on the east. But nobody's willing to take the fights early on. And then Rook and D+ find themselves in a situation where, okay, we're having to try and dash towards the east as quickly as possible, run into each other, Rook's the victim. Yeah. D+ did very well in that fight, actually. But
just do it a little bit earlier, though. Like, that's the thing.
Exactly.
You coexist as 2 teams on the mountain on phase 2. Realistically, go there for phase 2, phase 3. You're going to be good for a majority of that match. But if you send it late game, guess what? You're not the only team that's going to make that decision. You're going to clash, you're going to fight, and chances are the team that's already on the mountain is going to third party and clear off your spot.
Yeah, effectively, to boil it down, you're giving whichever single team is on the top of the mountain a free double-digit game almost every single time. And that is going to be able to, if you keep that in kind of numbers up, you're going to be able to get this top 4, no problem.
We're taking a look here at DRX up against Kagasaka in that last game, and the reason we want to take a look at this is because Kagasaka had every opportunity to basically do what DRX could have or did do if they pushed up the mountain earlier on. They got overwhelmed. DRX just eliminated Kagasaka and then obviously took it into a victory themselves.
The push itself of DRX going on to CAG Osaka was also very funny to me because CAG Osaka had a ton of utility. I think he had like maybe 5-10 nades all together, and they just go down in their little dip, just get naded to hell by DRX because they're just not willing to take the fight. And then DRX, guess what? They clear that space, get extra loot of CAG Osaka. They have all of the tools they need to go uphill, take the fight onto the remaining teams and win the game. So I think CAG Osaka were too complacent this match when they could have actually maybe not get the win, but at least get a solid top 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think DRX is just more... How do you describe it? They're taking the initiative more.
They're more willing,
in being able to take this fight, realizing, okay, well, our only direction is up the hill. What are we going to do? We're going to go up the hill. Great stuff. Whereas Kagasaka, that really was their only direction. And they were like, well, it's going to be difficult. Admittedly, if you really if we really want to get nitpicky here, Kagasaka making the scale up the hill whilst DRX is still below them is a little bit harder because you know that eventually they would have line of sight on you when you want to scale. So it does slow down their eventual scale if they wanted to try for it, but they didn't, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not going to matter anymore because that was our last Erangel here of the survival stage. It comes down to now, as you're seeing, Miramar for our last 2 games to play. You guys watching at home, by the way, if you haven't checked it out, go into the Esports client, make sure you check out PMWC, and make sure you subscribe to be notified when we go live and notified for any information out there. Max might even showed me it a little bit earlier on today saying, hey, we're going live. Also, hold the dance in, don't worry. From now until July 3rd, make sure you follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok and post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance, whether it's in-game or out-of-game. Go! Preferably out-of-game with the hashtag PMWC Victory
I don't know what that was.
That was committed.
That's not going to be eligible.
That's not, that
For a
doesn't work.
chance to
I'm
win
getting
$3,000
banned on
virtual
TikTok
gift
for that,
card.
yeah.
That was good.
That was
So, okay.
I got one vote.
I mean, have you seen Clara's dance?
Do we want to see Clara's dance?
No, we don't, but we want to see Barty, who has an interview with Team Pandem over on the stage. What are you doing?
Arena, where I've got Dubrengi here from Team Pandem. Thank you for joining me in this interview. Very quick fire one. We'll just talk about kind of where you're sitting at the moment, because you're pretty much averaging 5 points per map, which isn't really enough to get you into contention. So what's been holding you back?
Jadi kalian itu kan masih di rata-rata 5 poin setiap map. Nah itu tuh kurang buat kalian kualifikasi. Kira-kira apa sih yang nahan kalian sampai jadi masih belum maksimal banget?
Menurut saya sih lebih kita kurang bisa bermain sabar, atau lebih ke kurang sabar aja di dalam timnya sih.
Yeah, I think we're not patient enough. Yeah, we're just not quite patient as a team, so we don't really get the maximum result.
You just want to run at people, get through them, and reset. Okay, well let's think ahead. Miramar, 2 maps left. You got to go big, or you might be going home. What's the plan?
Ya, jadi ini Miramar. Bisa dibilang kalian udah harus melakukan rencana yang gede, karena kalau kalian nggak dapat poin gede kan bisa dibilang udah tereliminasi. Kira-kira apa rencananya?
Dari kita sih lebih ke usaha maksimal aja di Miramar ini. Apapun hasilnya kami terima. Ini akan usaha maksimal.
We'll just try to give our best, what we can do. We just do our best and let God do the rest. If we're eliminated, we accepted it, but we'll just give our maximum effort.
That rhymed. Do your best and let God do the rest. I like that. Let's leave it at that. Thank you so much, Dubrengi, for joining us here in your post-match interview. 2 Miramars left, and that'll be the end of the survival stage. So let's go back over to the studio.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? 2 more matches left in this survival stage. We're gonna see some keys get crushed, some souls get crushed here, and a whole bunch of folks sad that they're gonna have to go home and wait till the end of the year to get another shot at some cheddar like this.
It is hot here in Riyadh, but there is a chill in the air right now in this arena, because it is going to be icy. I tell you that much, in about 12 of these teams by the end of today. 2 matches stand between them and elimination. Booking your ticket in the top 4 positions not only guarantees you a chunk of the prize pool from the survival stages, but it also guarantees you a minimum of 25k from that final match. And I'll tell you what you could do with that 25k.
What's that?
You could get yourself an Infinix GT20 Pro with dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the PMWC 2024, we are going to be heading into the first of 2 Miramars. That is our terminal destination for the survival stage.
Final 2 matches, folks. Let's see what these teams are made of. I want to see that clutch factor, because if we're going to see 4 teams make it to the finals, there's some monster squads there, okay? I want to see teams give it everything that they have, and there's still plenty of teams that have a chance here, but they got to go crazy here. They don't need just a good match. They need an insane match right here, right now. Let's see if they can do it.
I feel like it is always Miramar, though, where we see those insane matches.
That's true.
Maybe it's because we put it at the end of the days now more frequently, or maybe it's something that just happens in this open terrain. I feel like teams can establish more control, be a little bit more ballsy with those peaks sometimes on this sort of a map. The question is, where does the circle take us? Because it can completely change the dynamics, as it can with every map. I feel like that's kind of
North Circle!
But we're going up north this time around. That puts a lot of treachery around the area between Minas Generalis and San Martin. Junkyard, Hacienda, in that sort of death triangle there. That's always a difficult place to rotate. It looks like IWNRX have already taken a knock there.
Yeah, but this is a beautiful, beautiful zone. So many of these squads would prefer a northern Miramar zone as opposed to the south, because the terrain isn't as treacherous as it is down south. So it's a little bit easier to rotate on, but there's a lot of open areas here. So I think we're going to see some teams try to get on the road a little bit sooner than later and try to secure some of those central positions, because that they need it. They really, really, really do. And honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing a little bit of edge play from certain squads. And honestly, it's going to be a lot of these teams, I would say, man, even Team Falcons on down. Like, they need to start just tearing up teams and soaking up some eliminations if we want to see them in the finals.
Absolutely. It is on everyone, really, to push on up. There is the big drop-off that sits, well, I suppose it's not really a big drop-off anymore, but brute force down to Falcons, that's 62 points down to 55. That 7-point difference is getting more and more ominous, right? Because, you know, oh, it's just 7 points, oh, whatever. It's more than 10% of a team's total score. It's so hard to get 7 points out of a match, unless you're given one of those central positions, unless you're able to fight through pretty crazily. It doesn't happen that often. I mean, you're looking at a pretty unlikely turn of events to be able to not only get those points, but also for the teams ahead of you not to get those points. It is a lot tougher than it looks to mount those tables. And D+ Kia just going to have a long way to go to be able to not only get into the circle, but jump up over TJB. The tiebreaker right now for CAG Osaka, D+ Kia goes the way of CAG Osaka.
Nice.
And it is, it's just so brutal.
It's so close. It's so close. Yeah, to get 7 points is tough. If you look at right now the average, we played 10 games so far. So the only teams that have had 7 eliminations on average every game is TJB on up, right? Plus. So, I mean, it just goes to show you how difficult it is. So in order to get a crazy game and hopefully see a shot at making it in the finals, and I'm looking at, I'm gonna be real, Mad Bulls on up, right? Mad Bulls, Team Falcons, all those 2 squads especially, we need to see a winning game right here, right now from them.
It's, I mean, that basically the entirety of the lobby is under so much pressure at this stage.
I'm going to call it, though, for a lot of these teams.
Oh, you're going to call it?
Yeah, the last game it was possible. The last game it was possible, but after not seeing the performance that I need to see from a lot of these squads, I'm going to call 10th place on down. There's just no chance.
Whoa, okay. That's pretty bold. I mean, kind of fair enough, though. Like, the bubble's already at 71. Jumping up there, it just doesn't happen, does it? It just doesn't.
It was possible. They needed to win every game, though, right? And since they didn't win that last one, it's just, it is what it is at this point. The last game's going to be so chaotic because, you know, you're going to see some teams at the top do some crazy stuff. All these teams at the bottom are going to know that they have absolutely no chance. So some of these guys are really bummed out. They just start pushing some teams kind of, you know, recklessly. And or even sometimes we see some bottom teams go crazy because now there's no more pressure on them. So, yeah, the last game of the day, guys, you definitely want to make sure you're tuned in because it's going to be absolute chaos.
Only 2 more matches, and I feel like it has been a tournament full of unexpected results across the board, not only here in the survivor stage, but also back over in the group stage so far, which to me reads there's going to be an interesting final. So not only is this survival stage going to be great, but yeah, it is going to be riveting stuff in the coming week after we've selected the top 4 teams from this lobby, because we're only taking 4 of them. Key crushing ceremony still there to come as well.
Yeah, these teams need to know what to do here. And one thing I want to see is a mix-up in strategies. Like, I will give teams way more props if they just go nuts right now. Like, even if you see a team like Pandem or Harami Bro just start pushing everybody, and if they say they take out one team and go out on the next, I will be so proud of them, because guess what? They gave it a shot, right? They're not just playing passive, because right now, even if they got a chicken dinner with 2 eliminations, what's the point, right? There's just still not going to be able to make it into the finals. So if they want to have a shot and a miracle run, they need a record game here. And you got to go for it, right? Might as well. What do you have to lose?
I mean, speaking of records, let's remember Alliance's performance back in the group stages. On 12th match, they put up 122 points, right? And that puts it into perspective just how bloody good Alliance were in those group stages. When you look at what IWNRX currently sit on, they're over 20 points behind where they were with 2 matches to play. So IWNRX also, if they want to break that record, they need to start pushing some stuff. Maybe change some stuff up. They can. rest on their laurels somewhat, but oh, what's this? It looks like DRX not only having lost a player, but they've been taken down to a second as well.
No way. This is horrible for DRX, because even though they're in second place, there's still a lot of teams that can catch them. They cannot afford to go out right now. And if you're Besiktas Black, you have to push this. Like, you have no choice.
You might as well. It's going to be the best chance you're going to get. So there goes the pickup into the vehicle, and they fall back through, repositioning the players away. They weren't quite fast enough for Besiktas Black. They are very split right now, but and I don't think that they wanted to go for a two-player push against two. You don't really want to take those 2v2 fights.
No, this is dumb. Like, honestly, you have to. You have no choice. You have 41 points. Just push. Just push. Try to get the eliminations. If you get 4 now, great. Then you could possibly make something happen. You have no time to be playing this. If this was day 1, match 2, then yeah, I wouldn't be talking like this. But this is a different game you're playing now. I don't even know what Besiktas Black is doing. When I see stuff like this, it absolutely infuriates me. I'm counting them out already, just for them just not playing the game that they're supposed to, right?
I mean, they are down in 13th, 41 points. They sit 30 points behind the bubble on TJB right now. They're pretty central in the circle, though. And I feel like, yeah, sure, they probably should have gone for that push and a little bit more aggression, but they just weren't in the position to do so. So it's not really that they didn't go for the push that bothers me. It's that they weren't in a position to go for a push should it present itself. Let's look at this shift, though. This is a hard south shift on the current circle. It's going to push people back down towards San Martin, towards Graveyard on the south edge as well. And again, it's some real trouble.
All right, we're gonna see a little bit of a jump out there. Look at that.
Nice.
Buggy doing a little bit of a carnival ride there. Let's see what happened to Kay. What happened to him here?
No, this is not replay.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, that was looking a little interesting, but we're starting to see some rotates happen here. IWNRX. Oh, he's in trouble.
Doesn't go down, though, and I think that's going to be crucial to establish and keep that angle on the sideline. Swain is there as well, hops into the buggy and gets away. With the heal coming through, it looks like IWNRX are going to be safe for now, but on the east side of the circle, they've got a little bit further to go. We're seeing the M24 being pulled out by Kepa Boss. For Rook, the range, powerful with the 8x on the sniper, but it's not going to be too worrisome for IWNRX. They're just going to keep the sprays going over. Kepa can't even hop into this vehicle. It's slow off the mark, which means you jump into it, you know you're getting sprayed down.
Frozen, you can see him just trying to make something happen, but he did give away his position, so we could see a little bit of a reposition from Rook to try to catch this player out, but we're seeing a lot of 1v1s happen here. Interesting play from Rook. Yeah, Rook, you can just see them. I think they're just kind of having fun with it at this point. A little bit too far down the leaderboards to make anything happen. And that's what I like to see, though, right? I mean, hey, might as well. You know that you're mathematically pretty much impossible to make it to top 4. Just push everything you see.
40 points behind right now, the bubble. Farouk. And I think you're right. Fairly close to impossible. Mad Bulls do take one of them down as well. Not a full flush just yet, but they will be on 3 active. They'll probably try and reposition for this. Pandem also taking shots from money makers. Yeah, it's going to get a little bit more tensive from the north side there. Just watching IWNRX keeping things together on the east, and they've actually managed to find an opening with all 4 of their players alive. On the east side of San Martin, towards Hacienda, TJB looks like they currently hold Hacienda del Patron, and Team Spirit on the south edge, DRX out to the east. On quite a wide split for DRX, actually, it has to be said. Rook, they're still just trying to get away with it.
Yes, they are. So yeah, Rook just running around right now, having their way at it. IWNRX though, ooh, looking to gonna just, you can just tell IWNRX is playing just a little bit loose right now. And you can afford it, right? You can afford it. You're going to the finals. We know it. Everybody knows it. So might as well just kind of have fun with this lobby at this point. But now, these 2 teams, they cannot afford it. And look at that, Moneymakers going up against Team Pandem. Biscuit, and that is it, I believe. Yep, Team Panda out of there.
That is going to be them down 47 points now on the south side of the tables, which is not a favorable position. Generally, I'm defining North as good on the tables.
That's right.
I think that's fair to say. But Team Pandem, 47 points going into the final match. It's all but done for them. Moneymakers, however, with a lifeline. Are they going to be able to keep all of themselves alive? It looks like they will do. Shots over towards Team Spirit from TJB. This is the Hacienda clash. Falcons are just out to the east of this as well. Team Spirit do lose a player fully. That is going to go over towards TJB right on that bubble. 72 now as the lead starts to open.
CAG Osaka. Now this is a team right now we got to keep our eyes on. Brute Force as well. Very, very close. Both teams in contention here. Team Spirit losing that player especially, that is going to be it. Yeah, and D plus Kia, a team that really needs those points, are soaking every single one up that they can. Nomi, just kind of driving away, just trying to have some fun with it at this point. DRX though, DRX, yeah, down to a single player. Let's see what he can do, and that is it. He is done for. So that's a big door open for a lot of teams.
80 points is where DRX will finish now in second place. Twisted Minds, 7 points behind. TJB, 8 points behind. D plus Kia, 9 points behind. You're right. There are a lot of teams that can push up on over, and you can see on the leaderboards right now, they are close to being able to do so. At the moment, TJB with Hacienda control. Where are we looking at Twisted Minds? They're out on the east side, and actually with the most danger afoot, with Mad Bulls close by to them. On the north side with Besiktas over to the west edge. You've also got D plus Kia, who we saw take down Team Spirit, well, the majority of Team Spirit on that south side, playing on us 4 with some decent hopes at jumping on in. So DRX not safe by any stretch of the imagination, despite their blinder of a day.
That's for sure. By the way, I got to give massive congratulations to IWNRX for breaking the 3-digit mark. The only team to do so far. That's going to be 100 points for them with that elimination. And let's see what other teams are going to be able to do here. Twisted Minds are still in the mix. CAG Osaka is still in the mix. You got Harami Bro going up against Inko on the other side of the map. And it looks like we may just have a Hacienda de Patron finish here.
Not like that. Haven't seen one of them in a while, Dukes. But it's right on the edge. We'll have to see if it does go that way. Inko rolling across the open ground. One hop out there to try and take some shots wide. But Harame Bro gonna have some shots connect onto them from Nenebete, from Inko. Inko still rotating on the south edge. You can see D plus Kia looking to pick up more points here. Chase towards that second place. Try and push DRX out with the opening they've been given. 3 teams now clashing on the south side. Harame Bro down to 2 now. Federalis out in the blue. Having to shuffle on forwards. Norbu with the spray towards the player breaking forwards, but not going to connect on this. They might be able to find the res. In the meantime, Inko are healing up ahead of them. Inko have the inside track on this. They're closer to this circle, and it looks like IWNRX, they've sent Frozen down south to see what's going on. He's poking his nose in, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't belong, because he's going to take those points either way.
That's right. He's like, what's going on over here? Oh, some more eliminations. I'll take some of that. D plus Kia, they definitely need them, though. So very heads-up play for them to hear these shots on this side of the map and try to get in the mix. They definitely need to be able to steal some eliminations and finish Inko out sooner rather than later, especially considering that they are not in this next zone.
D plus fighting on 2 fronts now, and it looks like they're doing pretty well with an assist coming through from IWNRX. Frozen able to give them a little bit more oomph here on the off angle, slowing Harame Bro. They cannot be pushed from the east, and this is excellent stuff coming through from D plus Kia to be able to hold this fight down. But they still have a way to go. The blue is starting to push in, and they are making their way, but past some treacherous terrain.
This is a tough decision for D plus Kia. Right now they need to decide, do we just try to make this push, soak up these eliminations, or go into the next zone and try to find a solid position? And honestly, I always err on the side of position because you can always get those eliminations a little bit later on. But it is the second to last match. You don't know what's going to happen. So I am not shocked at all to see D plus Kia hang out here just a little longer as they get one more player. And another major point. Mas trying to haul it on over there. Ooh, the vehicle explodes, and IWNRX steal that point away from the rest of the lobby.
But D plus Kia now 5 eliminations and an avenue has opened. They could start to move past. Inco, they were split 1-1, which is why Nunez didn't go down instantly. They've got Nenobete right in the middle, in the field, playing a resurrection game for Inco to... I mean, there's nothing he can do, to be honest,
That's
at this stage for them. He's just seeing what he can get done. Over the top nades for Brute Force, who have got that outside track, over towards the Moneymakers. Shot and shot back. Over the top, they will try and flow, but Chudo is going to fall down, get flushed as well.
There's a big fight right here. Brute Force need this game. They are right on that cusp. They could definitely make it into the top 4. They cannot afford to go out right now. Moneymakers need a miracle run, so they have everything going for them with 5 eliminations so far. But Brute Force need to stop their momentum some way, somehow. Another big fight, though. Oh, look at this. Mad Bulls in the mix with Besiktas.
Northeast side, Besiktas losing Lewis there on the forward position. No one going down in response just yet. Nades are starting to pour in through the doors, though, and it's going to be difficult to hold it down through the corridor. They're going to move 2 and 2. Kikali can't quite get it, but there it is. Catches the ankle as he tries to flee around the door frame. The 2 Hall players, but the Groves is barking, and it will take one. Look for a second as well, and Besiktas Black trying to slow and stop the Mad Bulls in their ascent.
Twisted
Minds come through the third party, and there's another Groves here to play. The Mad Bulls find more points, but they're only now on 1, and inside the building, it might be difficult, but you step out of there, and Twisted Minds are here. They're part of the party. 2 players to Besiktas running around, trying to hold their invite in their hand, but it is not gonna be so. Mad Bulls hold on with 1, but Twisted Minds want to shut it out.
Obscure gets 1 with that nade, and they need a whole lot more here because we're seeing some great performances from squads right next to them on the leaderboard. D plus Kia with 6 eliminations so far. TJB right behind them with all 4 players up. Twisted Mind need to find a way to get these remaining 2 players of Mad Bulls finished out sooner rather than later. This is not a solid position in the next circle. It could definitely shift away from them, so Twisted Minds need to make a decision. But at the same time, the nerves have to be at an all-time high. They know what's at stake.
IWNRX also could be third party onto this engagement. If Twisted Minds pull the trigger, and you can see they're aware of that, which is why they haven't gone for the full-out fight just yet. There's 2 Mad Bulls on the inside, and they are angry as anything. You do not want to handle them when you've got IWNRX breathing down your neck.
No, you do not. And now we're going to watch D plus Kia on the push, trying to take out some of these stragglers on the bottom of the leaderboards. Desperately getting these points, and they're getting even more points. DRX, you better watch your back, because D plus Kia are showing up at the right time.
They are starting to build pace, but there's Frozen, and again, this guy has been so much trouble for these teams on the south. Against Rook, against Harame Bro, now against D plus Kia. Nobody is getting away for free.
La da da dee dee dee da. That's what he's just kind of singing in his head as he's just, you know, making it happen, just destroying teams' dreams here as IWNRX are just having some fun. And that fun is, unfortunately, just absolute chaos for the rest of this lobby.
Look at where these tables are starting to get eliminated as well. 3rd through 10th, all still alive. People below them, nah, they're done. Rook is as good as out as well. So, well, okay, maybe he's got a little bit more fight in him. Fighting the dog. D plus Kia, though, they're going to be drawn short by it. They're down to 2 players. They've lost 2, and K is pretty low. You can't really go for this fight whilst Frozen's watching out for you. Yankee's in the monster trap.
Oh, man, Frozen's like, yeah, shoot some through the window.
1 down.
Oh, and Team Falcons get 1 of those points. They are still in the mix, but Team Falcons are playing this way too passive. They're so far down on the leaderboards, they need a monster game. They're not out of it just yet, but honestly, if they don't finish strong here, they're done for.
IWNRX, one of 3 teams with 4 players alive now on this eastern side. They have been so controlling on this south. There has been a chokehold on it for the longest time. That Mini 14 is making noise. They're going to crash. I mean, they know there's only 1 here, right? They've got to realize that this is a really easy place to flush out, and they can't make their move forwards, which is what I was going to highlight now, is that they're going to have to get across this road. Team Twisted Minds over on that north side, and the Mad Bulls remnants from the north, going to make that road crossing hard, so if they can have more control over the south, it's going to make this next circle easier.
This is an insane match, folks. Every single one of these teams that are in this lobby desperately need that chicken dinner now. K needs to pull off a miracle because there's so many teams right behind him trying to usurp their spot. Let's see if he can make some magic happen against IWNRX 1v3.
Hopping out. Look at her line up the fight with the SK-12 in the yard. Will get put in the dirt by Swain. Sprayed down, and that's D plus Kia done. They are still in third place, but with Twisted Mind still alive, with TJB still alive, it is going to be hard to hold on to their place. It is getting hotter and hotter by the second. Twisted Minds over on the north side, both teams going to have to leave this compound, Jukes.
Yes, they are, and this is a very unfortunate rotation that they're going to have to make. They're going to have to do it pretty quickly here. They need to make this push. Twisted Minds took a little bit too much time, and since they didn't take that initiative on the Mad Bulls and they hesitated, now they're paying the price for it, and that could be their ticket to the finals because they were in a good position just a little bit earlier ago, but now you got TJB that could pass them up here.
And TJB are a little bit on form today, but they just lost a player. That's going down to everybody's getting shot at by this Mini 14, by IWNRX. This rain of bullets continues, and it is so sweaty coming through from IWNRX. They are forcing other teams to prove themselves now.
Twisted Minds, huge mistake. Now you're gonna have to see a 1v2. Rattle Boy isn't able to get it done. And that opens the door for so many teams remaining. And look at who's left. All squads that could possibly pass them up.
Absolutely, but right now the arbiters of this circle continue to be IWNRX from the east side. They are starting to get pushed further and further towards the edge. There's TJB going down, which is the team chasing Twisted Minds. It's now 75-74 going into that final match for them. But you're right, Brute Force could surpass. You've even got Falcons who definitely could surpass, given the opportunity. If they can jump up, they need another chunk out of this lobby.
They need to shut down IWNRX.
They could do it.
They need to shut down IWNRX, and not because, you know, they have to worry about them on the leaderboards, but because they need all those points. Every single one of these teams, that's Mad Bulls eliminated. Ooh. That one has gotta hurt. Moneymakers trying to make a desperation play, but now you have Top with that mini trying to make it happen for the hometown squad.
Falcons with the support of the crowd on side. And they're going to need it. 4 players alive. They've got this high ground. And finally, IWNRX's position is going to start to show cracks. Moneymakers can exploit it from the north. The Falcons need to exploit it from across the way because the open ground between them is no man's land.
Top with another huge shot. They need this circle to go to them, to be honest, because if it goes away, they're going to be in big trouble. You can see them already in the buggies, expecting to make it rotate. As a matter of fact, they are starting to move. Wolf not able to get it done, and here comes Team Falcons, a huge push for them.
They are going to sandwich IWNRX between themselves and Moneymakers on the north side. They've already found that opening. Kine has gone down as they flow over the south side of this circle. There's the flush. No more knocks to be found. They're trying to push their way up on the eastern flank. And they are slowing themselves just a little bit further. But Swain finds a nade onto the backlines that slows them down. 2 players from IWNRX in to respond. And Top in danger now, but he wants the contact. But not that much contact. Zedwolf taps the skull.
Zedwolf with that mini all the way from the backlines, just crushing the dreams of Team Falcons. They need to win this fight if we want to see them in the finals. What can Icy do? Icy's in a terrible position. That nade, so huge, gets one. They get another. It's just one more player left. It's Zedwolf for IWNRX. Team Falcons clutching it up just at the right time.
Can the Moneymakers chime into this fight as well? If they time this right, they could also sweep this one away from the north side. But the Falcons are being allowed so much leg room here, Jukes, on to be able to get those reses, to get across, and to be able to pull all 4 of their players alive. There's IWNRX going down, and it is the Moneymakers to do so. 8 eliminations found for them now, and the Falcons gonna look to push in because they have to move north.
Team Falcons couldn't have more of a clutch move right here, right now. We're starting to see some old signs of the Falcons of old right here, right now. You can see the smoke start to come up. They're taking a very central position. These hay bales aren't too safe. They're taking it mighty early. Let's see if that is the right decision.
Brute Force taking casualties heavy. No one's focused on them for a little bit, but now those Mini-14s start to blink away. Havlik eating ankles right now for breakfast. Neo's going to be the last to fall, and that nade goes over, goes high, doesn't quite get past the hay bale. That one's a little bit better. No, not close enough. These bounces, difficult to land. They're right in the mix of it, and I think they're protected by the US and the hay bales on all sides.
You're going to have to thread that needle with that nade. But yeah, Brute Force aren't going anywhere. They do put up a solid match here, but it's not going to be enough to put them into 4th place. It's going to come down to the last final match for them. And it's going to have to be the same thing for Team Falcons, most likely. They need every single elimination left in this lobby. 9 is great, but they need even more than that.
Not a week ago, there was not a world where Falcons were not in the finals, Dukes. And now they are fighting tooth and nail for it. Everything on the line for them. A team that everybody lauded as a potential tournament favorite.
That's right.
And this is the sort of performance that we've been missing from them. Their chase is on. The gauntlet is laid.
Let's see what they can do. Still quite a few players still up. They have the position, they have the zone. All they have to do is execute, but they cannot afford to let any one of these players go out to the blue zone. They need every elimination they can get, because I said it once, I'll say it again. The last game of the day, you never know what's going to happen. It's going to be absolute chaos. You cannot depend on a double-digit elimination chicken dinner towards the last game. So if you're Team Falcons, you need every single one of these.
Waiting. Timing. The most important thing now. One misstep and it's done for. Brute Force have the angle. They're taking the fight. Neos chiming in with a potential brutal pickup and a nade over the top. 2 knocks go over to the Falcons and they roll on in. Noah goes down and the Falcons are back. They are into the top 4, but they're not done just yet. With one more match to play, they are making it their mission.
And the crowd goes wild. Are you kidding me? Team Falcons with a massive jump. Could not be more clutch. And look at it. Hands on the head saying, oh, are you kidding me? I can't believe it. I mean, I was almost about to count this squad out, but they clutched it up right there towards the end.
And that's when it counts, right? To be able to hold your nerve in that situation. That flow on the south side across the open ground once they got that knock onto Kine was miraculous. That's what they need. And now they're going to look to spread their wings. There's Top himself. A punishing player for teams that step up to him. They were given a lot of leeway. The Moneymakers did not over-push from that north edge. I think if the timing had been better from the Moneymakers, this would not be the scenes we're seeing.
Well, if Moneymakers had the ability to adapt, then they just proved that they don't, right? I mean, they're just playing a normal game of PUBG Mobile, and when you look at the leaderboards, they needed to change up their strategy, right? They had to just start pushing everybody because, you know, they didn't need just a 10 elimination chicken dinner. They needed a 20, right? So it's unfortunate that, you know, we're not going to see them in the finals. Hopefully they could kind of, you know, practice up for the next big show. But man, Team Falcons might just be in it with just after that game, and I can't believe it.
It is absolutely crazy what we're seeing unfold here. The Falcons looking for a resurgence now into the second day of survival stage. They were able to get a lot of points. That's the nade that did it. From top, able to take 2 down, and Koa didn't stand a chance as soon as 4 Falcons are bearing down upon you. I mean, brilliant nade, brilliant timing. It was also Brute Force getting in there late. You can see that's what they're so relieved about. Unleashing, moving out to that east side was a difficult rotation to make. And I will say it again, I think that was exactly the sort of play that you need to make. And I think it was the best rotation in that game.
Yeah, it was so clutch. That one rotation against IWNRX and being able to finish them off. And that was a close fight, folks.
So
but you can see them right there towards the end, slamming that table. Hopefully they didn't slam it too hard because they're going to need those heads. Oh, look at that. Kalaris.
Wait, that's Falcons dancing their victory dance.
I'll tell you what, if we had a mic on Kalaris' knees, it'd sound like this. That's it for us, guys. Let's take it back on to a break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMWC. I'm not playing your game because Falcons are playing their own. They get themselves a huge victory. And Max Ben, the stage is yours.
Yes, baby.
And the voice is gone.
Yeah, that's my voice is gone for the entire week now. Finally, we get a Falcons win. Is it a Falcons win I was hoping to see? Not really. It's still like Circle was looking quite good. They got the warehouse. They had 3 cars, though the send onto IWNRX here, 7, was absolutely key because they take a fight.
Yes.
Really hard to third party away from the teams up in the northern side, so they had a lot of space, a lot of time to take that fight. It got close. They take the win.
The poor cameraman, man. The poor cameraman trying to like keep up with your energy and you're just like warping around. Whoa, chill, man. Chill. We still have another match to go today.
Okay. Don't catch me.
But yes, Falcons, I mean, if we're talking about like the perfect time to make this happen, it's right here. And I think they've been able to get themselves into top 4 now. 22 points on this game, but that also is a testament to how close the rankings were and still are.
Yeah, it was single digits, right? Like that's what we need. Though, is it going to be enough in the finals? No, but it's going to push them normally in the finals.
This would at least kind of get them a little bit closer. I still feel like they definitely need to perform this match with how close everything's going to be. Team Falcons is rolling. I did enjoy them being able to win that fight against IWNRX because that was a big question, right? We saw it earlier in the day where IWNRX was actually able to beat them early on. So I think it might be a little bit of a mental state. And you can see how happy the players were too, getting that chicken dinner, kind of putting a little bit of pressure off their shoulders for that last match.
That's true. Have you seen the trend that's been happening? Ever since IWNRX started playing the Mini 14, everyone is playing Mini 14.
True.
It's a trend on Miramar. I don't know what's going on. It's actually really good on this battleground. Let's just keep using it.
Well, Moneymaker's getting themselves 17 points. Mad Bull's getting themselves 9, but unfortunately, I don't know that's going to be enough to get them up the leaderboard here. But one team who might have fallen off the leaderboard, DRX, Kagasaka, these two teams, I mean, obviously we saw the back-to-back win out of DRX before. They might be susceptible to being knocked out of top 4 in the very last match.
I'm hot take. I'm kind of glad. Especially for Kagasaka. I feel like from what we saw from what we saw in group stages, from what we're seeing here, I feel like some of the wins that they were able to get were kind of given to them. So it's in my opinion, I don't think it's a team that definitely deserves it. But with that said, another team that we kind of need to keep a close eye on is Twisted Minds. Ever since they did have that. At the end of the day, yesterday, they ended up with the chicken dinner, right?
They had a good
Earlier
start today.
In the day, kind of started off hot. But after that, they just kind of falled off, and they're allowing other teams to be able to catch up. Now, that cushion that they had early on, it's going to be gone, and it's going to be a nail-biter here in the last match.
I feel like this is like a symptom of the teams that are making it into the top 4. Feel so much pressure, and the teams below are just going extra hard in these matches, trying to get those eliminations, trying to clear that space, and to try and push themselves up in the top 4 themselves. So, man, I feel like we could have almost a completely different top 4 in the last game. Like, that is how hungry these teams are to make it in the main event.
If you're IWNRX,
accept them.
With what just happened. No. If you're that team, right, you're pretty much already set. Everybody knows that you're set. You know how you're able to perform here in Miramar. Do you maybe try to hunt down one of those teams like how we saw earlier in the day?
I want to see the leaderboard, see exactly how close it is and how realistic it is.
That's fair.
And if you can get rid of a big team, then maybe you want to do it.
Ooh.
My boy Chop.
Oh, expecting a sound out of you. 1,200 damage coming through. I mean, if we were going to talk about top, we have to also keep in mind when he put up 15 eliminations and was the MVP of the day, even though Falcons were doing horribly.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine being the MVP of the day and your team still didn't qualify to the main tournament right away.
I was in my hotel room. I was like, oh, I feel double sick right now. I was like, this feels bad for the rest of the team. I feel bad for Top. But it's very interesting because Top sure is doing great stat-wise. Icy, man, he was just reviving the team every step of the way versus IWNRX. Sure, he wasn't putting up damage this game. If he was not there, I think their chances of top 4 were dead, pretty much. Like, Icy kept the hopes of the team alive here in this tournament.
Well, let's take a look at our overalls and actually kind of analyze this and break it down where we see our teams currently in Falcons. They have surpassed Twisted Minds, D+. Kagasaka has been completely out of this, but 7. What is that? 7 points?
7
third and 8th?
This is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you were able to kind of make it a little bit easier for you to be able to qualify to the main tournament, and I'm talking about in regards to Team Falcons.
Yeah.
But it's not set in stone yet. IWNRX, yeah, you're kind of good.
That's the only
DRX, Team Falcons, D+, all of those teams can be passed by. We know Twisted Minds. We know what they're able to do. They have shown us. And remember what happened yesterday on the final day. Twisted Minds ended up with the chicken dinner.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard to predict.
I'm going back to what Max was saying. Is there a world where IWNRX Hot Drop Falcons. If there's any team in that top 4 that you don't want to see in the finals, isn't that the team?
It is.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
Do you want to see it?
I
well, you can't.
I don't want to see it, but
you pick Falcons.
To be honest, like realistically speaking, right? If you look at a team in terms of how they're playing now and their potential, what they can truly bring to the table with their roster, Falcons is a potential threat in the main event if they just wake up.
I mean,
Kalar, is that you?
Even Mad Bulls and Moneymakers, I'd say, still have actually a chance. They're not too far behind. They're, what, 15 points for Mad Bulls behind third place? It was 77, now 62. We have 9 teams, if you exclude IW and RX, that could legitimately qualify right now here in this final match.
In one game. It could be completely different at the end of this match.
We're kind of talking about IW and RX at the top, right? How about the teams towards the bottom? They got absolutely nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, we say that. I barely see that happen, though. Like, maybe Pandem's
I mean,
drop, like,
you'll be
4
surprised.
5
We've seen it happen before, though. We've seen it happen before where you're like, okay, you know what? This team's not going to end up doing anything. Some of them still want to get those bragging rights. Some of those teams still want to be able to get the highlight reel saying, hey, you know what? We're the ones that stopped you from being able to go to the main tournament at PMWC.
Now, I'm not going to put the tinfoil hat on just yet. I'm going to wait until the game starts.
Do it.
And we'll see how that hot drop is going to happen, if it's going to happen. I'm not really expecting it to, but it is something to keep in mind.
I don't think hot drops, though.
We need to get one of our cameras just focused on you during this match as we're watching it, just to see your reactions, especially if there's a hot drop involved, because I'm pretty sure you're going to go through 1,000 different emotions if that goes down.
The hairline's going to recede more.
Just all going to fall off.
But the thing is,
it'd be more like a bald eagle than Falcon.
See, you're mostly talking about like hot drops. I'm talking about teams knowing the rotations that Falcons might be able to do, depending on what kind of circle we get, depending on what kind of playing path we get, right? And setting a trap for them, which we have seen it in the past. It doesn't necessarily have to be a hot drop. It can be just cutting them off in rotations.
Well, it's time to find out. Will Falcons qualify? Let's head over to our commentators to kick off our last match here, the survival stage.
We have had one hell of a day so far. It has been ups, it has been downs, and finally Falcons have found their feet. But is it going to be enough? Because they are standing on shaky ground.
Oh, man, they need to sink them claws into whatever they're standing on. I'll tell you that right now, because here we go, folks. It's the last match of the survival stage. 12 teams are going home right after this. Who's going to make it to the top 4? We're about to find out.
And it is so close. And when it's this close, you know you need the best. With dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Impala, Via de Mar, both ends of the plane path. But are they going to be where the match ends? Only the circle will tell us, and only time will tell us where that is. We're going to be jumping right on into it, and yeah, I could see you. I could see those goosebumps, Jukes.
I literally have goosebumps right now. This is so exciting, and honestly, a horrible plane path for this last match. It is so far south. San Martin, El Pozo, all these major areas are too far away. We're going to have to see some teams stretch. There's a high possibility we're going to see some teams land on each other or even run into each other on the drive. This is going to be absolute chaos. So let's be real. Looking at the overall rankings, 6 teams, 0 chance they're going to make it, right? Team Pandem on down, it's just not possible. But Mad Bulls, all the way on up, could still get a slot. And if you are a team like Mad Bulls, Moneymakers, right? You need all these teams above you to go out early, and you need to surpass them.
This
so
would be special.
Let's see what we're going to start off. DRX, this is huge. DRX cannot afford to lose, especially to a team like Ginkgo.
Not only is this a two-party fight, there's three teams around here. Another drop around this area came through from COG Osaka, I believe, which means that there are 3 teams in the vicinity. Inco, they are on last chance, right? I mean, they're pretty much out of it. So it is up to DRX to hold this down, not only against the one team, but also against the off angles from COG Osaka, should they choose to go for it. I absolutely hate this drop in general because we've seen it quite a few times now in the history of PUBG Mobile where it just happens game after game after game. But this is the first time we've seen it here. And at such a crucial juncture for DRX, this is going to be interesting.
So it's getting the confirmation with that VSS, busting out the unique weapons here at the last moment. Inko just on the full push, and DRX do need to watch out for a possible third party, but you know, we have so many of these drops just due to that plane path. It was so south that teams had to start mixing up some strategies here towards the end, but you got to put up or shut up. It's time, it's championship round time. If you want to make it towards the finals or even make it when you're in the finals, right? You gotta be able to adapt. And look at that. I mean, we're still seeing teams stretch out here. Team Falcons playing it ultra safe, and I cannot blame them.
I mean, they just want to keep themselves in it. You want to put up, I mean, 6, 7, 8 points would be nice.
At least.
You want the chicken dinner, obviously.
Yeah,
Every game you want the chicken dinner. It's kind of easy to say that. But yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. I think, I can't remember what I said. I think I was saying high 80s for the bubble towards that 4th place spot. But it looks like that might be falling quite short. But just there's so many teams all the way down to, as you said before, Mad Bulls, who still could make this one work. Pandem find a point over towards Harame Bro, which isn't impactful for either of those two teams, but the more players that get drained from this lobby, the fewer points there are towards the top of these tables for the bubble battle.
Oh boy, this is intense, and you can just feel the tension in the air. It is so thick right now.
It's a spot of bubble battle bother.
Yeah, the triple B, something you always got to keep your eye on. Because you got, right now I'm looking at the zone, we have a Los Leones possibility here. Could we see an urban finish towards the end? That would be absolute madness. I'm seeing a lot of teams stretch out here, be extra careful. Twisted Minds were in such a good position. They were like, what, in 2nd place just not too long ago? Now they're down to 5th. So they know they need a big game here if they want to make it.
These days, they go by in the blink of an eye, but I tell you what, they are long in the minds of Twisted Minds.
That's right.
It is so treacherous.
Well, you remember that interview he had earlier, right? Oh, this is Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls cannot, and they're losing a player here early on. Yeah. This is the worst case scenario. But back to what I was saying, right? We saw the interview earlier with Igor. He said that no pressure. Right? We're tranquilo, we're big chillin', you know, big deal. Do you think he has a little bit of pressure now?
Definitely not. No, not whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. None. The only pressure that they're going to feel is if they don't make the top 4, that pneumatic press on top of their key.
Oh,
it's gonna
that's
be,
right.
Hell, it's going to be the most... Actually, you know what? I don't think that is going to be the most pressure they'll feel today.
That's for sure.
Which is saying something.
Oh, goodness, yeah. Cool, calm, and collected is all over. It is time to make it happen. It's always great to see even teams that have been here before at this top level. They've been in these moments. I mean, it still gets to them. You just saw Top earlier, you know, put his hands on his head and just, whoo, the biggest sigh of relief. But there is something to it. When you bust out a huge, critical, clutch chicken dinner, you almost feel destined, right? You almost feel like, oh, this has got to be our game. So I'll be honest, Team Falcons are in a insane position here. All they got to do is replicate some of that magic we saw in the last game.
Let's take a look at the replay. This comes from Team Pandem. Okay, this is that sort of low impact frag. At range though, with a red dot on the UMP, so nicely sprayed down. But Pandem now up on 2 eliminations in 11th place. They have been a little bit of a wrecking ball in these last couple of matches, but it's a little bit too little too late. TJB, however, definitely not too late for them. They're all the way out on the west, moving from Montenuevo. They are in 6th place right now, but by only 2 points. I will, I think, remind people of the tiebreakers at this point, because that is always going to be a factor when you've got tables this close.
That's right.
First tiebreaker is going to be the chicken dinners, right? So if you have more chicken dinners than the team that you're tied with, you win that tiebreaker. The next tiebreaker is placement points. If you have more placement points, so if you have the same number of points, same number of chicken dinners, then whoever has the most placement points, that is going to be that. And then if all else fails, because if you have the, and also as a note, if you have the same placement points, you have the same elimination points guaranteed in a tiebreak, which means that the next tiebreaker is how well you performed in the most recent match. So whoever finishes highest in the last match, i.e. this one, will win a tiebreaker.
Well, big fight right here for the side of DRX. Inko, not much you can do, but DRX playing this very, very carefully. Even though they know they have the numbers advantage, they're not just going to pull in, push in silly, especially with the DBSs in place. So DRX just waiting their time out right now. Now, they are still in this circle for now. At a certain point, I think DRX needs to make this push. When are they going to do it, though? When would you do it, John? Would you make the push now or wait until the zone switch shifts?
I just hate these hot drops in Picado in general. I mean, in general, the issue with going for a Picado hot drop is that you're basically stuck in it, right? Yeah. Like you're drawn into it for such a long time. Getting away from Picado, you allow the other team to establish some high grounds. Potential to lose a player pretty high, so you have to kind of go for it. And when you leave it this late, and when Picado's in the circle, it's very likely that you have a third party surrounding you, which means that you are forced into the fight. I think concluding it as soon as possible is good. I think for Inko, they've got nothing to lose, and I want them to just roll straight on into this fight. That is nasty. That circle. Brutal. Goodness me, that is absolutely disgusting. Southeast shift over towards Impala keeps a lot of the south side of Los Leones in as well.
Oh boy, and now DRX have to make a decision because they waited so long. The zone goes away. I think they just need to let off the gas or just give up this fight right now. Either give it up or you should have taken it minutes ago because this is going to be a tough circle. I mean, there's so many positions already taken. DRX are going to have to deal with so many squads on the way. Twisted Minds, let's see how they're going to make it. They are actually in a really good spot in the zone. They're probably going to take this complex right ahead of them. Mad Bulls, yeah, just trying to pop some shots at them.
In a great position for themselves as well are the Mad Bulls, but they've already lost a player, which does weaken their hold somewhat. That warehouse down to their south side going to be a little bit harder to hold because of that. They can't really keep too much control on the ground, and it is an important part of the ground. In the middle of the Impala, Puerto Paraiso, Los Leones area, they are going to sit atop a mountain, but they've still got so far to climb.
Mad Bulls need to be very careful with even popping shots at this point. Like, peeking against Twisted Minds is a losing battle because you need every single little inch of armor that you have. So let's see what they decide to do. Team Spirit, oof. You can see the frustration on the players' faces. Kitsune, a lot of expectations. Unfortunately, we will not see them in the finals, but hopefully we can see them later on this year.
Yeah, they currently sit 38 points at the bottom of the tables. The bubble sits at 76, which is 58 points behind. No, less than that. It's 48 points behind. No, I think I'm wrong again. I have to get
too many points.
There's too many points.
Too many points, that's for sure.
The bottom line is Team Spirit, yeah, very, very, very unlikely that they will be seeing those finals. Twisted Minds losing a player to a knock, a long-range Mini 14 shot, though. Is it going to be flushable? Are they going to be able to roll over this one and actually pick it up? Because getting a knock, sure. Getting the flush, that is where Team Twisted Minds will feel the pain in their central position.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds should have been safe inside of that building. But I don't see Mad Bulls pushing that either. But, oh, this is the Team Falcons getting beat up top. Going to pop out that vehicle and possibly get into his US. No, actually, he's going to stretch. So he's going to commit, try to make this rotation on into this next zone. And this is still happening in the blue zone. DRX. Oh, I don't know about this play. I do not feel comfortable with this at all. I do not like it.
I'm having a bad time watching it. I've always hated this Picado hot drop. It's just so slow and nobody can get away from it. It's disaster, really, for DRX. I mean, to be fair, if you just didn't want DRX to qualify, Inko doing this, if they just didn't want them to qualify for whatever reason, not that they're is really, I mean, you've got to choose somewhere to drop, right? But just dropping on Picardo and forcing this hot drop and not dying instantly is one way to go about it. But IWNRX, they've lost a second player now towards the middle of this circle. Rook, they were in the way of Falcons, but Falcons managed to find their way across the north side of that hold, and they have broken that embargo, moving down the east coast now, actually relatively unimpeded. The road between Impala and Puerto Paraiso, fairly open.
Let's see what is going to happen here. So many main locations already taken, pretty much every single one. We're going to start seeing some engagements ring off here, folks. And yep, we can see TJB making some shots onto Harami, bro. They're one of the squads that are in contention here. 74 points, so close. They only need a few eliminations here. As we look at all these teams at the bottom of the tables, just battling it out with each other.
I mean, why not?
That's bad.
Let's leave them to it. And you're right, yeah. I was saying earlier, with Pandem getting those points, it just takes points away from the chasers, right?
That's right.
That bubble battle bother just does not stop.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Every single time you see these teams go out, it just makes that opportunity that much more difficult. One of the players from Brute Force going down is critical, though. They have 70 points. They could easily make it in here. They
DRX
lose
got out.
one. Oh, DRX did? Yes, DRX finally leave Inco Gaming, and they took their sweet time. Very fortunate for them to have this rotation, but here we go. A huge fight. Team Falcons getting into it with Rook. Team Falcons cannot afford to go out here.
A knock already sent over to their backlines, but that's getting rezzed fast. They know they need to keep 4 alive. Rook looking to try and change the tune. Nerzed in the building, holding down the stairs. They're not pushing fast. They don't need to just yet. Rook have control of this fight. They have the terrain. No one's super close to this. Seiji Osaka could come in third party in just a moment, but for the time being, Falcons just repositioning, re-establishing. Icy on the off angle is where this fight lives or dies for the Falcons. If that point gets flushed, if it gets found, they go down with it. Rook can envelop them. They will not be able to get away from it. Icy has to be forced back on in. That allows them to stay alive as 4. That is more important than keeping that high ground off angle.
That's right. That is right. But they are in a really bad position here. They're completely back against
Big
the
nade.
wall against a team that has nothing to lose here. They could just stay and just annoy Team Falcons. That's the hard part about this, is because Team Rook, they're not going to focus on play zone. They're just going to focus on this fight.
They don't need to do anything else. Icy is getting lit up from the sidelines. Kipper Boss connects, finally able to get that spray, looking for the flush. Has to go for the reload, and no one's there to back it up. The rest of Rook tumbling down, trying to go for it. Top, what are you doing? They don't even know these. Or they might do, but they're not handling it. And Falcons now losing Top, down on 2. Is this the demise after such a glorious rise? And again, the off-angle strikes. Rook are just not letting up. Another nade moves forwards. There's the flush, and now it's just Nerzed for Falcons to try and keep them up in third place. Can he do it? Can he hold on? 4 players from Rook move in, and none of them will go down. It is disaster for Falcons. Third place locked in for them, but there are teams chasing. Their ankles bitten, torn to shreds.
And you could see the disappointment on their faces right now. They know that it's going to just be sure luck if they're going to make it into the finals here, because there are so many teams that only need a handful of eliminations here, and they are done and dusted. And of course, it's the team that's pretty much at the bottom of the leaderboards here to take them out.
It's just going crazy right now in the final match, and would you have it any other way here for the survival stages? Opportunity now for TJB, for Twisted Minds to push Falcons out to the side. It is dastardly here. Brute Force, central position on their hold right now, but with 3. Mad Bulls, same story. Twisted Minds, they're looking healthier with 4 and on a central eastern position as well in this next circle. It's looking good for these 3 rosters.
Speaking of healthy, the Maxman curse, alive and well,
Oh my
John. Alive and well.
He shouldn't have done that dance.
How dare he dance? Oh, the crowd is devastated. That is Inco done and dusted. Just like that, their tournament hopes are gone for. Actually, they've been gone for a little while now.
That's the
but
first key guaranteed crushed.
Yep, that is the first key gone. That's right. That's right. Team Falcons should have already grabbed their key and ran out the venue at this point, because it is looking way too close for comfort. They need D plus Kia, TJB, Twisted Mind, CAG Osaka, Brute Force, all to go out right now.
Moneymakers taking a scrap with Seiji Osaka. If these two teams can take a chunk or two out of each other, that's good news. And if Twisted Minds can sweep through it, even better. It's more likely that COG Osaka going to be able to hold this long ground. DRX, by the way, up in second place. This is the team that placed dead, stone, cold last in the group stages, right? They came 24th out of 24 with 23 points on 12 matches. They have had a glow up. And now there's the potential to see two South Korean teams in the top 4 if D plus Kia can join them.
Oh, let's see what can happen. Let's see what can happen here. Next zone is about to pop. And where is it gonna go? That is the question. You have DRX in a solid position. Brute Force are dead center here, but Brute Force did lose a player. And you have Rook Esports just running around looking to crush some more dreams.
Those rotters, they are running around, and as you say,
Reefers
playing the Freddy Krueger right now. TJB with a little chase being pushed upon them. They did start outside the top 4. As it stands, they are in, but only on a tiebreaker with D+ if we were to close things down now. Next circle, defining strength, defining position, defining tempo on this next one. It shifts out to a lot of open ground on the north side. Currently, no one holds the compound to the northwest edge. DRX actually coalesced towards the Moneymakers on that north edge. They might look to push back down south, but Team Panda might be able to get ahead of them if they want to go for that compound, that is. It sits on an interesting little ledge towards that side, and Pandem have the high ground to the south, so I don't think they're going to want to leave too readily.
That is correct. If you are a fan of the Falcons, which many are, you really want IWNRX and DRX to start destroying this lobby at this point, as well as Rook and Team Pandem at this point. Let's see what DRX can do against the Moneymakers. Moneymakers is one of those squads that could threaten to usurp the Falcons. Can they get this done? DRX gets knocked, and that's another big point for the Moneymakers.
They've gone 3-1 at this point. They left one player alone on DRX out to this position, but the Moneymakers have just held. COG Osaka are going to hear that, move on over with Apollo, who's close by. I don't think they're going to go for the full push just yet because they are still far too split, and the Moneymakers didn't take any casualties. It was a quick one-and-done fight, given that there was very little resistance from the solo DRX player.
Oof, you could just see the changes in strategies here. We're seeing so many teams just play ultra passive. They're just getting a position and holding on to it for dear life right now. No one is trying to make a mistake. And sometimes when you change your strategies like that, it opens up the door to make mistakes, to be on the back foot, as opposed to just maybe pushing an engagement that you may have wanted to. You err on the side of safety, and that little hesitation is all it takes to get that key of yours crushed.
Brute Force sat in the middle of this lobby, trying to face off against the south side. D+ Kia pushing in potentially. TJB as well, going to be looking to move in towards that Brute Force position. Back in EMEA, Brute Force, you know, these guys were the comeback kids of the lobby. And right now they need that title more than anything else. And it is only their last match to play. They are on the doorstep. But as of yet, it has not swung open for them. A hefty knock, that's what it's going to take.
Who is going to open up this fight? I mean, this is the calm before the storm, folks. We have not seen a knock in quite a long while here. Everybody is just so patient. No one's moving a muscle. And honestly, this is the type of play I was looking to see here. You know, way earlier on in the tournament, it takes the last game of the day to see everybody pull out all the strategies they got. IWNRX having fun with it. They know that they're going to the finals for sure. And oh, they're starting to apply some pressure.
Rook needed to be humbled a little bit, reminded that they're 14th on the tables as it stands. This Team Spirit's tournament is over as well. 3 keys into the Crusher, guaranteed Besiktas Black. Team Spirit Inco now are 3 guaranteed eliminations, but Falcons, even though they're out, they're not done just yet. Still getting a little bit spicy. TJB, with the 2 eliminations they've been able to get so far, sit 1 point behind Falcons. And that is going to be real close. D+ Kia as well, only 1 point behind. Twisted Minds only 2 points behind. As soon as these placement points start to kick in, they're going to start to worry.
Big
but
fight.
Here comes D+ Kia.
TJB versus D plus Kia, a massive fight. Who's gonna win this? You can see Chips with the DPS gets one. Goes in for another shot with the M4 and misses it. Also running on it, gets taken out, and that's D plus Kia out of there. TJB pass up the Falcons.
Falcons now on the bubble. 77 points is the mark for Twisted Minds. See Osaka down as well. Another team chasing for that bubble. Brute Force now and Moneymakers and Mad Bulls. These are the three outside chances. Twisted Minds on the inside track as the fight continues to rage as Range moves on in. GK First is still down. Twisted Minds want to try and put pressure onto TJB. They are fighting them for this spot and over the top they go. TJB removed the Thorn from the close side, but they have to push closer to the circle.
DS12Ks are starting to ring out, and now we're starting to see Twisted Minds on the move. Oh, but a big mistake from Rattleboy right there. I believe he hopped out of the vehicle just a little too early. The nerves are starting to ring out, and it's those tiny mistakes like that that could be devastating to your squad. Twisted Minds, the patience right now. You could tell they wanted a third party that, but this is what I was talking about. They're changing their strategies here because they're erring on the side of safety. Hopefully that is not a mistake.
Pressure building. DRX looking for the res on the western side. They are as well not safe. It's important to mention here.
Right.
It would be a little bit more unexpected for them to drop out, but it's still possible. If Twisted Minds, if Brute Force can jump up, then there is a chance. TJB still gaining momentum. TJB likely going to push DRX down to that third spot if they keep this pace up.
TJB clutching it up right when they needed to. Starting to bring some nades out, trying to put some pressure onto Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are in the next zone. This is stage 6, folks. Papa Blue is gonna punish you here. So we are gonna have to see TJB push out with some vehicles and out into the open. They may even have to make a push here onto Brute Force.
D plus Kia. 1 point needed, but they could not make it. Out in 5th place.
Let's look at the replay.
They tried to move through TJB.
Wow.
And they fell 1 point short of the mark, but that's not where the mark might finish. 4th place is still 77, but Twisted Minds, they need 2 to jump up to join that tiebreaker with the Falcons.
Brute Force know what they need to do. They need double digits here if they want to make it into the finals. As we can just look at TJB just biding their time, just trying to push up ever so slowly. And that's a member from Team Pandem taking out one of the TJB players.
Twisted Minds also got a knock there. If they can confirm a point, they're going to go 1 step closer, able to pick that up. At the moment, Twisted Minds win the tiebreaker against Team Falcon. So if they go even, that's the way it'll fall. TJB going down. Neos as well. Looking for more spray. 3 players are there.
Can't get him.
TJB getting picked apart. A nade comes in from the long range spot for Twisted Minds, and they pick up that 2nd point. They are now up closer and closer. They're in that 4th place position. Then the Falcons go down. 5th place guaranteed as a maximum for them. And Twisted Minds take it away from them. Only Brute Force, Moneymakers, and Mad Bulls can change things now.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Brute Force need to get active, but all those eliminations, all those knocks that they got were stolen away from them by Team Pandem. Team Pandem with 8 so far. That is just making it so difficult for these teams that need these points. Brute Force desperately need them. And Twisted Minds erring on the side of safety, and it is working for them big time.
Twisted Minds with that tiebreaker win right now over Falcons. Placement points are starting to add up as well now. And that bubble is just going to keep moving with Twisted Minds. DRX not going to be happy about the pressure they've been under in this last match, but they've done enough today. I think that might be enough for them to see themselves safe. I don't think 2 teams could possibly jump up far enough to take them down here.
Another player down for Twisted Minds, and you can just see them obscure, putting in some shots. Getting picked off, though, by IWNRX from downtown. Yeah, they barely have any coverage at all. But now here comes DRX onto the Mad Bulls. Fleek up on top in a very terrible spot, gets taken down, and DRX are going to continue that dominance. We're going to see them in the finals 100%. Right now, it's really up to the last player of Brute Force to pull out a miracle run. Moneymakers are still in the mix as well, but they got to get active here. They need some eliminations.
I mean, it's what we saw from them last time around, not getting a little bit aggressive with things. Potentially could have had more control and given themselves a better platform for this match as well, and now they've been given another chance. The western side, though, will see them outside of the circle. IWNRX are still in, the leaders. Indomitable at the top of these tables. A miraculous recovery for both IWNRX and DRX into the survival stage. Twisted Minds getting taken down here. They are on 80 points at the end of this match, which means that's where the bubble is. Brute Force, they need more. They could potentially make it with a couple of eliminations here. The Moneymakers need more than that on top, but if Bishke goes down like that, it's just so hard. And again, it's the mini 14s that they're pulling out the arsenal.
We're going to the finals, la la la. You know, IWNRX just having a blast here, but DRX in some big trouble. Team Pandem, 12 eliminations from this squad. Where was this team that all tournament long? They show up towards the end, too little, too late. And all those points are some that Moneymakers needed, but they're just playing it way too passive here. At a certain point, yeah, you don't have the position, but you got no choice. You need the eliminations or you're done for.
It is highly likely we already see our top four on the right-hand side of your screens right now, and that's Brute Force out. They will not make that leap. It's up to the Moneymakers or nothing right now, and as it stands, I do not see this working out.
I don't know what they're doing.
IWNRX, they are looking to take the record for the 12-match streak, by the way, to try and challenge Alliance on their 2 days from the group stages.
Way.
What a resurgence it would be if they're able to take this final match away from them as well. DRX keep themselves alive. We now have the Moneymakers gone, and that is gonna be it. Team Pandem, I don't think that they have enough room to push on up. I think it's mathematically impossible now, but who's going to take the chicken dinner? Pandem with an arsenal full of lead right now. And over the top DRX go. They want to take the top spot away, but Zedwolf is at a distance. Kain has the Molotov, and DRX do not have the health bars to handle this one. A shot from the Groza. It's going to find one, the second as well, and he is able to take them down. Second place, nailed in. And IWNRX now, I think, guaranteed to overtake 122. They just have a couple of players of Pandem to deal with.
Let's just see how this is a victory lap, folks, from IWNRX. What a performance in this survival stage. These guys really gave it all on the line. And I mean, we're talking a complete 180 from what we saw in the group stage. That is how you finish right there, folks, with a statement.
Team Pandem. They had some pace today, but it was not quite enough to go the distance. Actually, I'm going to need to double check my math on that one. I don't think they did it just then. I don't think there were enough eliminations in the lobby for them to be able to jump that gap that we saw at the end of the match, but it is going to be close. If they'd have done more day one, they'd have done more in any of their other matches, maybe we would be saying something else. But as it stands, the top four will get closer and closer to locked in. I can tell you this for free, though. IWNRX are in. It is going to be DRX in as well.
For sure.
Those two teams put on a show today.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I got to give the props, of course, to Team Pandem for putting out a big performance there, right there towards the end. I would have loved to see that same play style 2 matches ago, you know? But I think they finally turned it on. It's unfortunate. I think it was a little too late. But who knows? Who knows? Of course, we're going to have to go ahead and take it on over to the big boys in the studio to find out in just a few moments, folks. But again, what a crazy turn of events here. Live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup. Everything I expected to see here in the survival stage.
Except for one thing.
What's that?
Falcons did not make it through.
Oh my goodness!
Right at the end, right at the close. They got pushed down, and it was Rook of all teams to be the ones to do it. That was nasty. This was pretty nasty from Kain in the final moments. I thought IWNRX were going to get that full victory lap chicken dinner. I said they took over Alliance's tally of 122, but I'm not too sure now. I think it might be dead heat. Adding up the numbers, I'm pretty sure they were on 116 and got 6 placement points at the end of that.
Yeah.
So they're going to be 122 dead heat. I'd have to check the tiebreakers.
Well, let's see. Well, we're going to find out here in a few moments, folks. That trophy looking mighty fine, and we're getting closer and closer to it. 4 teams are going to be joining the 12 in the finals, and they're going to be trying to get that trophy right there. So, man, and that is the most beautiful trophy I have seen in PUBG Mobile history, hands down.
Absolutely. Looking good, looking fresh on that, but 12 of our teams guaranteed not to lift it. They're going to have to sacrifice their keys to it as well. It is going to be pretty nasty to be one of these 12.
Well, let me ask you this, John, right? If you could have that trophy, right, where would you put it?
Where would I put it? Somewhere on show so I can take it to the next tournament.
That's right.
I'd take it straight to the next tournament. That's where it's going.
I don't know about you. I'd put a chain right around it and hold that around my neck 24/7. You know what I'm saying?
All right, good luck your posture.
Hey, you know what? Got to get strong. Got to get ready to carry some teams. You know what I'm saying?
That is true. If you can carry a team to victory, you can carry a trophy as well.
That's
right.
right.
A couple of chains.
That is right. Oh, goodness, folks. What a turn of events right here. Team Falcons, man, the game before last, go nuts, right? They put themselves in such a dominant position there, and then Max danced.
Why did he do that?
Why did he do that?
Max, man, why?
Ugh. The crowd devastated there, but you know what? We always have to wait until the official scoreboard. We can see the overall rankings. We got a good glimpse of it. The players are looking back, trying to figure out who made it on in. And you can just see, look at Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds right now. Looking very excited.
Everybody breathing a sigh of relief. Those 4 teams, you can see the energy expended. And they are going to be happy with it. IWNRX leading the charge, 122 with 2 chicken dinners. DRX 3 chicken dinners and 93 points. TJP 81. Twisted Minds on 80 points is where that bubble sat. And it bursts on the 12 teams below.
Wow, I talked to Igor from Twisted Minds there right before the survival stage started, and he told me there's only 3 spots available, John. That is what he did because he knew that he was going to be able to get one of them. So a beautiful execution from this team, and a big surprise to see Team Falcons come up short by only 3 points.
It looks so good. It looks like they might have a little bit of momentum. But let's head back over to the studio to break down the survival stage.
Wow, crazy.
It's okay, Max. It's okay. It's all right.
Why did this happen?
The team just
How
sucked.
could this happen to us?
They've made some mistakes.
They made a lot of mistakes.
A lot of mistakes.
During group stage and survival stage.
I want to make fun of you two, but I just can't. At what point would we have ever expected Falcons to not make it to the main event with the lineup they have, how good of a team they are, and they just fall short?
I've just got one thing to say about that. Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, Ratto boy, Ratto boy. We're changing allegiances, let's go.
Not Tiamba?
Oh yeah, they're good too, I like Tiamba. I'll change to Tiamba actually for the main event.
So you're saying Falcons are no longer the greatest team ever?
They're still great.
Just not right now.
I'm getting full 4 MV in the finals.
No, stay away from my picks.
I'm coming for CSA. Let's go.
I've seen some of these messages you've been getting.
Tiamba. It's fine.
I've seen these messages you've been getting on Instagram. People telling you to stop rooting for Falcons. I don't need you rooting for 4MV.
I hope you get sick again, Max. Man, I'm like, what? That's not very nice.
You actually got that?
Yes, yeah.
Nice.
Wow. Toxic. But you know it's not toxic. These 4 teams staying true, staying consistent here these last 2 days. And IWNRX, I can't remember how many points Alliance had, but this is pretty damn close to that.
This is fantastic. I mean, looking at them being able to, what is effectively donk on the lobby when it came to yesterday, coming into today, and absolutely playing carefree PUBG Mobile, IWNRX managing to smash the survival stage.
Yeah.
It's really good to see as well, considering Z-Wolf, there was a lot of hype behind him over in EMEA, and now you get to see him put up numbers, especially it was cool to see him on Miramar Mini 14 action. I love it.
They removed their shackles here. They're ready for the finals.
Absolute legends of the survival stage.
Love it.
Yes,
where
the
their
Mini
friends
14
became
usage,
their
though.
enemies.
The Mini 14 usage out of that IWNRX, I want to see how they're going to be able to use that in the actual main tournament.
Not just IW and RX, like the other teams are like, wait, that's pretty good. We're gonna do. Like they were coming out of the compound with an SLR, like a machine gun, like
that was
all over the place.
I'm gonna say that was a moment of panic.
I thought he.
It's like an EMG3.
No, it's like a Deagle. like a Deagle, Max.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. But...
Well, you can see here, yeah, Twisted Minds 80 points, Falcons 77, D+. At least they did look better here when it came to group stage, considering they didn't have to just get all their points in one day. Brute Force, unfortunately, coming up short. Moneymakers as well. But let's get on to the second page here. Panda. I mean, they finished off pretty strong. If they were only able to do that in prior matches, maybe they could have had a chance. I think one of the biggest letdowns, if we're outside of Falcons,
Mad
Team Spirit.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna. I forgot Team Spirit were playing.
Well.
Mad Bulls too.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought Mad Bulls was going to be able to perform a lot better with the way that they were able to finish off that group stage. And sorry, Kagosaka fans, I apologize for this. I'm glad Kagosaka didn't make it. They just, man, they just weren't showing me anything besides when they were giving up the circles. Besides that, they were just non-existent.
It sounds harsh, but they were fortunate yesterday about some of their wins, the situations. They could have let some of those wins slip through their fingers and they would have been on even less points. But we expected maybe things to slip back to what was the normality for Kagosaka today, and it did that way.
I've got some really good expectations set now for DRX, right? We've seen some improvements. We've seen circles that weren't always coming their way, actually rotating, getting some really strong positions under control, and willing to take fights to defend those positions. If they take that kind of mindset and playstyle in the finals, who knows? Maybe DRX can, maybe not first place, but at least have a good shot to do well in the finals.
Still have my question marks around South Korea, though.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm glad you mentioned that, right? The proactiveness that they showed here in survival stage was nice to see. It was a completely different tone than what we saw out of them during group stages. But how are they going to be able to transition that when we're going to be going towards the main tournament? And a lot of those other teams are going to be ready. I mean, they've been watching exactly how some of these teams have been able to improve, not only just IW and RX, now DRX as well. How are those teams going to react whenever we do have the top 12 already in the main tournament?
Yeah, I think looking at this, if you were to put a prediction of which team you think will perform the best when we get to the main event out of these four teams, who would you kind of give it to?
I only had IW and RX. That was the only team I got right. The others are completely wrong.
When we go to the main tournament?
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, TJB, I still feel like they have like another gear to their play. I know we've seen them play so much better in the past than what we're seeing here currently.
The good thing that TJB does have is their rotations. They're so good with their rotations. They just need to find some type of consistency because that team has been so inconsistent. They have definitely the fragging power. We see it over and over again. But yeah, if I had to pick out of those four teams, I feel like TJB can definitely be one of the best performing teams.
I have to go IW and RX. I think they're going to be warm coming into the main tournament now. I think this is really going to give them a huge shot of confidence coming in. As much as I think if I'd have come in at the beginning of the tournament and you gave me these four, I'd have said probably TJB. But my hopes for China really do rely on Tiamba now. I think they're going to have to carry the flag for them.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at Orchidia play of the day. Honestly, I'm not sure what it's going to be. I almost have my eyes towards top potentially with the mini, maybe some Z-Wolf action yet again. And actually, it's going to be none of those. It's going to be Noble.
That's a surprise.
You know, it's also a surprise.
Oh, it's play of the day. Okay.
What do you think? Oh, the MVP? No.
Yeah, I
We're
thought
not
it was
MVP.
Hey guys, our MVP's here. We're not quite there yet. Almost.
In a bit. Calm down.
Oh, I've actually seen even only, yes, to be fair, up against Mad Bulls on Everest was ridiculous for TJB. And I think this play almost here was maybe enough to help get them into the
if he doesn't clutch it, I don't think they make him top 4.
Right.
Only S does get a lot of extra elimination points and keeps the team alive a little bit longer to get those placement points. So that was a very, very important clutch for TJB.
And it's because of plays like this from TJB why I feel like they're going to be one of the best performing teams out of survival stage when we go into main tournament. They just need to narrow down how proactive. They need to just be a little bit more consistent on those rotations. We know that they can do well rotations, and they need to be a little bit faster too. And even with the earlier fights too, I feel like they tend to struggle a little bit with the early fights.
I would say the rotations on point. Yeah, I would say the rotations on point when you're looking at TJB, though I do want to see a little bit more willingness to take fights. I feel like sometimes they're a little bit hesitant and teams are punishing their big splits in the mid to late game stage. If they do that, that's going to be a big, significant improvement for the finals.
Last note here for our 4 teams that did qualify, I have to give, and I've been saying this and I'm probably going to get hate from you guys, Twisted Minds, the only team to actually play only in the survival stage, able to make it through to the main event, and a team who was on no one's radar at the start of the year. They had to go through PMGO, they had to go through PMSL, and now they're here, and they're at the main event for their first year, kind of in the big spotlight on an international stage. This is an amazing performance.
I don't know if you would agree here, Kalaris and Seven, but I think it's because they're overshadowed by Team Liquid, by Alpha 7. They're just in the background.
Even he isn't saying Inco anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Like they were overlooked, but now they are the new blood of Brazil, and clearly they have what it takes to participate at this stage, do really well at that. And if you put Ratto Boy on a little mountain, he's going to do great.
I think you have a new favorite player.
Ratto Boy.
Ratto
Boy. No, you don't.
You didn't like that.
That's our new victory dance, actually.
I don't know. That can't contest with what you did earlier, to be
Well,
fair.
apparently, there was 5 of me doing it. Thanks, by the way, production.
That's
for
already
putting
5
on.
too many of
You can run it again if you want. I don't care.
Our MVP, though, I'm not going to make you guys guess on this one because I think it's going to be pretty damn hard to guess and predict it correctly. So let's take a look at our Sony MVP of the day and who it's going to be. Kind of hope maybe
Imagine
top.
if it is
just
top.
to get some something.
again.
Okay.
He had a sick place, to be honest.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Especially at the end, the little clutch out he was able to pull off. 2,400 damage, 12 eliminations. I mean, DRX, if you want to have a chance in the main event, you're going to need to see pop-up performances like this, but it's against an even more stacked lobby.
That's a really good survival time, by the way. Like, over 21 minutes, he's making it to the late game every single match. Like, really good stuff from DRX.
Yeah, it was a control game coming out from them here, as we saw things like 2-2 split when it came to Erangel, and I think there was something far more solid about some of their transitions. If you think about how they rock up on Kagosaka in towards that kind of Everest situation, make their move up there as well. Erangel was definitely their playground for a lot of today, and they made it look work.
They're a lot more decisive.
Yeah,
right?
agreed.
They're willing to make plays, and that's going to allow them to do well, hopefully, in the main event.
But is it going to work out when you have teams like For America Vibes there, like Tianba? There's so many stronger teams out there than what this lobby was, which is kind of crazy to say because this is already a really strong lobby. But it gets so much more difficult.
I mean, Seven said it, right? With some teams like Alliance, my expectation for the main event is to see if teams can look at things like Alliance did in those group stages and say, these splits cannot go unpunished. You need to be able to shut them down or employ them yourself going into that main tournament.
And for Alliance, I think the big question mark that we got out of group stage out of them was how they were able to finish off the matches. If they do find themselves in the position that they found themselves during group stages, how are they going to be able to finish off the matches a little bit smoother? That was the big question mark for that team.
Okay, well, right now we're going to head down to the stage for an interview, I'm assuming, with a team who's qualified into the main event with $1.5 million on the line. Let's see who Sandstorm has for us.
I am here in the STC arena with the coach, Dadin of Twisted Minds, after qualifying in 4th place, 3 points ahead of Team Falcons. Dadin, how do you feel? It was incredibly close at the end there, but you managed to make it to the main tournament.
Yeah, I feel happy, but at the same time not satisfied, because even coming from the community, we are like hard workers, and I know that we can do much more. So, by the way, I'm happy.
I like it. They're happy with their performance, but they're still focusing on doing even more in the main tournament. So, speaking of the main tournament, how are you going to prepare yourself to face the teams in the next and final stage of the tournament?
Okay, I will do nothing different, just review the mistakes as I used to do. I have to give time for them, like step by step, they are growing up. We are getting 1 more finals from a global champion, and that's it, nothing new. Just give time to them that they will get better.
I like it, just keeping on with the same strategy, just keep on improving as much as they can. And one final question, which teams are you going to be focusing on going into the main tournament?
Okay, Tianba and Nextria, because they have a similar game about us, and maybe Team Liquid as well.
That's quite a lot of teams to focus on, and they're going to be very strong competitors like we saw with Istanbul Wildcats next to. And speaking of IW and RX, I believe we're going to have another interview with Barney, with our first place team here in the survival stage.
Yes, we are, Sandstorm. Thank you very much for passing it over as I walk around this beautiful trophy, and I'm joined by Frozen from Istanbul Wildcats next. An absolutely outstanding performance you've had throughout this survival stage. Let's have a quick conversation. 122 points you ended up with. I'm guessing you guys fixed your issues that you had in the group stage.
Muhteşem bir performans sergilediniz. 122 puan yaptınız. Bir sonraki aşamaya geçtiniz. Ne değişti?
spotlarımızı alabildik bu Survivor Stage'de ve ayrıca çok kendi mentalitemizi hazırladık, yani buradan çıkacağımıza inanıyorduk. Şanssızlıklarımız oldu ilk aşamada ama bu aşamada hatalarımızı telafi ettik ve finale kaldık. İnşallah finalde de bu aynı oyunu sergileyip şampiyon olmayı planlıyoruz. Bu kadar yani.
We were able to get our spots back, and we are much more determined this time, and we are going to the finals, that's for sure, and we're just going to keep it lucky.
Well, clearly your confidence is a lot higher, but you're obviously going to be entering into the main tournament. All of those teams that you met in the group stage are going to be there. It's going to be a lot tougher. What's the plan between now and then?
Şimdiye kadar tabii ki söylediklerinizden özgüveninizin yüksek olduğunu, kendinize inancınızın yüksek olduğunu anlıyorum. Ama gene finalde diğer gruptaki karşılaşmaları yaptığınız ekiplerle, takımlarla karşılaşacaksınız. Neler olmasını bekliyorsunuz? Neler değişecek? Neyi daha iyi yapmayı planlıyorsunuz?
Ya ilk aşamada biraz bizi bilenler bilir. Biz normalde geç açılan bir takımız. Şu anda tam oturduk, yani ilk aşamayı kötü geçirdik ama bu aşamada çok iyi oynadık. Finali de bunun gazıyla gideceğiz. Hiçbir şeyimizi değiştirmeyeceğiz. Sadece daha çok özgüvenliyiz, daha çok alıştık. Kendimize de çok güveniyoruz. Çalışmalarımızı da en üst seviyede yapıyoruz. Yani ben kazanacağımıza inanıyorum ya.
Those who know us, they know that we gain our momentum bit by bit in time, and it's going to be a fast one. From now on, and we're going to be much more successful than you could ever expect, and I believe that we can make it. We'll be there.
Well, I'm excited to see the outcome. We truly all are, everyone that's been sitting here watching, or if you're at home watching as well. Now, finally, you've got so many fans at home, everyone who's been supporting you throughout this entire tournament so far. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Tabii ki herkes sizi burada destekliyor. Kendi memleketinizde de sizi oturup izleyenler vardır. Fanlarınıza, izleyiciye neler söylemek istersiniz?
İlk öncelikle buradan takım sahibimiz Ayhan abiye çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bize hiçbir zaman desteğini esirgemiyor. Ayrıcalıklı olarak da bana hiç desteğini esirgemiyor. Buradan da Ferhat abime, Eray'a ve Mesut abime çok selamlarımı iletiyorum. Onlar da çok destek veriyor, sağ olsunlar. Hepsini çok seviyorum. Fanlar da bizi desteklemeye devam etsinler. Elimizden gelen en iyisini yapıyoruz. Türkiye'mize yani bayrağımızı dalgalandırmaya çalışıyoruz. Hep desteğe devam etsinler. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
So we would like to, and I would like to thank personally for being there for us, the owner of our team, Mr. Ayhan, and I would like to thank everybody who cheered up for us, Mr. Mesut, and all those fans out there who have been supporting us. They should keep supporting us. We'll see our flag float in the air, and we'll be there. And there's no doubt about it.
Awesome, I love that. I love the confidence. Absolutely fantastic answer. Frozen, thank you so much for joining us in the interview. I'm going to give you a spud as well. Why not? I also caught him checking out the trophy before we jumped into this interview. You know, it could be theirs. Who knows? But for now, that is it for the survival stage. We're going to go back over to the studio to round it all out. But we'll be seeing you right back here on the stage for the main tournament. See you soon.
Thank you, Barney.
I don't ever want to see him that big in real life because that is a very handsome man. But you know what? The day might be done for these teams, but the job is not over. They still have tomorrow to prepare and figure out what they can do to potentially take home that trophy and, of course, the lion's share of that $1.5 million, also known as Clarus's day rate. But gentlemen, this is going to be tough for all these teams. Twisted Minds, giving them credit. The only team to come through survival stage to make it through, but their job is extremely hard in 2 days' time. Max, I don't even want to talk about Falcons anymore. I'm so heartbroken. So, are you on the 4MV hype train now?
I feel like a lot of people are just like staring daggers at me right now through the screen. Yes.
What team do you want to win?
4MV. I'm going to get in a lot of trouble. I'm so sorry, 4MV fans, but I'm on the 4MV hype train. It's happening. There you go.
Well, that train's about to derail. You've ruined it.
Anyway, never mind. Yeah.
Okay, I really want
Tiamba.
I really want Tiamba to win.
Okay, no, wait, whoa,
No. You already picked one. You're
and we know who 7 wants. Twisted Minds.
Tiamba?
Oh. Ratto Boy. Just Ratto Boy
Just
alone.
Ratto Boy.
Yeah. Twisted Minds.
No? Okay.
Tiamba Alpha 7.
We don't have to have favorites. You at home can have your own favorites, but hopefully you at home also have a favorite set in-game. Potentially the PMWC Violet Thunder set, and that's 12K, which you guys can pick up right now, which includes aspects of the PMWC trophy, and of course celebrates this amazing event here at the 2024 PMWC. And of course, all the participating players in this historic event. Pick it up, because it looks sick. If you don't, hit up Maxmen over on Instagram. Be nice to him because he could use it, and he can buy you the set himself. But also, fill out the survey while you're at it. You have to show proof to him if you do want the Violet Thunder set, and give us feedback about the show and everything PUBG Mobile esports related. But gentlemen, I think that's it. We're going to have a day off tomorrow. We're going to have a little bit of fun in the sun, or, well, 3 of us will potentially. I know one of us doesn't like the sun. You can pretty much guess which one that is. But give me some final thoughts here about the survival stage, Max.
No, it was very unexpected, right? I think that this entire tournament has been just completely all over the place, right? And who's going to win it in the main event? To be honest, I have no idea. There are some favorites, but does it really matter? No. At this point, it does not.
Yep.
Is that, yeah?
Yep.
Very inspiring.
You said exactly what I wanted to say. No, I'm intrigued how some of the other teams that have been kind of just sitting out for all these days, how they're going to be improving. I know some of the teams have definitely been watching that VOD review. I kind of mentioned Alliance, how they're going to be improving in their final stages of the final matches. That was a big question mark for that team. But I'm also going to be looking at some of the other teams that are favored, like Tiamba. Right now, a lot of the other teams are going to be looking at Tiamba like, okay, this is a very dangerous team. We know how capable they are of fragging out.
Yeah, they know how to take the fights. And, I mean, as you say, with Alliance looking as strong as they did in the group stage, they have to be factored in. The uncertainty will still continue. The only thing that is truly certain is that Max has now cursed 4MB.
Not to mention those biceps you got going on there, James, but that's going to do it here for another day of play at the PMWC. But we do have a day off tomorrow, so Claris, hit us with one more flex.
I've got my jacket on. I can't do it.
I'll do it. I'll do it this time.
Seven will do it.
Bring it over here. Bring it over here. You ready? Watch it grow. 3, 2, 1. Ugh.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Still not as big
Let's
as
go.
Claris's.
My belly's bigger than my bicep.
Well, thank you again all for tuning in at home. But remember, we have tomorrow off, like said before, which means we come back refreshed and ready to go for the main event at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. $1.5 million on the line. You're not going to want to miss it. So we'll see you next time.
Я закрыл всех.
Пошел, клосс пошел, раскатим. Размен есть размен. Ну, у одних ног идея. Это фальконы. Пацаны, надо... Мульти грасиос! Официо! Не, упоря. Еще. Голову дал! Камер. Один в один. Камер вас. Иди высаживать. Нет, флэш. Nice! It's DRX, nice! Magnet top. Nice! Let's go, Falcon! Nice!
What they wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You have to colorblind to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less. Regardless of your mind, destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like to choke. My fear can't change my willingness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they wanna live for.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
They wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You're too colorblind to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less. Regardless of your life, destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like to choke. My fear can't change my willingness in me. And Bye.